colleagues, just give us a minute. We're waiting for our guests of honor to arrive, so they're just outside. So.
Good morning, colleagues, Your Excellencies. Thank you for joining us and welcome to the fourth and absolutely final meeting of the Transitional Committee. At the outset, we have a few replacements for the membership and we'd like to acknowledge and welcome. So from the small island developing states, Diane Black-Lane is resuming her seat from Mikhail Robertson. From the Asia Pacific, Mr. Albara Tofik has replaced Mr. Daniel Lund, and Mr. Ali Wagas Malik has replaced Yingqi Liu. From the least developed countries, Mr. Hajiful Islam Khan will replace Mr. Sonam Punso Wagdi for the first 2 days of this meeting, and Mr. Manjid Takal will subsequently take over this seat for the second 2 days of TC4. We're pleased to have these members join us for this absolutely final meeting and to contribute constructively to our deliberations and the successful conclusion of our work. We would now like to invite Mr. Daniele Violetti, Senior Director of Programs Coordination at the UNFCCC Secretariat, to provide some welcoming remarks. Daniele, you have the floor.
Thank you, the co-chairs. A very warm welcome on behalf of the Secretariat and our Executive Secretary to the Transition Committee members, advisors, members of the Technical Support Unit and observers. First of all, let me thank the government of Egypt through the Governor and Ambassador Naz for their hospitality. They hosted us for the first meeting of the Transition Committee and now for the fourth meeting. So a sign of the deep engagement and commitment to the work of the Transition Committee, so we are very grateful for you. And also let me take the opportunity to thank really the members of the Technical Support Unit, both in their individual capacity. They gave a lot of work to support the work of the Transition Committee, but also the institution who released their time to support this important work for the climate change process. So very much welcome your support. And on our side as well, the support in the work of the Transition Committee for the Secretariat has been a priority for this year. So we are here, we will continue to do so in the next 4 critical days to come to a successful outcome of the work of the Transition Committee, but again, for anything, you know that you can count on us. And to all of you, we are here at the 4th meeting, 4 full days in front of us to deliver a very important outcome for contributing to a success of COP28 in the UAE, as well as for the overall climate change process. So on our side, really only to say that we are here to support you, and as well wishing you good work, using the same spirit you have been using throughout the year, constructive engagement among all of you to get to the way we need to be. Thank you very much, Uti.
Thank you very much, Daniele. I would now like to invite a representative from our host, so Ambassador Mohammed Nasir, to offer some welcoming remarks. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Uti, Richard, and Daniele, Excellency, Sir Governor General Ashraf, and colleagues, TC members, and advisors, and members of the TSU and other observers. It's always a pleasure to welcome you in Egypt again. Yet, I would say, for the third time for loss and damage, not the second time. The first time was in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we all collectively agreed on creating the fund and the funding arrangements, and to move forward into having a new era when it comes to loss and damage, dealing with loss and damage and support for developing countries. It is also a pleasure to have you here in Aswan, the home of the biggest solar park in Egypt and in the Middle East. Not far from here, 40 kilometers from here, we have Ben Ben. It is also the place or the host of the High Dam, another clean energy hydropower, the biggest also in Egypt and in the Middle East, together, of course, with some of the antiquities and the civilization that you have seen. Some of you have joined us yesterday in the Sound and Light. It is a very nice city, and it has like this very good and peaceful vibe that we hope that it will really have its influence on us as TC members to have an outcome here. So on behalf of the COP27 President, Minister Shukri, who unfortunately couldn't join us because of other commitments that I'm sure you're all aware of, he is also conveying his greetings and his expectations that this meeting will deliver as expected, not only by the parties of the UFCCC, but also for the communities who are waiting for our meeting today.
الحضور الكريم، ضيوفنا الأعزاء، أرحب بكم جميعا في محافظة أسوان، أرض التاريخ والحضارة، والتي تتشرف اليوم باستضافة الاجتماع الرابع للجنة الانتقالية المناط بها تفعيل ترتيبات التمويل.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll be delivering the translation of the speech right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and members of the TC of the new funding arrangements for the Loss and Damage Fund, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you here in Aswan, the land of history and civilization. And we're honored today to host the fourth meeting of the Transitional Committee.
والذي يأتي في إطار التزام مصر بتنفيذ مخرجات الدورة 27 لمؤتمر الأطراف بشرم الشيخ، وتعزيز العمل نحو نجاح المؤتمر القادم في دبي. كذلك في اجتماعكم يمثل فرصة مناسبة لكم للتعرف عن قرب عن التحديات التي تواجه عدد من الدول النامية والتي ترتبط بل وتتأثر بتغيير المناخ. فأسوان هي مدينة السد العالي الذي يعزز من الأمن المائي لمصر، كما أنها تتمتع من تنوع مصادر الطاقة، منها الطاقة الشمسية ببنبان بطاقة 1.5 جيجا، مع التوسعات في منطقة فارس ب 500 ميجا وات، وهي أول قرية نموذجية خضراء وخالية من الكربون.
This meeting comes in line with Egypt's commitment to implementing the outcomes of COP27 and enhancing efforts for the success of the upcoming conference in Dubai. This gathering also represents an opportune moment for us to gain a closer understanding of the challenges faced by several developing nations, challenges that are intimately connected to and impacted by climate change. Aswan is home to the High Dam, a structure that bolsters Egypt's water security. Furthermore, it boasts a diverse range of energy sources, including the solar power park in Benban, with a capacity of 1.5 gigawatts, along with the ongoing expansions in the construction of solar energy stations in the village of Faris in Aswan as well, with a capacity of 500 megawatts. It's considered as the first green and carbon-free village here.
فكما ترون حضراتكم فإن الصحراء تحيط بنهر النيل شريان حياة مصر، والزراعة هي مصدر الحياة بالنسبة الأكبر للمصريين.
As you can see around you, the barren desert surround the Nile River, Egypt's lifeline, and agriculture is the main source of livelihood for the majority of Egyptians.
السيدات والسادة، أود أن أشير في هذا الصدد بأن محافظة أسوان تعد من أكثر المحافظات المصرية تأثرا بتغير المناخ، حيث تعاني من ارتفاع درجات الحرارة وانخفاض مستويات المياه الجوفية. كما شهدت المحافظة في السنوات الأخيرة زيادة في درجات الحرارة، ولهذا فإننا ندرك فعليا الأهمية القصوى لهذا الاجتماع، حيث نعول على اجتماعكم اليوم لكي يساهم في تسريع عملية إنشاء الترتيبات التمويلية اللازمة للدول المتضررة وتحديد آليات استخدام الموارد المالية.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, I would like to emphasize that Aswan is one of the most affected Egyptian governorates by climate change. It grapples with rising temperatures and declining groundwater levels. In recent years, Aswan has experienced increased temperatures and a higher rate of land degradation and desertification due to drought. Therefore, this explains why we truly recognize the utmost importance of this meeting, as we rely on it to expedite the establishment of the necessary financing arrangements for the affected countries in this regard, and in defining the necessary mechanisms for the use of financial resources.
ولأجل هذا الغرض أدعو جميع المشاركين إلى العمل معا بروح التعاون والتفاهم والانفتاح من أجل التوصل إلى نتائج إيجابية تلبي طموحات الدول الأطراف في مواجهة آثار التغيرات المناخية وحماية مجتمعاتنا واقتصاداتنا، خاصة وأن القرار التاريخي بإنشاء الصندوق يعد خطوة مهمة نحو تحقيق العدالة المناخية وتخفيف آثار تغير المناخ على الدول النامية، مع تعزيز التنمية المستدامة في هذه الدول، ويعكس التزام المجتمع الدولي بمساعدة الدول النامية على مواجهة آثار التحدي العالمي.
For this purpose, I invite all participants to work together with a spirit of cooperation, understanding, and openness to achieve positive results that meet the aspirations of the parties in confronting the impacts of climate change and protecting our communities and economies, especially considering that the historic decision to establish the fund is a significant step towards achieving climate justice, mitigating the effects of climate change on developing nations, and promoting sustainable development in these countries. It reflects the international community's commitment to assisting developing countries in facing this global challenge.
ضيوفنا الأعزاء، في ختام كلمتي أجدد الترحيب بكم كضيوف من مختلف دول العالم جاءوا إلى هنا للمشاركة في اتخاذ خطوة إيجابية في الاتجاه الصحيح وللمساهمة في تشكيل مستقبل أكثر استدامة لنا جميعا. كما نقدر حضوركم ومساهمتكم ونتطلع للعمل معكم من أجل تحقيق كافة الأهداف ذات الصلة. أتمنى لكم جميعا إقامة طيبة ومخرجات ناجحة لأعمالكم، وشكرا لكم.
Dear all, in conclusion, we would like to renew our welcome to our guests from various parts of the world who have gathered here to take a positive step in the right direction and contribute to shaping a more sustainable future for all of us. We appreciate your presence and contributions and look forward to working with you to achieve all relevant objectives. Wish you all a pleasant stay and, most importantly, successful outcomes in your endeavors. Thank you.
It's Thank you very much for those opening remarks. And indeed, this allows us also to thank the government of Egypt for your hospitality and generosity in hosting us here in Egypt for the second time this year. As we all know, we got our mandate in Sharm. We started the journey of the Transitional Committee altogether in Luxor, and we are ending this journey of the Transitional Committee altogether here in Aswan. And indeed, we really hope that we now get a very successful closing of the work here during these 4 days. So just to provide a bit of a recap. So at our last meeting in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, we made significant progress in our work. And we turned our focus to discussing very specific content of our potential recommendations with various proposals circulated by members and then subsequently by the co-chairs. Following our last meeting, we've had 2 important milestones. Both were mandated in decisions 2CP27 and 2CMA4, and they've taken place. So the first one was the UN Secretary General's convening of international financial institutions, and the second one was the ministerial consultations convened by the COP27 and the president and the COP28 president designate. Both of these events took place in New York in September at the margins of the high-level week of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. We're very pleased to see that several Transitional Committee members were able to attend these meetings, and both of these meetings were live streamed, and if you missed it, you can also still view it on demand on the website. At the UN Secretary General's convening of the international financial institutions, we heard from a wide range of institutions on the relevant work being undertaken or planned that is relevant to addressing loss and damage. At the ministerial consultations, ministers and other representatives participating at that meeting all stressed the critical importance of operationalizing the new funding arrangements, including a fund in line with the timeline agreed at the COP27, noting that any delay is clearly unacceptable. In this vein, they reiterated that the Transitional Committee must deliver on all aspects of its mandate ahead of COP28. As co-chairs, Richard and I, we were invited to provide an update of the work of the Transitional Committee. We reaffirmed our continuing commitment to facilitating a comprehensive and timely delivery of all the work of the Transitional Committee in accordance with our mandate. The synthesis report that considers these 2 events was also published shortly before this meeting. Following our practice at the second Transitional Committee meeting and the third, we have again prepared a scenario note under our own responsibility as co-chairs to set our expectations for this meeting and outline several of the key issues that must be resolved during these 4 days here in Aswan. Our expectation continues to be that we conclude all of our work at this meeting by delivering agreed recommendations to COP28. With all this in mind, it is my pleasure to officially declare open the 4th and the absolutely final meeting of the Transitional Committee on the operationalization of the new funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage and the fund established in paragraph 3 of decisions 2CP27 and 2CMA4. So we'll now just allow a few minutes to break to allow the governor to leave and also to arrange the main table. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's truly a pleasure.
Good, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to the absolutely final meeting of TC, of the Transitional Committee. So you'll hear us say that again. It's a prompting that we need you to hurry up and agree on things. So now I'm going to move to agenda item 2, which is the adoption of the agenda and the organizational matters. I'd like to draw the attention of the committee to document TC4/2023/1, which contains the provisional agenda, and to document TC4/2023/2, containing the annotations, as well as the provisional schedule of the meeting. I propose that the TC adopt the provisional agenda and its annotations and contained in those documents, noting that the provisional schedule may change according to how much progress we make. Therefore, the floor is open unless, and if anyone has any comments. Otherwise, I will gavel the adoption of the agenda. I see no objections. The agenda is so adopted. We're now going to move on to agenda item 3, which is the overarching agenda of all our work for the next 4 days, which is the report of the Transitional Committee to the Conference of the Parties and to the Conference of the Parties meeting as the parties to the Paris Agreement. Ahead of the meeting, Uti and myself published a series of informal notes to help synthesize the range of views that have been expressed in the 3 TC meetings, the two workshops, the Glasgow Dialogue, and all other meetings that we've been to, such as the UNSG's meeting, as well as the ministerial meeting convened by the presidencies in New York. We have been guided through these discussions as well as the submissions, and it's given us a clear indication of where there is some convergence on issues and where there is further work needed to conclude the work. I wouldn't call them divergent views. I just think we just need to have time, so we've really referred to them as the outstanding issues. Our current plan is to use the first 2 days to go through the outstanding issues. However, there is one condition. If we sense that there is no progress and we're simply going back to what we already know are your positions, then we will not give you the extra day. It'll just be 1 day, today. We don't have the time to spend 2 days restating our positions. We know everybody's positions. They're contained in the submissions. The submissions are on the website. They're contained in a document where we try to outline where the different proposals lie. We do not want to hear them again, right? So if you wish to simply state, I have no movement on my position, then you can just take a 30-second intervention and we'll move on then. We're hoping that you've come here with a spirit of international cooperation and movement. We've all been talking for a year, and at the same time we've been talking, climate change is happening and people's lives are being destroyed, countries' economies are being destroyed. We have no more time for talking. We're here to take decisions. We're here to take the right decisions. We're here to move to the next step going forward, and we're here to make COP28 a success. I think in our assessment, in our last meetings, we have started to make progress identifying where there are gaps and where there are potential recommendations. Sorry, wrong page. So in the spirit of moving forward, we're asking colleagues to indicate potential flexibilities. This is not compromises. This is not the time. We want solutions. So either you agree with the proposal or the elements of the proposal that could be modified for you to move forward. This is what we want to hear from you. We hope that following the 2 days of discussions, we'll be in a position to come back to you with the final proposal, which we can spend our last 2 days considering how to move forward. We're not going to encourage adding new text unless it's absolutely necessary. But if you want to come with new proposals, we're unlikely to have them fully considered. We just do not have the time now. So you have the emerging issues in front of you. You have the co-chair's informal note on where we believe there's convergence. We still need to look at that. in detail, but we're not going to go into detailed drafting. It would have to be very precision-based. This is inconsistent. This doesn't make sense. This is illogical. But we simply don't have the time. So with that, we're now going to go to the co-chair's documents, the main document, which is it's TC4/2023/6, where we've identified the outstanding issues. What we've tried to do here is capture in the columns where the different options are, and then where it's been possible, the co-chairs have suggested a way forward, noting that we still have some work to do on some of those. So now I'm going to start with the first outstanding issue, which is the location of the new dedicated independent secretariat. And essentially, we've identified that there are two options currently within the proposals. The first option is the standalone independent secretariat option. And then under that column, we've identified where proposals have been made, how that would be operationalized, and what we would need to do in a decision. The second option that we've identified is a secretariat located in an existing institution. And below that, we have the proposal from colleagues regarding the World Bank. So I'm now going to open the floor for colleagues to provide their views with a view to provide solutions, to show flexibility. The location of the secretariat actually unlocks 6 or 7 other issues in a document. It also unlocks certain issues in the co-chair's convergence note. So, for example, if you go one option, then you would need to develop new policies and procedures and modalities. If you go another option, then you absorb what is existing. So it's quite complicated, but we're keeping track of if we make progress in one direction, this is how it's reflected elsewhere, and it has a consequence on that. So again, we're going to limit discussion to about half an hour per issue. So let's be pointed, let's be concise, let's show the spirit of international cooperation, because this is our task. So with that, you've heard enough from me. I'm now going to open the floor for comments. Anna, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Richard, and a wonderful good morning, dear TC members and advisors and observers and members of the TSU and the Secretariat. Thank you so very much. It's a true privilege and a pleasure to be able to join you in Aswan. Allow me to extend our gratitude to the government and the people of Egypt for bringing us back to this inspiring setting, for understanding the spirit of the source of the Nile, and hopefully gaining inspiration to be able to conclude our work that was started in Sharm el-Sheikh. The spirit of solidarity, I think, that came from Sharm el-Sheikh still stays with us. We've seen absolutely the goodwill of all TC members. We understand that everyone has engaged in good faith and goodwill through the year. We also understand that we were very privileged to have an entire year to work on this almost. I believe you counted, co-chairs, 30 working days between the 3 TC meetings as well as the workshops, and of course then there's the Glasgow dialogues as well. And so that privilege that you've spoken of, and that privilege comes with responsibility, and that is of course responsibility to deliver. We've spoken of this in every meeting. I've seen the resolve among all of you in every meeting, and we are confident that we will be able to support the co-chairs in that. With that, the incoming presidency of course extends its full support to the co-chairs, and we have a mandate to be here to support you fully in your plan for this to be the final TC meeting, for us to conclude with clean and clear recommendations on Friday evening, and we can define evening as you wish. However, we do believe that this is fundamentally a technical task, and we want to recap, of course, which something that I think has been re-emphasized by all TC members, which is that the new funding arrangements, including the new fund, were established already in COP27. So we are not here to question that. We haven't heard any members question that. And from the outset, what we are doing is the technical task of providing recommendations to the COP on the details for that. The location, of course, thank you, Richard, for highlighting, unlocks a lot of other elements. From our perspective, this isn't something that we would push one way or the other. I think there's some very concrete approaches laid out. There's some very concrete decisions that need to be made by members. But I would wish to extend one thought that comes from the inspiration of the Philae Temple itself, which was that really it was established on certain ground for certain reasons, and that it adapted. And so whatever we come forward with as a TC, we do, through international cooperation, have the option of adapting, of moving and ensuring, and we have the responsibility to ensure that it is delivering on the gaps that we have identified. We have the option for flexibility to reassess and to see where it goes. With that in mind, that's not to say that the plan is necessarily to move. Of course, we will come forward with a recommendation that we believe to be the best suited to address gaps. But we do have the option, of course, of reassessing, and so let's not make perfect be the enemy of done. Let's ensure that what we're doing is fulfilling the mandate of getting support where it needs to be, and for the lives and livelihoods and the people that we are responsible to deliver for. That's the words that I would wish to come here for. And so flexibility is key, understanding is key, and understanding fundamentally what it is that we need the fund to deliver in the consideration of the host and the location of the fund, I think is key as well. We'll leave you with that, and we thank you very much, co-chairs, for this approach. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Hannah. And also to note that at some stage today, I believe we will be getting an address from the incoming COP28 presidency. So colleagues, we're just dealing with those logistical issues. So thank you very much, Hannah. I have Diane, followed by Avinash. Diane.
Thank you, and thank you, co-chairs, and of course to our Egyptian host. I don't know why I said that. So it's great to be here at the final meeting, and for AOSIS, this will be our final meeting. We definitely enjoyed interacting with everybody, but this we will interact in other. I'm sure we'll find something else to fight over in the future. So we're happy to close this one. On the issue of the location of the fund, AOSIS we have a default position, and our default position is an independent body. However, AOSIS is open to any ideas of what would be any other option, and we've been waiting to hear what are the other options. And my Prime Minister and his team was in Marrakesh, I think, and my minister was in New York, and as well as the Prime Minister, and they all met and listened to the IFIs, and frankly, co-chairs, we didn't get the impression that they really were very excited to even host the fund. In fact, they were talking about some of the difficulties that they were having. And so even though we came to this meeting on my way on the flight coming here, that our minds are wide open, clearly the development bank, the bank is having an issue, and clearly send a signal that they want to get back to their core function of lending for development. So they're lending for this, they're lending for that. They have all kind of, the safeguards keep increasing every single year. So the operational cost is getting higher and higher. So it wasn't like a boost of confidence to say, you know, let's jump in. And it felt like it's a burden. Like we are asking them to do a chore, and they weren't very excited about it. So the bank is not capitalized enough. And that sends a trigger for us as AOSIS, because the World Bank is not really the AOSIS-friendly bank, right? And rightfully so. They have to, it's a bank, right? And they do what banks do. And so for AOSIS countries, we have never been treated properly, never seen as ideal clients for the bank. So when you say that we will be hosting within the World Bank, already in AOSIS, we are very nervous about that. Because once it's located there, that's it. I mean, we are going to be fighting and going forward, as we have done in any other fund that we have created. And so we're flagging a race with respect to that. The second thing is that most of the projects and programs that we would establish under this fund will be considered by development banks as Category A projects. I don't think we should start, the question is we have in our mind, how can we saddle the bank with all of these portfolio of Category A type projects without, you know, like how would that work for a bank? I don't think I think that's the main problem that they have. They're not very excited to get Category A project. Nobody does. And that is what, especially for slow onset, that is what we are looking at and what we're seeing. We are concerned about the eligibility. You know, even though we say everybody is eligible, you know, we always find a way to basically provide hoops and barriers from access. And this has been our experience with the World Bank. And all the funds that we set up is not unique to the World Bank. And so we have an open mind. And wherever AOSIS can guarantee access, and co-chairs, I hear you when you said that how you want to run this meeting. And we have international solidarity, yes. This fund must be created with guidance and timelines for operationalizing how we're going to engage with AOSIS members. We're the smallest members. And if you can operationalize a fund that can help us, it helps everybody. Whatever policies that work for us will work for everyone. Vice versa does not work. What works for big countries don't work for small countries. So I'm appealing to please, so that we can support this fund going forward. We also wanted to, so I think we're open-minded, and we want to see what could happen. In our mind, there is some people have an idea. I don't know what exactly it is. I'm sorry, I missed the last meeting, but still, even though I consult, I'm not sure what it is. But in my mind, we have the JEF model, we have the Adaptation Fund model, and we have the GCF model. So if we can just help us explain what we're talking about within that, or a hybrid of those, that would be really helpful. But we want to hear from everybody else. We don't want to force an entity to accept this fund. I don't think that's a good way to start this fund. So maybe if you can help us to understand a little bit better. But our default position is that we have an independent body newly created, but we are open-minded for anything else. Thanks.
Thank you, Deanne. So just in sum, thank you very much for coming here with an open mind. I guess the open mind works for both options, and I would assume, hopefully correctly, that the issues of being able to respond to the needs of small island developing states is call for both options, right? So it's not just, a standalone fund is equally going to have to respond to those needs as to a fund located in an existing institution, whether that's the World Bank or another existing institution. So thank you very much for that. It's very useful. So colleagues, please reflect on whether or not I don't think we have the luxury of finding an institution or creating an institution that's going to be perfect. So we have to consider in that choice, either choice, how it is that we protect or provide safeguards and all these things. And I think they apply equally to whether it's this option or that option. So I wouldn't say it's only exclusive to whether it's in the World Bank. It would need to be equally guaranteed in a standalone option. And to be honest, we struggle with this with the GCF as well, and with the Adaptation Fund. I see John Christoph laughing and Jaime laughing, so they're conferring with me. But thank you very much. Avinash, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Richard and Uti, and thanks to everyone involved, TSU, TC members, and for all of the hard work they've done to get us here, hopefully our last meeting. I think that we all recognize that, developing countries believe that this fund is doing something that no other fund currently does. That's why we need a new institution. And they'd rather it was bespoke, and that would be the ideal position. Indeed, Uti, you referenced the meeting that I think we called for to hear the IFIs. What I was struck was the IFIs actually said how loss and damage is not their thing, not their ideal thing, that they emphasized that loss and damage has a strong grant component, and that they are lending institutions, and that there was rapidity and light conditionality. This was referenced in particular by the UNDP, but also some of the multilateral development banks. So what they were showing strong support to find ways of being part of the ecosystem that helps. They did also identify why this was a bit different. But equally, I think we can recognize that there are advantages of being in an existing institution in terms of maybe speed of setting up, in terms of there being existing capacities. And so I think the key condition, I think that the biggest fault line, for me at least, is on making sure that whatever new institution, that the eligibility, the scope, and access is very much driven by what the TC group here is going to agree on, what the board of our entity agrees on, that this entity is coming under the it's an operating entity under the financing mechanism of the COP and CMA, and that it really controls its eligibility, its access, and its scope. And I think that whilst we want to see that, we also want to see that in being able to be in its operation. So it's one thing for someone to say conceptually you're in charge of your eligibility, but then we find in the operations it can't happen because the entity can't deal with certain countries. We're particularly concerned that there are countries which are members of the convention, parties to the convention, but not members of the World Bank. I think we would need assurance on what's called the way direct access will work. So countries come to the fund, it's got a program, the fund board approves it, but actually, can that money go to the country? Does it have to go somewhere else first? What is that process? And of course, we're talking rapidity, so the more that there are layers, the more challenges there are. And the other thing that's come up is fees. We'd like some assurance about this. And I've been involved in a few disasters, and these operating entities, they charge a lot of money. And you know, when precious taxpayers' money are going into a fund, if you want to have one layer of money, maybe 10% going for your secretariat and your thing, and then another layer of 10% is going to your operating entity, you're talking about a lot of money leaving before it gets to the people we're concerned about. So we want to have some assurance on fees. And I think that the final thing I'd say is that the argument for using an existing institution is that it will be easy to quick to set up. And let's have some discussion about that. How quick would it be to set up? What will be the interim arrangements if it takes, say, more than 6 months to establish? And I think one of the advantages of an institution like the World Bank, which is a AAA-rated institution, are there going to be any advantages to this fund if it was located there in terms of being able to take advantage of the World Bank's preferred status on capital markets, the World Bank's access to SDRs and callable capital? What will the relationship be, and can being located there bring benefit and leverage and power to the fund? I think those would be our concerns. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Avinash, also for coming with an open mind. We've heard you talk about the operating entity status, the need for defined eligibility, need for clear access parameters, the scope to be defined, and particularly on access, the very clear assurances that money will flow to national, subnational, local, and how that should happen. You've raised the issue of costs and fees, and this is an important issue, the overall speed and whether we need interim arrangements, and then finally a very important issue of comparative advantages and whether or not in one location we're able to utilize their ability to engage and make investments on the capital market that would then, I assume, flow back into the fund's resources. So thank you very much. I have a list, but there are no developed countries that are speaking. So I'm assuming that developing countries are not speaking because you agree. Is that correct? Or do you want to speak? There we go. Prompting. Thank you very much. I have Samaya, followed by Hajja, followed by Adao, and then Christina and Heike. And there we go. I'll come back to the full list. Just Samaya, Hajja, and Adao.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. It's very good to see you in the last meeting of the TC. And at the outset, I would like to thank the government of Egypt for hosting us for COP27, for the leadership, and the co-chairs for the hard work. I guess on the issue of the independent and dedicated secretariat, I agree on many of the issues colleagues who spoke before me alluded to. However, I guess for us, it's the issue of accountability. accountability of the secretariat. We hope to see a secretariat that is accountable to the board of the fund, and we hope to see it really independent from the host policies and whatever policy model that they are working or leading. I guess the guidance from parties and the policies that the guidance that the parties will be given to the board, and the accountability will give us assurance that the secretariat will serve better the interest of parties. We want clarity around the privilege and immunities, and we want to see a secretariat that would really serve the parties and facilitate the work. The colleagues mentioned issues that for us represent key issues. Direct access, and we don't really want to see a layer of intermediary implementing entities, because we already mentioned in the previous meeting around the importance of direct access for governments, and the unclarity around how the issue of how, if we are making application, how that will be addressed. How we want to see it directly handled rather than having an intermediary, because the issue of intermediary will add additional costs. So the administrative cost has already been mentioned, but I want to second that because it represents a worry for us. There will be the host administrative cost, and then the implementing entity administrative cost. So these issues are really important. The issues that mentioned by Avinash related to eligibility and access and scope are quite important. We want the work to be framed by the issues that we frame in the policy model of the fund. And we are also open and flexible to the idea of having interim secretariat, because we feel that would advance the work and assist us in seeing a rapid implementation of the decision that we are going to take. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Samaya. So let me just stop here and pause, because I have a long list, and I said half an hour. So a lot of what people are saying, we know these are the priorities. What we're trying to do is distill them, that clearly in one option, it's much easier to start from scratch because you don't have a system in place, so you don't have to apply these new concepts to an existing system. In the other issue, we have an existing system that doesn't necessarily provide all these functions, and therefore we're talking about the issue of how we would apply the priorities of countries to an existing institution with an existing location. I'm not trying to name the organization because I think it's not helpful. I think even if it's not that the proposal and it's another one, we would have exactly the same problem. We're also hearing this issue about accountability to the parties. This is equally a problem for either of the options. So I know every year I have to go to COP, and my parties in my constituency don't feel that some of the existing institutions that we've created, including the new one, are doing that, right? And there's always problems about these. And these are the things that we have to overcome. So we're hearing you, but let's be very specific. I think Diane was right. I have a preference, I have an open mind, and I need these assurances, and this is much more useful for us. So if that is the general sense of the mood, then let's not restate these things. We've now got a running list of things that have to be addressed. This issue of an interim phase, we would have to come back to you. We would know that this is necessary. The parameters of that a little bit more complicated until we sort of solidify where we are. So on that one, I'm going to continue with the list because this isn't a big issue, but I do not want to spend a lot of time. So either just be clear, yes, we're open to either option. We would need the following from either option, and then that gives us the guidance. So on my list now is Haja, Adal, Christina, Heike, Angela, David, Mohammed, Matthias, Albara, Deborah, and Ali. So please, colleagues, can we be clear, give us direction? Thank you. Haja.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chairs. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here. And thank you, Maud, for hosting us in Egypt once again. So we really look forward to having a very productive TC and finalize outcomes in this session. And we also want to see an outcome text emerging from this session that includes scope, initial capitalization of the fund, sources, and institutional arrangements. And we would like to see a text that is without brackets, but ready to be adopted at the COP. And in terms of the institutional arrangements, our priority is for the fund to have scale, to be able to be sustainable and not dependent on replenishment, and to have the capacity to react very quickly to match the magnitude and intensity of both rapid and slow onsets. And so with this, we think that the World Bank fifth option is a possible way forward, provided it could give the following assurances. So on access, for all parties of the convention, regardless of income classification by the World Bank, and procedures to ensure that non-World Bank members that are parties to the convention can have access to the loss and damage fund. And on direct access, ensure that the implementing entities that rely on the FIF are comprehensive, and ensure that countries needing the support receive funding swiftly in a way that is most responsive to the country's needs. And also to use the World Bank's investment capacity to help raise resources and increase the scale of the fund, because the scale is very important for us to actually address the coming impacts of climate change. And so we need a fund that can rise up to the challenge. And also the head of the loss and damage fund, it should have a high-level position to ensure that the fund's capacity to act quickly and swiftly in times of need, and the selection processes need to be consultative. And finally, during the initial period of the setup of the fund, we think it's important that the board has a leading role and would have the necessary interim arrangements to actually help in the design of the fund. And so we all we're really looking forward to working with you on these matters, and thank you.
Thank you, Haja. I think Uti and I agree with you about the brackets. Brackets are not something that we want to look at, so please, colleagues, let's all agree with Haja on this one. Thank you very much. Next on my list is Adal, followed by Christina.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. Good morning, friends and colleagues. We do see that this is very critical year, but before I go forward, let me express my sincere thanks to the government of Egypt for hosting us in this very beautiful city of Aswan. Secondly, with regard to the issues that we are going to discuss, there are a lot of proposals and views from different parties. We do see it. But we need to keep our position, our not really position, but our thoughts that the fund should be under the guidance of the Conference of Parties, because it was established under the Conference of Parties, established by the COP and CMA. It means this fund remains under the control and accountability of Conference of Parties. So what we, as part of the members of this committee, see that the fund must be a standalone fund, and it will be accountable to the Conference of Parties. And there should be a new dedicated independent secretariat under the conventional parties. And there should be also boards with a legal personality with regard to privileges and immunities in place. That's critically important. By having boards, the accountability for the confidential parties will be fully assured, at least for us. But we also do see that some proposals have been putting forward from some of our colleagues from developed sites with regard to the considering of existing institutions like World Bank to host, to be part of this process. But we would like to see more explanation from our colleagues around this table. How could World Bank make some sort of responsibilities to the conference of parties? How could the COP and CMA decisions will be influencing the policies, guidance of the World Bank itself? So this is something that we need to think about, because this was established under the COP and CMA. In terms of direct access, we do see that under the Conference of Parties, it will be regularly reviewed by the COP and CMA decision, and direct access will be ensured quickly. We also do see that if we are going to use the existing entity, it will be also quickly providing finance, but accountability will be quite problematic for us. So we are very much looking forward to get views on this is from proponent of this entity. I think that will be really useful. In terms of the board itself, I think there should be a very balanced composition of the membership of this board. There should be a representative of all vulnerable developing countries in place, including from LDCs and smaller and developing states. That will be also very good.
Sorry, Adele.
So I think
Sorry,
I need to
Adele,
conclude
sorry
here.
to interrupt you. Can we'll come to the board issue. It's in the list, so just on the location, if the...
Okay.
So please, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. But to have some sort of accountability to the conference of parties, there should be a board. That's why I need to address the issue of board. If I could not mention about the board, how could I link these mandatory issues to the conference of parties? So that's why Secretariat and board should be under the conference of parties. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Adele. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we do, and all colleagues, we know if issues are linked. Right, but when we get your points there. So now we're going to move on to the first intervention from developed country. Christina, sorry to put but it was your proposal first. Maybe if you can try and respond to some of the issues that developing countries have raised as things that they have an open mind with the location, but they need very clear assurances. And as the proponent of that. And then Heike, you're following that as also a proponent of the proposal. So if you could try and respond to some of the colleagues, how you see what they're saying would be useful. Thank you. So Christina, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Richard. Good morning, everyone. And before I start, maybe just a really big thank you to the government of Egypt for hosting us here on our fourth and absolutely final meeting, and for the co-chairs and the Secretariat for your support. On the location, my conclusion after 10 months of this is that there is no perfect solution. I mean, just quite honestly, right, there's no perfect solution. And that's why we are here at this last meeting having this conversation still. Our default, I really do appreciate the way you started that, Diane. Our default is a FIF 3 housed at the World Bank. And the reason that is our default is because we believe that we need to find an option that gives us the best. Obviously, the best is, I mean, there is no perfect solution, but the best base to build on, and then to layer on and add the modalities, structures, and policies that we need to address our needs. To Adele's point, since you just went before me, we do see that even if this is a FIF housed at the bank, this would be under the guidance and authority of the parties. So we're encouraged by the steps the bank has been taking to evolve its model. A FIF 3, and that's great, but a FIF 3 needs to be independent from the bank, and it needs to develop and implement its own policies, if it's a FIF 3, its own policies, its own priorities, and its own modalities in response to the recommendations that we put forward from the parties in Dubai, and in response to the board. And there are aspects in the document, I don't know what number it is, I'm calling it the clean text, that respond to the idea of annual reporting, at least initially, with the ability to be flexible on the regularity of that engagement. The list of assurances that have been raised by Diane and Avi and Sumaya and Haja, they're all equally important to the United States as well. And we would want those assurances too. In terms of sort of the option of establishing a new entity, the questions we have are still the same, and I don't think they've been responded to by those that have been proposing a new entity. We do think it is labor and resource intensive and would be slower to put in place than using an existing institution, and would be ultimately more costly than the administrative fees assessed, the administrative fees of the World Bank as an option. This would be a multi-year process, and therefore money would not be flowing for years, and I don't think we have the time for that. We've heard also that the argument that a new standalone fund would be flexible. I mean, the argument that since we're starting from scratch, it's all flexible. I'm not sure that concern has been reasonably answered as well, in terms of a complete new entity that all of a sudden everything will be fixed. For the GCF, for example, which was a new entity, we've seen that it cannot do some of the more innovative things that we want it to do. And so that is a question for us as well, for those who are proposing a new entity. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So can I ask you, you said that the issues that have been raised by developing country colleagues are of equal importance. So could you maybe say how those would be captured? Would that be captured in a COP decision? So, if we decided to go down this route, would we have whatever preamble, blah, 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 subject to? So are you thinking about an Article 21 of the convention type approach where you designate on an interim basis subject to conditions being met and then we come back? Or how are you seeing, if you agree with those concerns needing to be raised, we're not going to solve them now because it has to go back to the governing body of whatever institution we have. So would you be open to a part of the COP decision text that specifies the condition on which an institution is based, whether it's a new one or it's an existing one, right? We would need to put, it's not just simply saying we have a policy on direct access. It has to be a condition to, I don't know, how would you see that being captured?
That's a great question. Probably isn't just to me, but to everyone who's addressed or raised these concerns, right? I think we're open to having a conversation of whether it's in a decision, what aspects could be included in a decision, and what aspects need to be more in the governing instrument. But I assume that question is for everyone who's raised the need for assurances, and we're open to discussing.
Yeah, this is for everybody. I think I know the developing country position, so we're trying to get from your side, but thank you. I wasn't picking on you. So other colleagues, please also respond to if this would be an option or there were other options. So thank you. Next on the list is Heike, followed by Angela, and then David. So Heike, please go ahead.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning, colleagues. It's really A pleasure to be at this beautiful place, and the hospitality by our Egyptian host is really extraordinary this time and also in Luxor, and thank you for that. And I also very much love to see you all again, and how this morning started with really a conversation on key issues, because I think all of us feel the importance of our process and also the responsibility to come here and only have 4 days for our very last and final meeting. But this is also, I don't know, heavy on our shoulders. And I really love the spirit, how we started out with co-chairs and all of us this morning. And thank you for your important points. I personally, but I think all of us came here really to close it, and to close it with a good outcome that is, I mean, working for people, and we can present it then as our consensus to the COP. On the location, co-chair, before you interrupt me, but we need to be kind also. So on the location, I think it's about choices, and also I heard Hannah and Christina speak about the not existing perfect option, and I very much agree to that, and that necessarily brings an open mind, I think. If I don't say, so this is a perfect one, and I don't accept any argument against it. So it's a bit the question of choices, and from our perspective, still the World Bank FIF seems to be the best choice given the options. On fast delivery, being up to the task, giving the experience, and structural and legal and whatever arrangements already in place that allow for a quick start, and would also put the fund in a better position than, for example, the GCF after years. But I think also on content, and I don't want to mix it with other topics, but the experience of the World Bank in programmatic approaches, country-owned approaches, I think is something that I heard very often, and I think this is for me, on the content side, the substance side of things, very important to have this experience. But frankly, I mean, you heard me speaking several times that for us the fund is about the particular vulnerable countries, and they're specifically also about LDCs and SIDS. And so I cannot ignore what I hear this morning and over the last 30 working days or months from our colleagues on the really substantive issues. So on some of the issues, access, direct access, and the flexibility of the FIF, we really have to have better answers that I also have right now. On eligibility, for example, all countries, I heard answers on governance and independence also that put me in a good spot, a confident spot, but I fully acknowledge all these important questions. And I mean, Christina was questioned by you with like decision text, governing instruments, further discussions we have here, how we can capture it, get as much out of the way and increase the understanding as we can here, but then capture something else maybe in the governing instrument. So I'm fully open to that. And our signals to the World Bank are always very clear. We think it's the best option for several reasons, but loss and damage and the new fund is not about business as usual. And therefore, we have to talk to each other, understand each other better, and do problem solving. So we have to address it, and I'm fully open for that. And what I heard from the World Bank colleagues, they are also fully open for the engagement, and they hear the issues as well. On the last point, the adaptive location, I need to think about it more. I get it instantly, and I think the whole substance that we are dealing with is something that is changing, and the situation of countries economically, but also what the impact. So there is a dynamic element that this kind of review would respond to. But I also have a moment or thought of caution. What would the consequences for the setup be if there's this like review clause? So I'm a bit torn on this. Over.
Okay, thank you, Heike. So we don't have the time for further questions and answers from the World Bank. Let's be clear here. We have to find a way on either location to put in place the conditions that are required to accept that, right? Now, obviously with the new institution, it's less of a condition, it's more of a policy instruction or guidance. With an existing institution, it is more of a condition because, and therefore you're going to have to build in an interim designation subject to conditions being met, right? The reality is that reviews are built into all of our operating entities. And we need to accept that. The question is whether that review is a review of the designation or not. That's another question, but there's always a built-in performance review. And the GEF is part of the World Bank. It is a fifth. It gets reviewed every 4 years once we resolve the fight about the agenda item. That we stopped the review, but I mean, technically these things are there. But in order to move to the next hurdle, we have to find a way to accommodate these things because we can't get the assurances right now. And therefore, one of the options is to specify this in decision language that it's the permanence of the arrangement is subject to the condition being met, right? And that then puts the pressure and gives the assurances to developing countries that have come here with an open mind, despite having a very strong position of a standalone option. So this is what we're going to need to find a way, not to fight with each other, but to find a way to build the bridge together. And this may be an option, and there may be others. It's not exclusive, so I'll leave that with that. So next on my list is Angela, David, and then followed by Mohammed. Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and good morning, colleagues. First of all, let me express once again my gratitude to the government of Egypt for hosting this meeting here, and also thank you for the trip yesterday. It was very, very beautiful to see the whole culture and heritage that we have in Egypt. Let me join the voices by previous, in terms of the comments made by previous speakers, in terms of that we came here with the objective to have final text without brackets and ready for adoption at COP28. I think we should focus our efforts in order to reach consensus, but also to ensure that we have a fund that fits for purpose. Let me highlight that we want the fund to be a standalone fund that is an operating entity of the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC. And in terms of the discussion and trying to put something on the table, we want to share with you that we need some clarity in terms of how the World Bank option would be fit for purpose to address loss and damage. We need a fund that does what not other institution currently does, with the assurance of conditions that all developing countries will be able to have access to the financing in order to address, regardless of income classification, that all parties to the Convention and the Paris Agreement should be able to receive funding. What are our main concerns? And we have a lot of concern in terms of the World Bank option, but just let me highlight 3 of them. The first one, the World Bank can't deliver the support needed by developing countries to address loss and damage. The World Bank can disperse funds directly to recipient countries and communities through direct access. The second concern that we have is the World Bank business model is focused on loans, which continue to push developing countries deeper into debt, leaving them little fiscal space to climate action. And the third one, the World Bank governance structure is a shareholder-driven, which means that we need to have a balanced control if we decide to have the World Bank as the main institution. Those are the three main concerns, although we have others that we want to share with you, but perhaps just to raise the three main concerns that we have. And what are our priorities? Let me summarize in terms of three main priorities. The first one is eligibility. Access to all financial terms and conditions for all Convention and Paris Agreement parties, irrespective or regardless the income classification. This is one of our main priorities, and we need to ensure that. The second one is other modalities of access. We do not see this as part of the World Bank option. Involvement of non-traditional entities, including the direct funding on beneficiaries. And the third one is the accountability, something that was raised by most of the developing countries. The Secretariat shall be under the guidance and instruction by the COP and CMA. And let me finalize my intervention in terms of, we heard from some of you highlighting that we can create modalities and policies for the World Bank in order to fit for purpose. But what is the advantage of the World Bank if we need to create anyway this kind of policies and modalities? Why not a new fund? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. So again, just to summarize, I think the main issue that hasn't been raised or has been minorly touched on by other colleagues is this issue of how the World Bank, or how all developing countries, irrespective of economic classifications, would be able to access a fund, access the loss and damage fund if it's located there, because we know the way that institution does the classification. We know the problems in the past, particularly with your region in accessing certain of the funds. It's very, very, very critical, and we're going to, as we explore this and as we explore the other option, we're going to need to look at that. I think the point that you make about if we're asking, as I understand it correctly, is exactly the same as you. If we're asking that existing institution to develop new policies and modalities, it's exactly the same as putting it into a new institution from scratch. So again, these are all these balances that we need to make. Again, I think Heike said it, and Christina, that no model is perfect. And again, which is why when we drafted the table, we put the location was either a standalone or an existing institution. So right now we just have a proposal for one existing institution. There may be others. There may be combinations of others, right? We still have to consider this, but really we are running out of time. Next is on my list is David, followed by Mo, followed by Matthias. David.
Thanks very much, Richard, and thanks, colleagues. Good morning. I wanted to join others in thanking Ambassador Mohammed for his hospitality in the government of Egypt. It just has been extraordinary. I thought Luxor would not be topped, but I think Aswan, if anything, is a more spectacular location. So, my thanks once again for the generosity and the warmth of the welcome. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Uti, for your leadership through the course of this year. It has been a ride, and we look forward to contributing to what I'm sure will be a really successful outcome over the course of these 4 days. And thank you, Uti, for the reminder that this is indeed our very last meeting. While I'd be delighted to come back to Egypt many more times, I'm pleased that won't be as part of future TC meetings. Turning to this issue, and I'm glad we're starting here, this exchange has been really, I think, useful from my perspective, and I'm glad Diane kicked us off. I think her characterisation of her position is very similar to mine. We have a preference. Our preference has been for the bank. For reasons that have been articulated by others, including Avi. But this is not an entrenched position. We need to find a solution that works, and as you have said, Richard, and others have said, there isn't a perfect solution, and we have very little time. For that reason, and with apologies to Steve and World Bank colleagues, I've been taking the view that it's better the devil you know, because I am concerned that there is a presumption that if we build something new, we can fix all of the problems that we associate with the institutions that we understand because we work with them. That isn't the case in my experience, and we have been through this exercise with the Green Climate Fund. We created a standalone entity, and we are still dealing with the complexities and challenges of having a standalone entity. Now, if it remains the prevailing view that that is the pathway that we should take, that is not a pathway that this seat will oppose. If that is the consensus, so be it. But there are some real limitations to that approach, and I'm pleased to hear that there is flexibility around this table as we try and figure out the best pathway. Hannah talked about the notion of flexibility, the notion of potential interim arrangements. We would certainly be open to a contemplation of that. But the bottom line is that we are going to need to see clarity in the form of assurances that you've described, Richard, or clarity in terms of the way we would define a standalone arrangement if that's the pathway we are taking. I think colleagues have characterised the kinds of questions, the kinds of assurances that we need to see. And I recognise your point, Richard, that we are short of time. However, I don't think that there is no more time for that dialogue to continue. I know some really pointed questions have been put to bank colleagues in the last 48 hours. I think responses to those questions won't necessarily provide the sum total of the assurance, but might help in the way we could potentially craft some of the shape to guidance or requirements that we may need to see as we contemplate both governing instrument and decision text. But to reiterate, we are flexible. This is about making choices together that will take us on a road that we think offers the best chances of this future institution delivering for the particularly vulnerable, and that's what we're here to do. With thanks.
Yeah, thank you, David, for that. I think the making choices together is important, and I think the openness for other options is equally important. My sense is we're having a discussion around potential assurances that I said will apply equally to either option, right? So even if we had a standalone option, there would still be a preference, my understanding from what Diane and Haja and Avinash and Angela and others have said, to have very specific conditions on how those are met, right? And I know Diane has been going on about this many years as on behalf of AOSIS around KPIs and quick disbursements. The LDCs have been saying this. So we could, in fact, apply equally the notion of conditions on irrespective. So I'm certainly not trying to suggest, just to be clear, that it's only conditions on an existing location that should be conditions on an independent notion. And again, the same thing that Heike said is, if we had an independent one, we would review it. So, for example, if you did the independent option, you would say requires them to adopt existing administrative procedures rather than develop their own, which is one of the fundamental errors that we made in the GCF, right? So rather than, you could actually, in fact, borrow from the World Bank or the UN system or somebody else, an international organization, their administrative framework rather than what we did, the hybrid thing we did. So thank you very much. Next on my list is Mo. Please, Mo.
Thank you so much, Richard. And again, another very warm welcome to colleagues. And it's always happy to have you in Egypt and be with you in the same room. And we hope that this will be like the last TC meeting, but still we can still organize other meetings for other bodies. We have a lot of work programs happening, and we can always do that. So at the beginning, I want to extend my thanks to the Secretariat for the support they have provided. Of course, you co-chairs for the confidence and the UNDP system and team in Egypt, and the partners who are also have supported having this, the European Union, the Swiss, and Denmark, and others. Back to the business, I think there are several elements, and I will just borrow what David have mentioned. I mean, the two options are on the table. Not fixated on one, but what we want to have is quick disbursement and at scale, and that's something that responds to what we are dealing with. The Sharm decision acknowledged clearly that the current institution or the current arrangements are not sufficient, they not respond for loss and damage. So we know that the current system as it stands is not delivering as expected. So this is where the idea of in creating what we are creating, we need to have the right ingredients and we need to have the right safeguards. So for me, there are elements that are crucial. The first one, that it is an operating entity, and this is a very important component, and by the virtue of the COP and the CMA creating this, the fund, it is an operating entity, but we want to confirm that in the governing instrument, not in the decision. And the second one, I think this is what Avinash have mentioned, this is the sovereignty of the board. So this board does not have another board on top of it or another entity or institution that takes further decisions, be it where it is hosted or the secretariat having decisions on what the board decides. The board should have this legal capacity, so this is a very important component, and then the accountability to the COP and the CMA. What we have seen from documents that came from new co-chairs and in response, I mean, it is not very clear how the World Bank policies will not be applied in many cases, including in the case of if this fund, if it's a PIF, how it's going to accredit implementing entities. So if we're talking about national or direct contributions to the governments or national determined direct access entities, from what I heard or from what I read, then this needs a further decision. So even if the board have accredited them, this needs a further decision by the World Bank to accept this accreditation, which means that you have two different layers of decision taking and policies that relates to accreditation, and most probably also in policies that relates to disbursement. My last point, what we heard from colleagues is like I heard from the World Bank. We heard. We want to see something in writing with the logo of the World Bank on what we exactly are saying. So having Steve, with all due respect, coming and saying things, this is very good. He represents the World Bank, but we need to see this in writing with the logo of the World Bank, so it becomes part of our decision-taking process. You wanted us only to focus on this issue, so I'm focusing there. I'm not going anywhere else, but it is very important that we have to consider that the options are the standalone or hosted by an institution. It could be the World Bank, it could be another UN institution or another institution. And I think we should not be also overlooking the option of the co-location of the Secretariat, which could be another option that is the hybrid or the interim part. So those are the elements: the operating entity, the sovereignty, and the legal capacity, accountability, and of course, how do we ensure that World Bank policies that, as mentioned in your paper, are fit for purpose. So we're not just taking World Bank policies and applying them, and then suddenly we find them not fit for what we have been talking about the speed, about the accreditation, about the access. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Also, you raised the issue of the legal capacity of the board. You also raised the fact that, well, that the cluster issue we're talking about here is a location in an existing institution, although we're only focusing on the World Bank because that's the proposal we have. That doesn't exclude anybody else. And you also raised the option of co-location or actually I'm assuming is like a new type of Jeff type or learning lessons for 25 years of the Jeff or 30 years of lesson Jeff. That would be quite an interesting approach. So thank you for that. Hang on. Okay, Christina, we didn't decide to apply the sort of two hands thing that we did in Dominican Republic, but I think we're open to on the spot questions. So while we have a list and we'll maintain that list, I believe you had a question to Mohammed. Please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. It's the first time I'm hearing of co-location and the idea of a UN entity, and I was just wondering if Mo could speak a little bit more to this. If this has been raised in your coordination, it would be the first time I'm hearing it, so I just would like to learn more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I just ask if you speak into the mic. It's hard to often hear, but the question, Mo, would you like to respond to that, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, we are focusing on the options that we're having. But if, if we don't get the right clarifications from the World Bank in writing with the logo, and if there are other institutions within the UN system who would fulfill those requirements, I think this should not be excluded, an excluded option. I don't know. I think I heard, again, this is not in writing. I heard that some institutions are also interested, but yes, now we are focusing on the two options in front of us, but in the course of the 2 days, if our requirements would also fit some in some other arrangement, then we can also should be open to that. Meaning that what we are trying to create is a fund, and we are not trying to create a World Bank fund. So I mean, this is where we come from. We are trying to operationalize this fund. We're not trying to operationalize a World Bank window or anything else. On the issue of the co-location, again, when it was mentioned as the interim arrangements option, and I think it was mentioned by Jaime in the last meeting in Dominican Republic, he was saying we can look at like an interim arrangements, and the interim arrangements, when we looked at the options, it was one that was organized before, a co-location whereby you have a phasing in, phasing out of secretariat, whereby the staff of the fund secretariat are the staff of the institution, where it is co-located, and then after the recruitment and the procurement process and administrative matters all follow later on. And then it graduates to be like a semi-standalone entity. So this is what we have, and these are not new options, but this is trying to build on what was mentioned, be it in terms of the interim arrangements, if we are going in this path, or looking at the option. If the World Bank does not fulfill those requirements and the standalone has a lot of concerns, as was mentioned by parties, what would be another option, a third option to consider?
Okay, thank you, Mo, for answering that question. I think colleagues, if you have more questions, Mohammed, you can take them on in the Mo. Not Mohammed, it's Mo. I always forget that. But you can deal with them in the tea break. So I'm going to go back to my list. It's Matthias, Albara, Deborah, Ali, Georg, and lastly Hafiz. Thank you very much, Matthias.
Thank you very much, Richard, and also Uti for your stewardship in this process. Good morning, colleagues. First of all, let me thank the government of Egypt for hosting us. It feels like a full circle, full cycle to come from the Luxor and Santo Domingo and other meetings, and then finish here in this beautiful city of Aswan. And we really appreciate your hosting us with all of the hospitality and the warmth that we do need to encourage an ambitious outcome here in TC4. On the issue of allocation, I'm pretty much happy to come after some colleagues, and including from developed countries, because there are many elements that are still pending for further understanding, for us to create this sort of level playing field on what we're heading to, where we're heading to, and what are the assurances, as Richard mentioned, on the many elements that we have been raising here. And from my perspective, we do have more than a default position, we have a principled position for a standalone fund, and not because we are attached to a sort of framework or option precisely, but because we need to think about the underlying assumptions of the options that we have at hand. And the underlying assumptions for Brazil, and I would say for the countries in the regions, have already been raised, but I would like to reiterate that, which is that this new fund, regardless of where it's hosted, is an operating entity of the financial mechanisms and the financial mechanism, and therefore is also operates under the auspices of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. This relationship to the climate change regime, to the Convention, to the Paris Agreement is of utmost importance for us. And this needs to be reflected in the governing instrument and in the decisions from both the COP and the CMA. There's also another element that was not raised today, but this is or a mantra, and we all have heard that, which is the need for new, additional, adequate, and predictable finance that is not being addressed. And to that mantra, I would add the non-debt creating finance as well, which we have for many times highlighted, especially for my region, which has the country's most indebted for many reasons and for many decades. This is something that is really important for us. And when it comes to the options that we have at hand for the allocation, many questions are not answered yet. And I hear some colleagues from developed country bodies putting some information forward, and I do think that we would pretty much benefit from what Mo has just said on having written comments from the World Bank on these assurances as well, because our questions, they do not come out of the blue. They come of the work, the homework that we did in between meetings, also from reading the 5th framework adopted by the World Bank. So I have still many questions on the World Bank framework and the option, and I would like to highlight a list of 4 of them. First of all, on the flexibility. I heard around the room everybody saying that we need a flexible fund that evolves over time, that evolves based on the needs and priorities of developing countries. But to what extent placing the new loss and damage fund under the World Bank, are we going to have any leeway in terms of evolving? Look at the development of policies and mindset of the Bretton Woods institutions. I mean, we come up to 2023 with no necessary development or any adaptations of the World Bank when it comes to mainstreaming climate change discussions in its portfolio of policies and frameworks. We, of course, welcome all of the recent developments, and we are very pretty much involved on that as developing countries, Brazil as a G20 country as well. But what are the assurances that we, under the World Bank, we're going also to have this evolving nature established as the core of the new loss and damage fund? From my perspective, we don't have much on that. Secondly, on eligibility criteria, it's very shocking to see some countries saying, some TC members saying that they want to give priority for specific countries only, which was not what we agreed at sorry, yeah, I'm going to be very quick. Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes to eligibility criteria, we have a very clear example in our region, which is Cuba or G77 presidency. There's going to face lots of issues to access those resources. So eligibility criteria is also something that we need to further consider on. I'm going to streamline my intervention just to highlight another important aspect, which is the concerning one, which is the control over the policies. If you read the 5th framework, it clearly says that the World Bank policies and procedures will apply to the hosted 5th Secretariat, and the bank will put in place recommendations on the arrangements. So my question is, to what extent the recommendations, including on the TOR's governing instrument, coming from this TC and coming from COP and the CMA, are going to be respected? And additionally, to what extent those questions that were not addressed in our decision are going to come back for the COP and the CMA as the authority to decide on this fund to be resolved, and not the World Bank policies being applied irrespectively. So there are still many questions to be resolved. Again, we are open to listening to you, to engaging with the World Bank, but please, let's be clear on all of the issues that we have raised and on these underlying and the requests from developing countries, needs and priorities, needs-based approach. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias. So I think that you've provided an adage to David Higgins's "better the devil you know." I think the problem is that the developed countries know the devil better because they're the bigger shareholder, and we don't like the devil because we're the recipient, and we have to sometimes deal with the conditions that are imposed on us. So thank you for that, Matthias. Next on my list is Albara, followed by Deborah, followed by Ali, Georg, and Hafiz, and that's my main list. Diana, I see you've come back. Let's just see how we go with time. So please go ahead, Albara.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the TC4. It's nice to see you, my friend. I thought you had left us and ghosted us, but it's nice to have you back.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you for the warm welcome, and good morning to all of you colleagues. I want to also start by thanking the government of Egypt for their usual great hospitality, and also echo some of Ambassador Nasser's hope that the beautiful and positive vibes and peaceful vibes of the city will help us reach a positive outcome. We also share the sentiments of concluding at this meeting, and we must highlight that we don't only aim to conclude, but we aim to conclude in the right way and cater for our constituencies' concerns and challenges. With regards to the issue that we're discussing, we certainly see the fund as a standalone fund with an independent secretariat accountable to the COP and CMA, and in line with Article 11. The call for the establishment of the fund was a response to developed countries that came under the COP and CMA to establish that fund. And we also want to stress, of course, on many of the issues that were highlighted by colleagues. I will not be repetitive, understanding the half an hour time allocation you have given us in the beginning. So I want to also echo the importance of accountability that was also mentioned by many colleagues. I want to take this conversation further to highlight that if we were to consider other options, we would have had to invite the entities and hear from them and understand the implications and understand the full arrangement, if any, and that we would have to have conducted an open, transparent conversation where we have all interested entities or potential entities to be part of the discussion and hear and understand how can we move this conversation forward. There are many concerns that were expressed by my colleagues with regards to eligibility, with regards to guidance, with regards to accountability, interference of board directors, and also about really losing the essence of being guided by the COP and CMA, where the fund was actually called for and the arrangements were established through that process. So having said that, we definitely see this fund as a standalone fund, as an operating entity of the financial mechanism. And again, I will stop at this and maybe just in the sake of time and following your guidance, co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Albara. I think an important issue that you raised about fairness of a process, and when we're looking at other institutions that we could use that already exist. So with that point is noted, and we'll think about that. Thank you. Next, my list is Debbie. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Like others, I just want to thank Ambassador Mo and Egypt for hosting us. Genuinely, the view outside the window is inspirational, so thank you for giving us such an amazing setting. I also want to thank the co-chairs and the Secretariat for doing so much work to get us into a sort of framework where we can get into the really big nuts and bolts issues this week. So thank you. I appreciate there's a lot of work behind that. And finally, I just want to agree with others on the importance of us moving forward to agree unbracketed text this week and get us through to something that we can offer to the COP. On this particular issue, there's been a lot of conversation. I'm going to restrain myself just to the issue very much at hand. And like others, my view is there isn't a sort of single silver bullet perfect solution in this space. We have got two options on the table, one of which will, of course, give us a much quicker outcome in terms of getting this thing up and running. and will give us a set of foundations, which is the devil we know, because we understand how this thing, the World Bank FIFs, can work in terms of legal persona, privileges and immunities, IT systems, fiduciary risk, safeguarding, et cetera, et cetera. So were we to go for a new standalone entity, of course, we would spend a great deal of time trying to work through those policies. I understand the GCF, for example, has over 100 policies. That will take us a great deal of time to recreate that foundation. But I really want to agree with what Diane and others have said about the importance that whatever option we choose, it is fit for purpose. It does what we need it to do, because I agree with Mo, we are here to create something that serves us in the field of loss and damage. We need it to have a dedicated independent secretariat. We need it to be able to receive guidance from the COP and CMA. And I agree with Hannah, we need it to be able to evolve and adapt over the course of time, because we want this institution to learn and to grow. We want it to become more efficient, but most importantly, we want it to become more effective at serving us in this realm. Like others, I think there's a set of issues that we've run through. I think there are some benefits, as Hadja and others have said, and Avi have said, about using the World Bank's investment machinery, its AAA status, its ability to draw on SDRs, etc., which could help us to grow this fund in the fullness of time. And like others, my real ambition is that we can provide something that which is working at scale, which has a lot of financial levers and can grow into a lot of spaces in order to meet the needs of the communities that will require help. Avi raised fees, and I think whichever institution we go to, it is going to have to charge us with fees, because there is a lot of work to do to run an institution, to run all those policies, to provide assurances that the money is well spent. I know that many institutions, the GCF, I understand, has got a sort of 11% odd overhead fee. Others will know that much better than me. The World Bank, I know, is sitting around 12%. Many of the UN agencies sit at 18%. So again, for me, that's not going to be a major issue, because whichever institution we go to is going to have to run itself. And I think there is a question about how we get to the most efficient running of itself, so the maximum amount of money can be sent to the people who need it. I do think that the two issues that remain really, really important, going back to the beginning, are the ones that Diane raised around the hoops and barriers to ensure that this institution really is accessible for those who need it, and this question that lingers about direct access. I would humbly suggest that, many interlocutors are very unhappy and have expressed deep frustration even with the GCF, with its direct access model, which sought to do something really powerful in this space. I think has achieved something important that we all celebrate, but I don't think anybody would suggest that it's perfect in terms of access or scale. So we are not dogmatic in terms of where we come out, but I do agree with others. We've got a known entity versus an unknown entity. And it may be true that some of us know this particular devil better than others, but none of us know what the unknown entity would look like. And we do know that it would take quite some time to develop. Many thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. I think we do know what the unknown would be, and it's not the GCF, right? And let's be fair to the GCF that it's in this policy conundrum because of the developed countries, right? Because the developed countries did not want to take existing policies and procedures from existing international institutions. They wanted the GCF to have the best and the newest and the highest. And that's where we failed, right? Because doing that requires policy capacity, which they don't have still. And this is why we're stuck, because of the insistence. So again, it's this balance of, we would have preferred existing policies to be the basis, but developed countries insisted on new things. And so, I mean, it's now sort of like twisting around. Like, we want the new things and you want the existing things. So anyway, I don't think we should be unfair to the GCF, but we do know the challenges involved in that one. But thank you again for also raising the importance of the investment machinery, because that's going to be quite, if that's the way we are going to try and use money, it's going to be quite difficult to start that from scratch. But anyway, it's a trade-off that we need to make. Thank you very much. The next on my list is Ali, followed by Georg, followed by Hafiz. So Ali, and welcome, because this is also your first TC meeting as a member, so please welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. First of all, allow me to join others in thanking Government of Egypt for hosting us here and extending their warmest hospitality. And secondly, kudos to you and Uti for leading us for last whole year. And so finally we're here at a point where we are saying that this will be absolutely last meeting, hopefully. But and it's also very heartening to listen that there is a constructive discussion going on now, and there is a willingness to show flexibilities. Pakistan will also join others in the spirit of compromise. That we know that there are two options around the table, and for us the best option is the standalone, and we truly believe that this is the best option and the perfect one. But we are willing to discuss the other option, the World Bank hosted FIF, and again that too with the safeguards and assurances. If they can be provided explicitly in writing, then we can also willing to discuss that. But before highlighting what are those conditionalities according to us, I have a question to you, Richard, that you mentioned that we don't have now time to discuss with World Bank. Then how it will happen, that how the guarantees will come in and how we get assurance that whatever we agree here, it will be implemented, or what I think that whatever we agree here, the recommendations will go to the COP and CMA, and from there it will go to World Bank, and then they will tell us in next year that they're not able to do 5-6 options out of that. So how it will work?
Okay, having not consulted with Uti on this one. So I think, I mean, we recognize that we can't provide those answers. I can give you my interpretation of this, but I'm not quite sure David Higgins is going to believe me, and he shouldn't probably. The real question is managing the workload that we have to do here, and so we can go back and have those discussions with the World Bank and see that, but I'm a little bit reluctant to put the bank on the spot, because essentially I'm not quite sure our World Bank management colleagues are going to be able to answer those questions. They may give us a further information or clarify what the systems are, but if we're saying to them, you have to do direct access, I'm not quite sure Stephen and colleagues will be able to say we can do direct access. So that's a decision of their board, which is why I asked Christina, is it possible to think about, and again it applies equally to both options, is a set of conditions, an interim designation, which is subject then to those conditions being met, which is exactly what we did with the GEF. It's the power invested in the COP by parties in 1992 in their wisdom. I know some of us don't agree upon the 92 wisdom, but anyway, we do. And that was to say that we can designate you, we can give you authority, but it's subject to certain changes. And in fact, the Article 21 of the conventions were specific changes to reform the governance system of the GEF at that time, and those were complied with. They're still probably not perfect, but that's one option. There may be others. So we will endeavor to reach out to the bank and see whether or not some of the additional questions and some of the outstanding questions from the last round can be provided, but I'm not quite sure that authoritatively they can say. And ultimately, if the COP CMA agrees to the recommendation, subject to condition, it's up to the World Bank board to decide whether that they can meet those conditions or not. And then if they can't, then we come back to square one again a little bit. But I think that the same would be, if we went to standalone, there would need to be some conditions met, and we would not be able to answer that until the board is established and all those processes. So at some point there is a bit of a leap of faith that you've entrusted us to make sure we capture all these things, we find a way to give them the legal importance that they should have as a COP CMA decision, and then we have to trust the process going forward on this one. Do you want to come in on this one?
Can I also?
Okay.
Can I also?
Yeah. So Uti and I the World Bank is here, so obviously colleagues can meet with them, but we will work with them to try and get the assurances, well not the assurances, the answers to the questions in writing, and then it is up to you to decide whether that's a sufficient assurance or whether you want to have more assurances via a decision or what have you. So
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for the explanation. And in my understanding, there are like obvious flaws in putting some safeguards within the absence of any clear assurances, and then trying to agree. So I reiterate that the standalone option is the most perfect one, where we are not going into uncharted territory. But let me nonetheless explain that what are the conditionalities or the safeguards we want to see. First of all, we want the Secretariat to be new, dedicated, and independent, and I think everybody in the room has said so. But the way we see it, that the World Bank, the Secretariat staff of the Loss and Damage Fund will be the staff members of the World Bank, and they'll not be independent and accountable to the board directly. So this is what we see, and as per the 2022 bank directives on 5th, it's clearly written in under section 3.8c that in discharging that duties, the Secretariat will be entirely accountable to IBRD and not any other authority. So it's like independent, how to ensure like the Secretariat is independent. And again, the selection process of the head of the Secretariat, will it be by the World Bank or by the board? We want obviously the board to decide the head, and then head to recruit the Secretariat staff in accordance with the policies which the board will adopt, rather than applying the World Bank policies. And secondly, we want to see a board have a legal personality, which is not an option, I guess, if we go the World Bank route as of now, as I understand. But this assurance we need, because for us it is important to ensure the independence of the Secretariat and the fund. Board of the fund. And direct access, as many of us also highlighted, but as of now, it seems difficult, that direct access without like explicit approval of the World Bank board is not an option, but we want to see it. On eligibility, we join others in ensuring that non-World Bank members, they have access, again without the board decision, but and all other members of the COP and CMA Convention and Paris Agreement, they have access to the resources without income classifications. Another important thing is that we want to see that the sole governing document of the fund should be the governing instrument as approved by the COP and CMA, not the policies of the World Bank, and there should be no waiver or deviations from the governing instrument. And lastly, we also want the World Bank board, the Loss and Damage board to negotiate the hosting agreement with the World Bank, rather than just inviting World Bank to do all necessary arrangements to operationalize the fund. We definitely want to have the board to negotiate the MOU. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ali. So we'll come back to you before lunch on a potential Q&A with the World Bank. I think we probably have either an evening session or no constituency meetings in the morning and 8 to 9. So don't make dinner plans tonight. Well, not like late dinner, but anyway. Jean-Christophe, I believe you wanted to come in and you okay. Was it on this point or was it on another point? On this point?
On this point, yeah.
On the point that Ali asked me?
Yeah, and on your response as well.
Okay, sure.
So, hearing your response, Richard, and also listening to the multiple interventions by colleagues, I have three main questions maybe I can also ask you as co-chairs. First, have we done an open, transparent process with equal opportunities for potential hosts and entities? Did this process take place? Second of all, are we as technical or as a transition committee members and as co-chairs able to talk on behalf of MDBs and entities and address the concerns also by parties? And third, why are we limiting the discussion to only one entity and one MDB and not really discussing all potential entities and MDBs? So that would be very useful to inform future interventions. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, Alvaro, we started this conversation on the location issue. I mean, it's been one of the discussions, TC1, TC2, TC3, but at TC3, we actually went through systematically the different options. We had the TC paper, 5A, which was written by Raj. With all the options, we looked at that. We started to realize that the GCF model, the adaptation fund model, would require a considerable amount of tweaking or revision of the governing documents because they weren't designed to be funds with multiple funds in them. So we started to rule them out. We also ruled out the GEF, and therefore we always had the standalone option because that's generally always an option. We then had proposals from the US and then from the EU well, actually, we had a proposal from somebody else at TC2, but I won't mention his name, that started this discussion, that this could be an option, and then we had written proposals. So we're dealing with what has been proposed, right? Again, what we've done is we've tried to, in the heading structure of our note, it's clear that the issue is between a standalone and locating in an existing institution, and we are focusing on this institution because there was a proposal made by TC members. Now, Mohammed has suggested that they may be open to others. We don't have the luxury of an open competitive process. We don't have a budget. We don't have standing to do those kinds of things. We've got a task, which is to make a recommendation, and this is what we're doing. I think an open process would probably eliminate a lot of people. I don't think it would be that useful. I don't think that's within our mandate anyway. But so that's why we haven't done it. And again, we have in past done open, transparent, competitive processes that have not been that useful because certain So that's why we're dealing with this proposal. If you wish to make another proposal, then you can make another proposal, and we would have to consider that in light of how we're considering everything else, and also in light of the time. So that's just where we are. Okay, I'm going to go back to my list. Colleagues, I've already given you more than half an hour, and we have another 13 issues to go through today. So, but go ahead, Mo.
Thank you so much. We're following the Egyptian Aswan Africa time, so our half an hour usually extends for maybe 3 days or something. So take it easy, and we're still in the first day, and we hope that we really deliver. And this is a crucial element. At a certain point, I'm kind of lost. Some of the elements that many of our colleagues in the TC from developing countries have put forward as safeguards and requirements are included in the rest of the elements. So my understanding was that let's clear that, let's have clarity and agreement among all of us as a board that those elements are already included before we bring the World Bank or whichever other entity to decide. Because, for example, our operating entity, this is something that for us is crucial. And I heard colleagues saying that yes, we accept the guidance, we accept the authority. But if we agree on those elements, it will kind of reduce the amount of discussions that we'll have with the World Bank, rather than bringing them in and then we disagreeing here in the team. I'll just stop there. I just wanted to highlight that we need to have the agreed safeguards among all of us, and then we look at what options, what institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. I just want to remind you what I said is...
Because we wait too much. I don't need a 2 years. Like year for.
Hello? Yes. Okay, so I just want to repeat what I said. My preference is not to have a Q&A with the World Bank, but if we could, which is what you're saying as well, is because these are fundamental issues that would need to be resolved. I think what we'd undertaken to do was to get clarification on issues where the World Bank is able to clarify. I don't think that we're asking the World Bank to clarify whether they can be an operating entity status. Should there be a decision amongst ourselves that this fund is an operating entity, then they're being told you're an operating entity and you abide by that accordingly. And so that's my preference, but colleagues have asked, so we will go back. I want to move on to my list, and the final speakers are Georg, Hafiz, Jean-Christophe, and then Deanne. I'll give you the floor to come back on. So, thank you. Georg.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, everyone. I would also like to start with thanking Egypt and Ambassador Mo for the hospitality and hosting us here in Aswan, and also you, co-chairs, and the Secretariat for all your work in preparing this last meeting. Like others, we're of course coming here in order to conclude our work and fulfill the full mandate that we have from Sharm as a TC. On this issue that you wanted to start out with, on the location of the Secretariat, it is our preferred option that we locate the Secretariat in an existing institution, and we believe that the 53 model in the World Bank will be the best option. And I'm not going to repeat the reasons for that. They stay the same, and we think they're still valid. We did end our last meeting in Santo Domingo with a list of questions from many of the committee, and in our view, the answers that we provided to these questions only confirm the reasons why we should end up with such a conclusion. But I also want to say, we fully recognize and respect that there are a number of members of the committee that still have questions, and we certainly think that we should find a way to either answer those questions or provide the necessary assurances. I'm also saying this because I would also like to signal from my seat that we are open-minded. We are coming to this discussion in order to find solutions, the best solutions. And the most important really for us is that in this part of our decision that relates to the location of the Secretariat, it is crucial that obviously that in this decision we have the insurance that the fund delivers what we agree that the fund is to deliver, and in the way that we want it to deliver, and that's really what's important. And I think, to be honest, I think we still haven't landed that discussion. It's about the scope and purpose of the fund. It's how it will interact in an efficient way with the broader landscape of funding arrangements and a lot of other issues. And in my view, the right and pragmatic way would be really to approach this in the way where form would follow function. So anyhow, again, I just want to say we are open-minded on this, and I think at the end of this meeting, if there are still questions, you talked about how we can approach providing answers to some of these questions that have been raised, and I'm open for any way of doing that. But if at the end of the meeting there are still questions, either to a standalone fund or a standalone Secretariat, which I think there are a lot of uncertainties also around, or questions related to locating the fund in an existing institution, We're certainly also open for any type of discussion that we can have about providing the necessary assurances, really, either through decision text that you've talked about, Richard, the governing instrument, or any type of interim arrangements, which we really also have not discussed. But again, we're open for having that type of discussion in order to ensure that everyone is assured that we end up with what is the best solution for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Georg, and also thank you for the open-minded approach. Yes, we'll continue to discuss there's a difference between interim arrangements on the designation, and then there's interim arrangements between the startup phase, and so there's two different things there, but we will come back to that. So next on our list is Hafiz. Also, Hafiz, this is your first meeting as a full member, so welcome. We would also, I don't know if Sanam is online, but also let me, on behalf of Uti and all members, wish him well and a speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing him in Dubai. So thank you. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would also like to thank the government of Egypt to hosting this meeting in a beautiful city, Aswan. Co-chairs, we started the discussion the very first day of the TC4 meeting with the location of the Secretariat. And some of our colleagues clearly raised the issue of fit for purpose. But my first concern is that without understanding the purpose, without agreeing on the purpose, how can we going to assess the fitness of the host for the Secretariat? So before understanding the fitness, we need to agree on the purpose, we need to agree on the sources, we need to agree on the eligibility, also the access modalities. Finally, the institutional structure. My understanding is that the Secretariat, it is the more administrative unit of this total institutional architect of the fund. We heard some of our colleagues said that it's not the best solution, it's not the perfect solution. I agree. And they would like to utilize the existing institutional arrangement. I do agree. It is always better to utilize the existing institutions rather to develop new institutions. But concern is that existing institutions need to meet the fitness indicators. So, World Bank, to host the Secretariat, our first concern is that World Bank runs with business model, and its shareholders drives the decision-making processes. Then how the Secretariat can be an independent Secretariat to deliver the needs of the vulnerable countries, vulnerable communities? This is my first concern. Second, what will be the role of the CMA and corporate CMA? What will be the authority and guidance? What will be the accountability mechanism? World Bank, it is going to follow its standard rules and procedures first, and now my concern, how they would be accountable to the COP and CMA. Thirdly, we would like to see the legal personality of the board. We would like to see the oversight role of the board. So what would be the relation between board and the Secretariat if it is hosted by the World Bank? There's a big legal consensus there. Finally, access modalities. We all prefer the direct access modalities. How World Bank is going to ensure the access modalities. My last concern is to co-chairs for you. Now we are seeking so many clarifications, so many questions. All my colleagues said, I heard, if correctly, further thoughts are needed. This is the first day. We have just remaining 3 days. So how we can seek the clarification for World Bank? We're going to write the questions, they're going to answer. are we asking the question to our partners who proposed the World Bank to host? So is this the time to raise the concerns at the last meeting and to get the answers and to decide? With expression of this concern, shall we take the other ways? Can we think about identify the role of the COP and CMA, functions and responsibilities of the board, and then we can think about the secretariat considering the fit for purpose. Let us agree on the purpose, then assess the fitness, then think about the secretariat. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Hafiz. So to be clear, in the co-chairs documents and where we've outlined convergence, that includes the functions of the board, the functions of the secretariat. I mean, these of course are open to discussion still, but we assessed that there is a high level of convergence on those functions. We have identified scope and access modalities as part of our list. So this was our first one. This is the one that we've given so much time to. The other ones we're not going to give the same amount of time to because we needed to get a sense of whether we were stuck in a binary situation of one side had wanted this and the other side that, and there was no flexibility. What we've now come up with today in this discussion is an openness to discuss all options, right? And openness that irrespective of preferences, colleagues are open to discuss other options, but with the understanding that in both scenarios there are a set of conditions that would need to be applied. We're not saying to the World Bank, can you do this? What is this? What do you think about this? We're saying, if this is to be designated to you, then you need to do this. Either they can or they can't. It's not time for questions. Again, either the same would apply for a standalone. Deanne has very clearly said that even if you're a standalone, you need to deliver access modalities in time, disperse in time, resources in time. That's not something that you just put into a governing instrument as a principle. It's a condition of this fund being designated either to a new institution or to an existing institution. So this is the basis we're going to work on. We'll go and get clarification where we can from the World Bank management, because I think there are some issues that we're not yet fully understanding. They have clarified these things. This is where we started the discussion in TC3. We had the proposal from the US at the time. The EU proposal came afterwards. We said we're not in a position to answer. We can't answer. We can't speak for the World Bank. We will start this process. We had a set of questions. We got the answers. We shared the answers to you that were on a World Bank letterhead. There were subsequently other answers. And so that's what we're going to do. I'm not taking any more questions on this, Alvaro. I'm sorry. No. So this is what the process is. And so I'm not taking any more questions on this. We will find a time to either draft the issues as highlighted as assurances, and we will work with the World Bank to see whether there are other questions that they can answer that are operational questions. So next on our list is Jean-Christophe, followed by Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, colleagues. Happy to see you all again. Let me first start by thanking warmly our colleague Mo and the government of Egypt for his and their seemingly limitless hospitality, to be frank. So happy to be back in Egypt. Turning back to the questions, I think, colleagues, that we have to face a sad reality. There are many incertitudes in the questions we have to solve, and there are many relevant questions, remarks, requests that has been made that I fully recognize, and some of them can be answered, I guess. So why not trying to answer these questions over the next days and come back to that issue? That will be perfect. But I am afraid that some others, including, very important questions, are not possible to answer at this stage. And that's the sad reality. So the question for me is, would we want to be pragmatic and find a way forward, or trying to take a decision without knowing what we're talking about, actually? My suggestions is really to find a very pragmatical way forward, And for me, the question is to have a fund be started by the beginning of next year. And let's pick the solution that we have, even though we know that it's not perfect, and organize the process to a better solution in giving responsibility to the new board to do that. We know that we have a list of assurances we want to have, so maybe we can work on that, and then we pick the World Bank hosting solution in the short term and give a mandate to the board to organize the transition towards a new location, which could be a standalone fund or another location, because in that way we leave time for the World Bank to answer questions with the knowledge of our business model, which is not clear to me at this stage. And many questions will be solved over the next 4 days, but some of them, will be faced by the new board in the coming months and probably years. So these questions, when they have solutions, the board will have to adjust the location. So let's give it mandate to do these transitions from the fifth option, which will be settled at the beginning of next year, to the proper location, which could be a standalone fund. I have no problem for that, if this is the best way for us to deliver on what we want the fund to deliver. But, I am not in a position right now to decide whether it is a standalone or another location for this board, not knowing exactly what is the business model and what problems this business model will face in trying to delivering what we want it to deliver. So my suggestion would be very pragmatical, decide on the fifth and then give mandate to the board to organize the transition towards the proper organization in a second time.
Okay, thank you, Jean-Christophe. So there's another option that we could consider, a mix of things. So designate transition. So please think about that, colleagues. So next on my list is Jim.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Since it's the first time I'm taking floor, this TC4, I'd like to take this occasion to really thank the co-chairs for their very diligent leadership in managing the Transitional Committee discussions over this past 4 meetings. And I certainly hope that this is the final meeting, and hopefully that this will be a productive and resulting in trying to come together on something that we have all along trying to put our heads together to achieve the objective that is put before us. And also, and of course, I hasten to add that I appreciate very much what all the things that the Egyptian government has done for this convening of for managing this very important meeting. Having said all that, regarding the location, I think my government's preferred position has been that we would prefer the World Bank 5-3 option, but I think there is no, as many have pointed out, there is no perfect solution like in real life. Most things you don't have a perfect solution. So I think we have to do our best to, given whatever imperfect information that we have, or some parts are not not just imperfect. Some parts, I think we do have some ideas, facts. And I think we do need to come to some agreement as to how we move forward. I really, would like to see the group moving forward on this issue, but also on all the issues that are before us. And perhaps we need to go through the other issues as well. So maybe we need to, perhaps the chairs, I don't know how the chairs wish to manage, but we might later on come back to this location issue. But I think it would be productive if we also discuss on the other issues that are before us. Thank you very much.
I'll take over.
So thank you, Eugene. So colleagues, we've now exhausted our speakers list. I know some colleagues want to come back, but we have already spoken and we do need to move on. This is not the end of this discussion. We will come back to it, but we do need to make progress. So I'm now going to hand over to Uti. So we're going to start the discussions on the next two outstanding issues. Thank you.
Can the microphone be fixed, maybe? I don't know which.
Maybe someone doesn't want us to do it, so.
Maybe somebody has a mic open as well. It's an echo.
Can we just check that no one's got the mic? I think this one probably works. So let me just try that one. Okay, so I mean, we all knew coming here that this would be a tough 4 days. And given that sort of, Richard and I, we will insist on going through all the open issues today. We had planned to have half an hour per issue. Obviously, that's not, the timetable is going to be very flexible. So you might want to cancel your dinner plans already now. We understand and we hear this call for getting a lot more clarity also from the World Bank. It's good that we have the World Bank representatives here, and should there be a coffee or a lunch break at some point today, you're most welcome to reach out to them bilaterally. Also, we will look how we could schedule a Q&A session so that you can also ask those questions directly. But also from what we heard very clearly is that there is a need also to have answers in writing, not just sort of getting assurances at this meeting. So we'll ensure that that also happens. I'd now like to take the next two issues on this. Again, we're working on the same document, so the TC TC 2223/6. So on the operating entity designation, we'll tackle that first, and then the governing bodies. And from the outset, Richard and I, we know perfectly where your view is on whether it should be a designated operating entity or not. So we're not going to entertain any views on that. We know exactly. However, if anyone wishes to show flexibility in their position, so for example, if you have expressed previously that you want it to be an operating entity, if you're now willing to also consider an option that it would not be, we just want you to raise your flag. You don't need to say anything, we just sort of want to get an indication on that. Or the other way around, if you have previously said that there's no way that you want the new fund to be an operating entity, if you now have flexibility to go in that direction that it could be a designated operating entity, just raise your flag. No need to say anything. We know your positions. Now, also, what we've already said in our note is that that we understand and that there's full consensus that irrespective of whether it is an operating entity or it is not an operating entity, that the fund will receive guidance and be accountable to the parties with respect to the provision of the guidance and reporting on actions undertaken. So we already have ways under the Convention and in the Paris Agreement of providing guidance and also getting responses to the guidance. We have operating entities for that, the GCF and GEF. On the other hand, there's also the adaptation fund. And indeed, I mean, we're not going to entertain questions as to whether the World Bank, if it is a World Bank fifth, whether they could receive guidance, they will receive guidance. We all agree that that's going to happen, and they will respond to the guidance. So we're not going to entertain questions on that. Just to see that, does anyone wish to hint at any flexibility on the operating entity issue, whether it's to designate one or to not to designate one from what you've previously expressed? I take it that no one wishes to show any flexibility on that. Okay, thanks. Then we go to the next issue on the Ali, please.
Yeah, no flexibility, but I have a question. But when you tell us that there is a general consensus in the room that the fund will be accountable to parties, what does it mean? That COP and CMA will have authority over the fund, or there is a consensus on that, or what does it mean in this document?
Okay, so what we say here is that it would receive guidance, and it would be accountable to the parties in the sense that it would respond to the guidance. So we would give that guidance, and then the fund would provide a report or whatever modality we have in place, and explaining on how it has responded to the guidance, in which case we would then get to the next round of providing guidance. That's what that's the understanding that Richard and I have, and that is the understanding that we believe that everyone, all the 24 seats, or maybe the 22 plus the coaches, so we all understand that this is what we want to happen, irrespective of whether it's an operating entity or not. Adao, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. My direct answer to your question is the fund should be new standalone fund and new operating entities and accountable to the Conference of Parties, COP and CMA. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Adao, for confirming your position. We know all of your positions, so we're just asking for signals of those who want to show flexibility in their position. Alvaro, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and I will make an intervention that has two parts. The first part, I'll be coming back to the previous discussion that we had, since I had my flag up and I was not given the opportunity to come back. We trust that you, Co-Chairs, will lead the discussion in a way that all parties all committee members will have that chance to share their views, and we trust that with your capable leadership, you'll lead us to an outcome that takes into account all the different priorities and challenges. So with regards to the previous point, I want to highlight that, and I've given my question very clearly about an open, transparent process whereby all entities are given equal opportunities to come and highlight their willingness or their willingness to host or to engage with the Transitional Committee. And this process did not happen for many reasons, including what you've highlighted of different experiences in the past, absence of financial resources, and I don't think that this justifies the idea that we did not have an open, transparent process to give an equal opportunity for all interested entities to come forward with their plans, their ideas, and for us as a board to discuss with them. So that's on the first point. And on the second point, I also want to echo the points that were highlighted by colleague with regards to the operating entity designation, that the fund must be designated as an operating entity of the financial mechanism of the convention under Article 11. And also I want to highlight that we, of course, are willing to work in the spirit of flexibility and compromise, and we're happy to engage on all the elements one by one as you have started the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we will indeed come back to the location issue, I'm sure, later at this meeting again. Sumaya, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about the issue of all of us are saying the same thing, that regardless to the issue of operating entities, we will be sending, the parties will provide guidance. But I think at the face of it, we are saying the same thing, but without deciding on operating entity or not. We are saying very different things. So we just, we don't shake your hand, let me finish because you are distracting me. Yeah, because to me that will be a major difference. Without agreeing on the issue of operating entity, I see that is not an area of consensus.
Okay, thank you, Sumaya. So I think this concludes our round on the operating entity designation. I take it from here that no one is showing flexibility in terms of changing their position. And then moving to the governing bodies, and I expect this to be an equally brief discussion, and I'll use exactly the same approach that we used just now for the operating entity designation. So again, just to recap on what is Richard's and my understanding. So we, first of all, we stress that the decision from Sharm el-Sheikh by the COP and the CMA, that decision established the fund and mandated the Transitional Committee to operationalize the fund. And also, whatever outcome we get from here this week, the report of the Transitional Committee will be delivered to both COP and CMA. Now, there are two possibilities then going forward. The fund could serve, if it is to serve the CMA only, so then we would need or it would be prudent for COP to subsequently decide that it will take no further action with regard to the fund. So that from the legal perspective, it is possible that even though we will now deliver a report to both COP and CMA, it is possible that one or the other body decides that they will take no further action, in which case it would be under the CMA. Again, we know perfectly your current position on, although there are those who want to make sure that want the fund to serve both the COP and the CMA, and there are those who want to have the fund to serve CMA only. So just to check, if anyone wishes to show any flexibility in the position that we are aware of what you are thinking right now, in terms of it has to be either the COP and CMA or it has to be CMA only. If you wish to show any flexibility, please just raise your flag. Then we note that there is some flexibility. If you don't raise your flag, we understand that your position is unchanged and there's no need to have further discussion on this at this stage. And we can move to the next issue, or which would be the board composition, or alternatively a coffee break. But for that, I would need to discuss with my co-chair.
Let's go to coffee break.
Okay, having consulted extensively with my co-chair, we will now break for coffee. Please use the coffee break. Please use the time wisely in terms of talking to talking to your colleagues and not just those in your constituency. And we will then reconvene in about at 12:15, so in less than 20 minutes. Thank you.
Please.
Okay, could we please get...
It's fine, it is constructive. The problem is that
Could you please take your seats? We'd like to continue.
people ask what is happening. No, you're not.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back from your coffee break. I believe we now have a quorum of Transitional Committee members at the table. So we'd like to continue and again to stress that we will indeed go through all of the open issues today in this format. And again, just to stress that we are not interested to hear your positions because we know your positions. We want to just sort of explore whether there's openness to go beyond the existing positions. So then turning to the next issue, which is the board composition. And again, on this one, just to again provide a bit of a background in terms of where Richard and I think we are on the board composition. So, and you also have in the document, I mean, we are working based on the document /6, because that's that, and we're going through the issues in that order. At the same time, for example, there's the document /4 on the fund, and there's quite a bit of text on the board in that already in terms of what the board would do and so on. But so what we really want to focus on right now is on the composition of the board. And Richard's and my starting point is that that we expect the board first of all to be elected and to be quorate at the either already at the COP28 in Dubai or early 2024, so that it can start its work in early 2024. And if required, an interim period is approved to service the board before the new secretariat is in place, irrespective of the location agreed in due course. So we know your positions. We know the proposals with regard to the board composition. So anyone wishing to express views on the board composition at this point, that would help explore the flexibility. Again, just to stress that we are entertaining your views today only, Richard and I. After that, we will assess as to the extent to which this mode of work allows us to make the progress needed at this meeting. And we are more than ready and very willing to then table our text for as the basis of going forward. So again, we very much encourage you to work with colleagues, come up with concrete proposals that would help bridge the gap in the ideas regarding the board composition, or alternatively, asking you to express that you'd be willing to go along, or you could support the board composition that other TC members have put forward. So, and again, if we sense that we just sort of hear the proposals regarding the board composition that we've heard before, again, just to stress that Richard and I, we are more than happy to put forward our proposal for the board composition, and that goes also if there's no appetite to discuss the board composition at this point. So the floor is open. And again, just to stress that indeed, we see the composition of the board that's not related to the location of the fund. We see that that irrespective of what kind of animal we're creating regarding the fund, it would need to have a board, it would need to have a number of seats, and we would need to have a clear view on how those seats are divided. So, Georg, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I agree with that thinking as far as the board itself. We have supported a board composition that, in line with some of the proposals that have been put forward, that includes also non-party seats. And I think that's included and covered in the options that you have reflected here. I think just a signal that as we discuss this further, it's really important for us to ensure that if the agreement was to move toward a board composition that does not include non-party seats, and I'm thinking here about relevant stakeholders, civil society, other groups that we think is important to the functioning of this fund, then we want to have a clear assurance through the governing instrument and a mandate to the board that it sets up a proper and well-functioning and real consultation mechanism that includes these stakeholders in the deliberations and the decision-making by the board. So again, I just want to say that that's an important part for us as to ensure if we were to move in the direction of a board with only party seats. And just to repeat what I said, as far as we also think that the size of the board is important. It's not only the composition. And we want to keep this as a board with a size that ensures that the board can be efficient in its working and decision making also. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Georg, and thank you for showing the flexibility that if indeed we know your preference for having a board with the non-party stakeholders, but if indeed we were to move into the direction with only parties or only party seats, then there would be a consultation mechanism with the stakeholders. Mo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And very quickly on that, we have the established models in the process. So I think we should follow what we have had before. They are successful. We have the adaptation fund, we have the green climate fund, and we have the TC. All of them are established models for the discussions. I think some of them include stakeholders, like the Green Climate Fund, where you have seats for non-voting stakeholders sitting with the board, engaging, but without a voting right. I think this was also an interesting component that we can include. But I don't support at all the issue of the contributors' seats, and this is nothing that I can support. We follow what we have established, and I think this is the best process that we had, and then it allows for reaching the agreements, and it ensures the country ownership. And at the same time, as I mentioned, we can always look at how the GCF has brought in, which was the evolution of the discussions, has brought in the issue of how can we bring in the other stakeholders to be taking part of the deliberations, but understanding at the end of the day that the decisions taken are party driven, and this is the thing that we can. So I think this is a good way forward between the TC as is, plus the non-voting. We can agree on a number for non-voting board members. I mean 14 and 10, not necessarily those 14 people, 24 people. But the idea of alternates also allows for expanding membership, and this is used in the GCF. So I think this is the way we can always consider moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Next I have June, and then I'm asking how the Secretariat is keeping my speakers list, whether it's Jaime or Mateus who is after that. But June.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be fairly brief. Since there are several proposals before us, I think you co-chairs have kindly put together a document with proposal 1, 2, 3. I guess my position would be that my preference would be the proposal 2, and some modification perhaps to that, because one element in that proposal is this 4 members from contributing parties or countries. And it's talking about beyond not the initial period, but beyond that, it's talking about starting in 2022-26 based on cumulative contributions. Perhaps that part, we have some language I could propose. I mean, if people are interested, we could substitute instead of cumulative. We could talk about something like previous 2 years. That way, I think one can think about this when I'm sure this is a dynamic process. So over whatever periods, looking into the future, there can be changes and all these things. So I think it's a little bit more flexible kind of a setup. So I think I will stop there. But I guess the whole thing, what my interest would be that we do have some sort of balance in this form, how we set up the board, the composition. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, I'll turn to Jaime, followed by Mateus, and again, really sort of exploring your flexibility in terms of going towards perhaps what others have proposed.
Thank you very much. As this is the first time I take the floor, thank you, Ambassador Mo, for inviting us. We've seen here, Aswan is the center for the Philae temple, and we've seen how that stone by stone has been displaced, a monumental task. I think maybe the term has come from here, I don't know, but that's what we have in front of us as well. So thanks for having us here. On the board composition, we are actually open for, it's a new fund, it's a new future. We don't know how the world will look like now in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 30 years. So I always would like to see some flexibility in any institution that we set up. We're stuck with the Security Council, we're stuck with many institutions that are stuck in the past, so I really would like to also show that this board needs to have flexibility. That's why we presented the recipients and contributors base. But and I think that's a way forward. I think it already will show the 2 parts that we have here, but it also will give flexibility if there's more contributors coming in to give them the preference to also voice themselves, depending on how the world turns in the next 30 years. But Mo, I have a quick question on your thing. You said no contributors. I presume you also mentioned to non-party members, such as philanthropies. We agree with that, but otherwise we would ask for a more open approach. But again, we're also very open to discuss any forum going forward, so we're not redlining this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaime, for clearly signaling flexibility. Next, I have Mateus, please.
Thank you very much, Uti. On this issue of the board composition, something that is very important for us is to have a composition that reflects equitable and geographical representation of bodies, which is basically a corollary of what position on operating entity, the fund being an operating entity of the financial mechanism of the convention. And in that sense, we're still pretty much of the view that we have already interesting benchmarks that we could build upon, including the GCF, not only for the number of the board members, but also how we can engage with non-party stakeholders, and that's precisely why I took the floor. I think that specifically from TC3 to TC4, we were not only considering this internally, but also engaging with civil society on other proposals on the composition of the board. But what I do struggle to understand is what would be the value added of having non-party stakeholders in the board itself against the, for example, the option of the SCO engagement in the GCF. I think there's overall consensus and level playing field on the very fact that we all acknowledge and welcome the valuable contributions of civil society. But I do believe that there's also leeway and alternatives that we could enhance and engage further on SCOs instead of placing them in the board composition. We heard from civil society, for example, on us giving guidance to the board on to establish, for example, a consultative process, a forum that could further enhance the sort of consultation and engagement before and after board meetings or decision makings or decisions on policies and programs. So I'm still not sure that the two options are necessarily, I mean, these options of increasing is necessarily the one that we could go for. Also based on what I heard from Georg on the idea of having an efficient board that is dynamic also, because we also know that the very nature of losses and damage, if we're talking about immediate response and response to SOEs and all of the things that we have been asking for, you're necessarily going to lead to a board that is dynamic by nature as well, and needs to adapt and to respond very effectively in a rapid manner. So this is something that I would like to submit to the consideration. But again, we can be open to discuss that, but we're still pretty much tending to what we know works and we could build upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Next, I have Heike, followed by Albara. Heike, please.
Thank you very much. I can echo colleagues speaking about also flexibility there. I mean, when we were sitting with our submission, we were elaborating on different options. So there's certainly more than one that speaks to important ideas of having a balance in representation with the regional groups, and we thought also about innovative elements. I hear now many colleagues speak to, we have existing boards and they work well. I mean, I think talking about loss and damage and being really a new challenge, I mean, not the impacts that are there, but really a fund that has to address these challenges, then we thought also it's good to be innovative. So I already also like the ideas about new voting rights, but also talking about new contributors. But maybe there are other ways to really have an innovative approach. One thing I would like to highlight from our perspective as a seat, I think the vulnerability of countries and the particular vulnerable communities also, I think for us it speaks very much to also a right-based approach and therefore an inclusive representation and meaningful participation in any kind of board. So to strengthen that for IPLC, for youth, for women, for the different groups that we also highlighted in our submission is, I think, especially in the content that we are discussing, very important.
Thank you, Heike. Next I have Albara, followed by Laurence.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'll limit my intervention to a few main points on the composition. The reference should be Article 11 of the Convention, and any composition should fully comply with this article. And that really takes us back to the essence where this funding arrangement was called for and where we are today based on a decision that came from the supreme bodies. The board shall have an equitable and balanced representation of all parties. Nomination should be by the COP, CMA, through regional groups. One co-chair must be from developed countries, and one co-chair must be from a developing country. And I also second, of course, the referencing some of the successful examples as a reference point, in particular, the Adaptation Fund, Green Climate Fund, and the very much TC that we're sitting in now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Laurence, followed by JC.
Thank you, Uti, and good morning, colleagues. Since it's the first time that I speak, I also would want to add my voice to everyone who has thanked our Egyptian host for their great hospitality. Yesterday's experience was memorable. Thank you. Thanks to the co-chairs, thanks to the Secretariat and the TSU as well. On the point of the composition of the board, I think for Canada we have a similar position to what you know and what has been expressed before around ensuring that we bring voices that reflect the LND situation, the fact that it is so different. So we support a composition that includes additional representation for contributors, representation for indigenous peoples, and representation for other stakeholders. To the question about what it adds, I think for us it's really a question of sending that very powerful message that they are part of the solution and that their perspective are part of defining and implementing the solution. That said, I want to convey maybe the same openness that Georg mentioned about thinking if it's not on the board composition, how do we implement that rights-based approach that Heike was talking about in other mechanisms or modalities of the fund? So is it a consultation mechanism? Is it another option? We think it is important in however the fund operates that we send that clear message that indigenous people, additional contributors, whoever they are, should also be part of those conversations and the decision thinking process. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurence. JC, please, followed by Diane.
Thank you, Uti. So I may be able to join the proposal, part of the proposal made by the developing country constituency, a board of 24 members. I think the example of the GCF is a good one. And I would also agree to leave the developing country constituency organize themselves as they want to do. But I will ask for some flexibility on our side, actually, to the developed country constituency to organize the way we want, which is, to me, include some donors in our composition, be them philanthropies or a developing country willing to invest in the fund. That would be up to the developed country constituency to organize themselves on their representation. And if I may just add the need to say a few words in our recommendation about the gender balance in the respect of every constituency, obviously.
Thank you, JC. Next, I have Diane, followed by Hafij. Diane, please.
Thank you. So I'll start from JC. I think one of the lessons that we can learn from the Green Climate Fund process is that we really did not have gender balance. And I honestly believe that gender balance is not just talking about empowerment of women and all of that stuff. It really does make a better quality decision. Yeah, it just does. I find I have a team, I run projects, and a project with a diversity of persons on it is our better project. It's not the fastest team, They're not the most exciting team, but they're the most steady, and they will get the job done. So I think the reason why we talk about gender balance is a functional issue, and it's not just that we want women to have an opportunity only, right? So there's a real technical reason for that. And I think we need to strive to make sure that we nominate balance. On the side of AOSIS, we tend to nominate a lot of women, and we promise that we will start nominating men as well. So, and it's gender balance, and we have to make sure it works both ways. In GULAG, which sometimes I'm a member of GULAG, we have been very good at bringing forward women in GULAG, so our group has been really helpful, and we would like to see the same in other areas. Now, I want to talk about, at the first TC, I brought up the issue of having a board which is a little bit more diverse other than just parties. And I think this is something that we should consider. And I agree with Georg, if you cannot consider having sitting on the board at non-voting and so on, we look at other options, but we have to put an option in so that they can have real meaningful participation. You know, we can't just close the room and kick them out. They fly all the way just like us, they prepare, they read the documents just like us, and then we have a closed session. And a significant portion of the time of the meetings are they're outside. That is ridiculous. Finally, most of the projects, I said that earlier, under this fund will most likely be what we call category A risk. We're going to end up with a lot of reputational challenges for this fund, just by the nature of what we're doing. We need to have a robust way to make sure that we have an inclusive decision-making process. In other words, whatever decision, if you have a sub-board of persons working, especially with the NGO, if we eventually agree to have an allocation for NGOs, let us set up a system so they can, govern is not the right word, but take decisions or provide guidelines and advice on how we take decisions out as a board. I think that would be really important. And if you want philanthropists to give money to this fund, they're not going to give money to a fund where they don't have a say. So if we have a board which is reflective of what we have at the TC of the GCF board, philanthropists will not be giving us any money. So we just want to make sure that that is clear. And that would be sad, because I know philanthropists would love to give money, especially if we create an NGO window. Not window is the wrong word, don't want to trigger anybody, but we have some set aside for NGOs. I believe they'll be willing to work with NGOs, especially if we work in an environment of privileges and immunity, so they can take advantage of that. I think that is something that we should do, and we should design the fund to be attractive to philanthropists and other funding sources. From a small and developing states, we need all the funds that we can get, and it would be nice to have an open mind and not create the same kind of fund that we do all the time. So just AOSIS is asking for a little bit of an open mind on this matter. I promise you the sky won't fall in if we have non-voting people on the board, or gender balance, or a philanthropist sitting on the board. It really could improve the quality of our decision making.
Thank you, Diane. Next, I have Hafiz. You have the floor.
Thank you, Oti. Just I would like to seek a clarification from Haika. You talked about the vulnerable community representations in the board, but how? Through the vulnerable states or any other way? Second, I do support Ambassador Diane. It's very important to see the gender balance approach. My third and last point is that, colleagues, we know the role of the civil society, particularly active observers in this process. Not only TC process, also we do see other constitutional bodies. The observers are really giving us very important input. So I would like to see the active observer participation in the board. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take those who haven't spoken yet first, and then go back to Mo and Heike. So Heike, you also have a bit of time to reflect on how you wish to answer. Next, I have Ali, followed by Adele, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ati. My point is, I'm fully aligned with our developing country colleagues that we should be following the GCF model, and there should be a clear constituency-based approach, there should be developed and developing country constituency. And this worked quite well in GCF as well, in TC as well, and there is like a room for constructive discussion if we are organized in constituency. So I'll be supportive of this idea of 24 members, with every member having a possibility of having an advisor there. I just have one point additionally that's related to our discussions in TC3, where it was highlighted that there should be some sort of like ban on automatic re-election, or like after, if a member served for consecutive 2 terms, then he will not be eligible for a 3rd term. It was expressed, and I guess there was a general support for this idea. I'm supportive of it, but again, it will depend that how we take it forward. And other important thing which came in TC work, that Asia Pacific group was the last to decide its membership, and the way we are like meeting to meeting, like changing our members, this is because we couldn't resolve our membership issue in time, but then it was decided, I don't know how and who decided it, to convene a meeting without waiting for members of Asia Pacific group. I want a safeguard that the board cannot meet unless it has received membership nominations by all all regional groups. Again, it's difficult, but again, it will. I don't want this board to like convene meetings without my constituency or any other constituency not present in the room. I don't know how practical it will be. Maybe Richard, you can share your insights. Yeah, thank you.
Richard will reflect on how practical that will be, but very much understand the points, Ali, that you're making. The next 3 speakers are clearly in alphabetical order. So I have Adao, Angela, and then Avi. Adao, please.
Thank you very much, Yuti. I just want to reiterate some points that have been raised by, I think, Hafiz and also others. With regard to the involvement of donors in the board, I think we may think this forward, because donors' involvement in the board will be causing some sort of conflict of interest. So I think that will be quite difficult to involve donors into the membership of the board. I think it was mentioned by John Christopher before me, so we really do see that it will be quite difficult for us. But in terms of the memberships, I think we can learn from DCF board members, and then we need to ensure that the LDCs and small island development states representatives are there. And I do agree with Ambassador Dayan that we also need to consider the issue of gender balance, but it will be also depending on the constituencies who nominates the respective membership of them. So, but we can use this as one of the criteria that will be filled. But it is very difficult, I could say, to all constituencies to choose some sort of balance representation to the membership of the board. But once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Adao. Next, Angela, followed by Avi.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Just to be brief, I just want to join others who mentioned that we want to have an efficient and effective board. So it's really key for us if we want to, start with the fund and deliver what we need. As was mentioned by Mateus and others, we want a board for the loss and damage fund that has equitable representation, which means equal numbers of developed and developing countries. And we also think that it's important to build in terms of the experience and precedents that we already have and successful experience. So we think that the GCF model with 24 members it's our preferable option. And we also consider that it's important to allow other actors to participate and take a role as non-voting members, like observers. We also want to support the equitable, the gender balance, sorry. We think that it's important to have it in mind. And finally, just let me highlight on behalf of my seat that for us it's key that the board will not meet until all groups have nominated members. I think it's important to ensure that all members will be well represented before to start working. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then Avinash, please.
Thank you, Uti. I'd like to express some constrained flexibility. I think equitable and balanced approach. I'm sure we all agree with that. I think that's very important. And I think the starting point with the GCF structure is designed around that. I would say that I'd support explicit attempts to make sure we have better gender balance. And I also think that the more that we move away from the balance of contributors and recipients, the less efficient and effective we're going to be. So we need to think a little bit about that. And I was a bit struck by what JC said. Within the developing country grouping, for instance, we have small states and LICs, which are not geographical. We have two groupings which are non-geographical. And it may be that we maintain the split between developed and developing, because that is a broadly balance between contributors and recipients. But we consider the other group, developed countries, may want to consider how you structure yourself to have that balance between contributors and recipients as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list, and I'll then come back to first to Mo and then to Heike, and then we'll provide a way forward and I'll provide some reflections on where I think we are on this board composition issue. Mo, please.
Thank you so much. And I think the first point was covered by Avinash. I think I fully agree. If first we go for the 24, as was mentioned, if developed countries want to give seats from their side to philanthropies, they can do that. But then we need to have clear criteria, because from our point of view, this is a fund of 100 billion. So I want a philanthropy that will pay at least 10% in the fund. I don't want to have a philanthropy that brings in 1 million and say, I'm a philanthropy, I'm doing loss and damage, then I'm sitting in this board. So there had to be, if we go in this track, then there has to be some sort of criteria. Second point, for colleagues who are saying we need to expand and include other stakeholders, I think refugees are a very important component, and there we'll have to have very strong representation from refugees in this, if we are going to expand in this way. So this is an important point to highlight. A third point is, we need also to have a criteria for the selection. I mean, we can always say NGO, refugees, indigenous people, but how are we going to select them? Not bases. So it is important that when we are discussing an element, that we need to discuss the element in its totality. One idea and one innovative approach to deal with that is to create maybe a council, advisory council, on the side that will include all those stakeholders that you want to bring in. Philanthropies who are contributing with billion plus, different stakeholders, whoever you want to bring in. And this council can be providing information to the board who will be taking decisions. So this is another idea to consider all these different stakeholders, because if you start opening the list, I think we have a long list of potential stakeholders. Final point, for me, gender, of course, is important. Gender equality is very important. The balance is there. Gender is men and women, so I will not differentiating on basis of gender. But I also kind of take it negatively that improving quality of decision making when you have more gender than the other. So we are not less competent, I think. But we are all competent, so it is about competence. But for sure, we want to ensure that you have the gender balance there. So we are all competent. I'm sure that you didn't mean that we are less competent than others. But anyway, thank you.
No, that's not what I said. I said when there is balance, the decision is better. If there are too many women, we're going to have a problem. If they have too many men, we're going to have a problem. So we need to seek balance. So can we put it somewhere that we are obligated to make sure we have? Because, we have some delegation that always have women, and we want them to bring along everybody to balance. So balance.
Thank you for this lively dialogue. And those of you who've been in the UNFCCC process for quite some time, know that it's always about balance, and we perhaps interpret the word balance sometimes in different ways. And I hope I'm not offending Richard, but his facial expression when you proposed the advisory council, I just wish cameras would have caught that. But anyway,
Stop thinking.
Heike, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. But I cannot refrain myself in supporting fully the balance. But thank you again for the question. I think the starting point from my perspective, mentioning specifically the vulnerability, is that vulnerable people are most affected that have the least voice. So coming from the representation side of things. And therefore, our idea was to bring them in a meaningful way. I heard others say as well. The second point would then be, from my perspective, self-representation, as we have in other processes as well. So it's not for the you or others, all of us, to say, so then this or that organization that represents women, civil society, so on and so forth, has to be part, but this is like self-selection. And the third thing about the most affected, apart from indigenous people, youth, women, and what we included in the list, it was also about local government, and we contemplated also the idea of affected person organizations, like smallholders or fishermen, just to mention some groups that represent people that are highly affected by slow onset and other events. So, but that is the general line of thinking. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe this now concludes our, Georgan, did you want to come back again? Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry, just I think you can discuss, the way to somehow operationalize what we mean with stakeholders. But again, I think we need to construct something where those that are particularly vulnerable, be it indigenous people, youth, women, are actually able to participate in a meaningful way, as some have said here. And I think we have to recognize that it's not, yes, we can build on models and experiences we already have in the Convention and Paris Agreement, but I think we have to recognize that not everyone necessarily sees that as meaningful participation. So let's just make sure that it's already just using the term observer means someone that's observing and looking at something else. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for meaningful participation. We can find ways of doing this, but let's take that seriously and find something that can actually work, where we do have participation beyond the board and the board composition. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just try to sum up where I think we are, and thank you for this very constructive round, and thank you also for kind of providing the very sort of the tailored surgical interventions that we're really looking from you today, because this is going to be very important in order for us to get through all the open issues before dinner. So again, so clearly we want a board that's equitable and balanced, including gender balanced. Building on what we already have, I've heard the number 24 mentioned. I haven't heard any other numbers mentioned. So when you see the co-chair's text, you should not be surprised if the number 24 is there. Clearly, a need to have a modality for stakeholder involvement, what kind of mechanism, whether that's some kind of an advisory council or some other form of engagement. That remains to be seen. It may also be one of these issues that we would then just ask the board to develop a modality rather than us defining it specifically here. Also, I hear that no meetings of the board should take place before all regional groupings have done their nominations. Christina, you wanted to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think, as you said, we are Thank you, Uti. I must have misunderstood the instructions. I thought this was raise your flag if you have other ideas or flexibility. And so obviously I fully support all of the points made on gender and balance. But I didn't raise my flag because we still think that there is value in having representation from indigenous peoples, from philanthropy, and from others. I did not support what I think was JC's proposal that if we do a GCF model, then some constituency can decide whether they give their seats to indigenous peoples or philanthropies. So when you said there seems to be consensus in the room on the number 24, I just didn't raise my flag because I really do truly believe that to the point raised earlier today, we are trying to create something new and innovative. And I do think that this piece of what we're proposing on board composition is innovative. Innovative in our world, not necessarily innovative in other sectors where it's been proven that there is value to having these voices on the board as voting members, not just as active observers. So I just wanted to raise that. That I didn't raise my flag because I thought the question was different.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to this question I think Ali asked me around or the quorum and what happens when. So you have two options, right? Generally in the governing documents, you establish what is a quorum, right? And then you ask the board to develop further rules of procedure. So if you establish a quorum, that means in order to have a meeting, you just have to have a quorum. So if the quorum is 2/3 and you only have 2/3 nominations, you are then entitled to organize a board meeting and take decisions, right? So you can't have, and this is general practice in Adaptation Fund, GCF, you have the language in the governing instrument, right? So it gives the certainty that what the quorum is, right? So you can't have a quorum and then in the same document, you can't have established quorum and then say the board meeting can only meet once there's all nominations. It contradicts each other. So yeah, you have to take a choice, right? And again, practice has dictated that there have been at least 1.5 years where certain constituencies, 2 constituencies at least, have not been able to do things when there has been a quorum. For whatever reasons, the secretariat, the interim secretariats of those bodies decided not to apply the quorum. But in fact, you could have applied the quorum. And Jean-Christophe, you'll remember the board meeting, Diane, in Antigua Barbuda, where it was, the quorum is 18 and there was 11 developed countries and there was 7 developing countries, and we had to put restrictions on going to the toilet, right? Or restrictions on taking decisions in the absence of a member who's going to the toilet. It's very complicated, but you can't have both, right? You either then have to take out the initial use of rules of procedure in the governing instrument and then leave it to the board to decide, again, which then gives them less clarity, or you have the other option. So again, this is something that we have to balance without taking a position on either one, but that's how it works.
Okay. Thanks, Richard, for that, for sharing that. And I think we've had similar situations also in the Standing Committee on Finance, for example, where we have to check very carefully at what time is everyone's flights leaving, so that we make sure that we take decisions before people disappear, and sometimes people leave, and then we need to take decisions in through a written procedure, and it kind of gets complicates things. Okay, so. Just to add then Christina's point to my earlier summary, that we would also need to reflect as to, given that we are indeed creating something new, that indeed how do we make sure that it's not just the usual suspects, and that we also that we see the value of also those who are not just parties in participating in the board, or being able to at least sort of having a relevant, impactful dialogue with them, and how do we take that forward? Ali, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to react to what Richard has explained to us. I fully understand that But I was talking about the unique circumstances of Asia Pacific group because there are so many countries there and there are many developed countries also there. If there is no distinction between developed and developing, and then if you give us 2 seats, it's impossible to decide that who are those 2 countries that will get the seat. So minimum 3 seats with 3 advisors, that will work, and that has worked in GCF. That was my point. Yeah. Thank you.
Alvaro, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And maybe just to complement what you have highlighted in the summary, I believe that there are very important points that were also highlighted, and maybe just to remind all of us of them about the importance of complying with Article 9. Definitely we see that the Convention and the Paris Agreement has not really stopped any innovative way or approach that we're trying to do. So we're all for innovative new approaches, but those will have to be in full compliance with Article 9 and with the Paris Agreement. Second of all, that termination shall be through the COP CMA, through regional groups. This is absolutely important for us. And one also important element is that one co-chair will be from developed and one co-chair will be from developing countries. That's just to complement the points you have highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvaro. Understood. Okay, we've now sort of getting to the end of the first half of the first day of a long 4-day meeting. I believe we now sort of covered 4 of the open issues, and again, just to stress that we will be coming back to several of these open issues again during these 4 days. Let me just consult with Richard as to how do we take it from here. Okay, so the sort of could my co-chair and the secretariat please stop talking so I can conclude the meeting? So the first rule in economics is that there's no free lunch. So we have lunch served outside, and in order to gain your lunch, you need to talk to each other and start sort of resolving the open issues. We want solutions. We don't want you to come back with problems. And again, I mean, just to stress that if you do not come up with concrete solutions and proposals, Richard and I are more than happy to take those decisions on your behalf and table things. But again, I mean, if you want to actually influence what Richard and I put on paper, you might want to work with colleagues. So we've covered 4 of the open issues. You have 1 hour for lunch. Bon appetit, and I look forward to seeing you all at 2:30. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, it's 2:30. We did ask for discipline, so yes, thank you, Heike. Thank you, Deanne. Thank you, Avinash. Thank you, David. Gideon. So quorum in my mind. I'm blind, so I see 18 people. I'm going to start the meeting. So do you all agree then? I see nodding heads. No. Okay, colleagues, it's 4 minutes past the time that we're meant to start, so I'm just going to go ahead and start, and tough luck to those TC members that don't want to hold the time. You're testing my patience. You don't really want to do that. Okay, so we're now moving on to the issue of scope and structure, and also the issue of access mechanisms. They sort of were lumped together in a cluster of issues. So we know where the positions are, and they're two quite distinct approaches to the matter of scope. So the one proposal is that there's a section on scope, a general section on scope, in the governing document or terms of reference, and then it moves into a more substantive outlining of the structure of the fund based on the scope, and particularly modalities based on scope, which also talk about modalities related to access. That's I think, where we are. And we don't necessarily have agreement on all of that. But can we just agree that there does need to be a general paragraph that sets out the scope of the fund? That's sort of like, you know, the scope of the fund is to address loss and damage, and then we can use the language from the Sham decision where it spells out slow onset, economic loss, and then we can work on maybe another second substantive paragraph that moves on that. Does anyone have a problem with that approach? Again, I'm not going into the substance, we'd have to work on it. So again, there'd be a paragraph on scope that would be clear what the fund is aiming to address. And if that's okay, then we go into the proposals where we have the notion of sub-funding agreed to in the document, or delegation to the board around programming, whether it's sub-funds, windows, or what have you. So are we happy with a general paragraph that frames the scope? Okay, I see nodding heads, thank you. So now we get to the issue. So we have one, or two, there is a proposal supported by a majority of parties that says we should have, the structure should be a structure based on sub-funds, right? And that in the terms of reference, we would then name the sub-fund, and then we'd also then provide, I guess, initial terms of reference for the sub-funds to specify what it would do and who it would target. That's the one option, and the other option is not to get into the level of detail on prescribing the structure, but to leave it to the board. And also in the second option, there has been expressed position that colleagues do not like the sub-fund approach at all, and I also understand that there is also some reluctance to use the term windows, and that in that option there's a preference just to delegate to the board on how the board would program resources based on a programmatic approach or country-driven approach or country strategy. So that's our understanding of where things are. So now can I open up the floor for comments on the level of specificity or the level of detail that is required, both on scope and on the structure? I would hope that colleagues realize that we simply do not have the time to go into very detailed specifics. But it's not just a timing issue. The more detailed we get, the more we hamstring the board. So I think there's a fundamental question here about to what extent do we give guidance to the board and let them structure the fund sufficiently based on the better sense of where resources are coming from and where priorities are coming from, or is the preference as contained is still to have quite detailed structure with detailed terms of reference for this, how the structure would work. So on that, Uti and I will come back to you on the general paragraph on scope. We will stick as much as possible to what was in the Sham decision. There is language there. But let's have a conversation then on the level of detail for the structure and the issue of sub-funds and windows and or delegating it to the board. So on that, I'm going to open the floor for comments. Unless you agree with us. Okay, so just to recap. Diane, sorry. No, I didn't see your flag there, so you go ahead.
I was going to ask you to recap.
So So this is why we need to start the meeting on time. We've lost 10 minutes. So, you will pay me back those 10 minutes in being cooperative and agreeing with the co-chairs when we give you a proposal. What we are proposing, and there were nodding heads around this, that the co-chairs would draft a general paragraph on the scope of the fund based on the elements as already agreed at COP27. So it's an introductory paragraph, let's put it that way. If we're able to use agreed language to go further than one paragraph, we will try that. So that's the first start. Now the conversation now is whether we want the option of delegating further definition of the scope, further definition of the structure and modalities to the board, or are we delegating and then what is the level of specificity we want in the delegation, or are we working on the basis of the sub-fund proposals and the level of specificity in the proposals that have been put on the table? So that's what I need you to comment on. If your position remains as those who propose the sub-funds, that there is no flexibility on that, then that's okay. But if other colleagues if you want to comment on the approach, then do that as well. I would just tell you right now, we do not have, as a general approach, time to go into specificity. So, and as I said, it's not just the time, it's if we go into detail and we agree upon it here, and it goes to the COP CMA and agree upon it, then the board is mandated to implement what we've agreed upon. And I would certainly question our ability to handcuff the board to that extent, right? So we need to be clear that we've spent enough time going through the specificity of sub-funds or the scope of the sub-funds to be sure that this is going to work, that this is going to respond to the needs of developing countries, noting that developing countries themselves did not provide comments on the sub-funds or that structure at all. So that's what you have to give us direction on this so we can go off and work on it. Thank you. York. Oh, sorry, Diane, you had, if you want to come back.
So, thank you. So the way you're dealing with scope, I think that's fine. On the issue of the sub-fund, it'll be interesting to hear what everybody else is saying. As you know, and we've been saying on behalf of AOSIS, that the way that we structured the draft at the beginning, the adaptation fund was great right out of the door. It had an allocation system, so we were able to use our adaptation fund allocation and leverage a significant amount of funds from the private sector. From the GCF, we never know what you're going to have. There's no predictability of the funding or certainty. And in this case of loss and damage, as we've said in AOSIS, we would like to see that change from the day one. I am cautious about leaving it up to the board because the board is just as political as we are here. And we really don't want AOSIS country to be caught up in a political, conversation. Most of the times we are caught in the middle of two giants on one side and another giant countries on the other side. So anything that we can do, whether it's a sub-fund or something like that, that would be helpful, but we want to make sure that we have a consensus. So our approach, Richard, is to leave it to you and Uti to see how you choose, to reflect that approach, but I do not want to leave it 100% up to the board. You can ask the board to do it within a particular time, or as the secretariat and the CEO gets fired, or something like that. Like performance-based, you need to deliver something. On the issue of NGOs funding, AOSIS is really strong on that, and we believe that is another way that we can achieve scale as well as reaching vulnerable communities. However we manage to get that done, I will leave it up to the co-chairs, but of course we have this Jeff Small Grants program that is run through UNDP. That is something that you could use, but at least some carve-out for NGOs will be a minimum that we would like to put forward. AOSIS is not declaring the next 3 to 4 days any red lines, so we're just asking for flexibility from everybody and the support of the co-chairs. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So I take it that if we came back to you with an option that wasn't a sub-fund on NGOs or civil society or community organizations, but it was called something else, you would be clear. You don't really, it's a semantical thing of whether it's called a sub-fund window or program or small grants program, right?
I mean, I care, but I just want to make sure that we have, all of us have a package that we can go forward and be comfortable with. And so at least, you know, for AOSIS, if we don't get what we want, we will keep fighting. We'll just annoy you until we get what we want. So I'm just saying there's that.
Thank you. I've been taking classes to practice being annoyed. So hopefully I'm more resilient than I was a year ago.
You mean that's all not all natural then?
No. Okay, thank you very much, Dan. Next on my list is Mo, followed by Georg, followed by Debbie.
Thank you so much, Richard. And just to be very clear, the African group does not support the issue of sub-funds in its totality. Whatever the form, whatever the shape, whatever the idea, thematic areas were identified in the decision. I think we should follow that. We should give a mandate to the board to start working on windows maybe, but funds and sub-funds has a lot of concerns from our side, and I don't think we have time to start like dealing with those concerns. So to be very clear, the idea of sub-funds is a no-go from our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. That's very clear. Next is Georg.
Thanks. Richard, and I didn't really capture what you suggest that you would, when you talked about a general paragraph on scope, and whether you meant a paragraph that would be very general on scope. That's not something that we agree on. We would like to, as we have said earlier, have a fund that is focused on priority gaps, and gaps not covered sufficiently by existing arrangements, other funding arrangements. And we have also said that our view is, from what we have identified from our discussion through the process up to now, that this would be in areas of non-economic losses, slow onset events, and also areas of climate-related displacement. So, but we are open, of course, we would like to have a discussion here among us about the scope and purpose of the fund. And we will not agree that this isn't something that we would just send over to a board to decide on. We have to have a very clear mandate to the fund and to the board about what this fund is going to do. So that's our view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Georg. So maybe I wasn't clear. What I had suggested was a paragraph, a general paragraph on scope, which would draw from the agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I wasn't suggesting that that is all. So an introductory paragraph, and then we get into the further details which we're discussing now. So I just want to make that clear. It's not one paragraph finished, and certainly not at all suggesting we delegate scope to the board. We have to agree the scope here. Potentially what I was suggesting was that because there is opposition to the notion of sub-funds and specific detail on sub-funds or windows and specific detail, that actually the structure modality should be left to the board. But we have to tell them that these are the issues that we're wanting to fund. And there is a paragraph from the COP-CMA decision that really clearly indicates what it is we're meant to be doing. So that paragraph is just that paragraph, and then we would go further. So that's clear. Next on my list is Debbie, followed by Matthias, Angela, Adal, David, and Heike. And Jaime. So Debbie, please.
Thank you, Richard. Throughout the conversations over the TCs, we've heard a lot about how the fund needs to address the full breadth of loss and damage. So I really support your starting suggestion about the general paragraph and the second paragraph. We're all really clear that loss and damage is very context specific for countries and communities. So we know that the fund's going to need to consider loss and damage in the round, whilst recognising that loss and damage is also very context specific. So From my side, I really support the vision of a fund that responds to country priorities and is directed through national programs and plans. For us, the sort of the overarching purpose and the core element of the fund is linked to these national programs and programs and plans, and that's sort of a central part of what it really needs to do. And I think in that vein, sub-funds could be really useful if they're geared towards targeting support to specific aspects of loss and damage that need an alternative modality to those programmatic plans, basically. Programmatic plans, I think, are going to work for us really well in some circumstances, but there are other areas where I think they may not give us everything we need, such as on recovery and rehabilitation, or perhaps gearing towards specific groups that require special support because of circumstances. That could be the size. It could be low capacity settings as well, something like that. So for me, the sub-funds sort of give us some structure, and that's really important. And I think if we don't have that sort of clear structure, there's a set of risks. There's a risk that we don't effectively support countries that haven't yet developed their national programs, or don't have much capacity to do so and are going to need a lot of help and a lot of time to do so. Secondly, I think there's a risk around spreading resources very thinly and not targeting, you know, the really critical and perhaps the underfunded areas such as slow onset events. And thirdly, I think the sub-funds just help also provide us with a really clear description of what the fund's going to do that helps us all advocate for financial support. And on that point, I'm conscious, and it may not be a popular thing to say, but at the starting point, we know that this fund is going to be largely, if not exclusively, publicly funded. And we know that contributors, the real life is that contributors will want to exercise a degree of choice about what they're funding in order to justify the use of taxpayers' money. And I think that is an important link in terms of being able to maximize the contributions, particularly because grant finance is very precious and very finite. And I think we, you know, as we grow this fund, the parameters maybe start to become easier. But I think at the beginning, for getting those initial contributions, there is something about being able to make that case very, very clearly. Given we all certainly agree the board needs to have the authority to you know, develop those sub-funds as needed, and we talked earlier about evolution, and I think that is an important point as we move forward and we see new evidence, and indeed as we see how the demand kind of shakes down over the coming years. So I do think it needs to be quite an incremental approach, but for the risks the reasons for the risks set out, I think we do have a responsibility to provide guidance on this issue in terms of what needs to be prioritised at the outset for the fund. So for us in the UK, I think we need to be clear that the fund is able to target those with the least capacity to respond to the challenges of L&D. I do think you know, the discussion we're having now is going to be combined with the conversation on allocations that we'll come to a bit later in the afternoon. But I do think it's going to be helpful if we give clear guidance to the board on an overall allocation mechanism for the fund, and we should also consider prioritising sub-funds on certain thematic issues or on structural approaches. Thanks.
Okay. How embedded are you to the word sub-funds? Because that does denote a structural issue or design of a fund, a board with many sub-funds. Right now, I think we have 10 sub-funds, so the fact that we have 10 would already be stretching it too far. And would you live with a tailored down reference to a set of priority issues and then just request the board because it could be a window, it could be a program approach. I think we're trying to understand to what extent are you embedded to what's currently on the table, or whether there's flexibility to make it more concise and then still do what it is that you've requested we do at this level, is give very clear direction.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. At this stage, I'm pretty relatively embedded on the concept of sub-funds because I don't see another way of getting at this issue, but I'm not embedded on having 10 of them, certainly. And so I think there are different ways to skin that cat. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Matthias, and then Angela, and then Adele. Matthias.
Thank you very much, Richard. First of all, I can agree with your approach on us having a general paragraph on scope based on charm language. I think this could be a very interesting and clever way forward. I also agree on the very time constraint that we have right now to really go through all of the details and the specificities of all of the proposals that we have exactly on windows, sub-funds. We, as Ambassador Mo, we are not in a position to support the idea of sub-funds for many reasons, and I'm not going to repeat all that because we've already heard, especially in TC3. So we would rather favor an approach that gives guidance to the board on, name it as you want, thematic areas, focal areas. I think that there are many similarities in the proposals that we have at hand on that specifically, including guidance for immediate response, SOEs, reconstruction, recovery, and rehabilitation. But what I would like to submit is that my delegation, we haven't seen any specific and concrete ambitious language on non-economic loss and damage. This needs to be in the guidance for the board to prepare any sort of programs, any sort of triggers, any sort of approaches to addressing loss and damage. We need to have a fund that makes a clear and bold case for non-economic losses and damage, including from the work, the relevant work of the WMEXCOM. This is really important for us. Additionally, this guidance from more perspective would need to include a clear direction for a construction of a mechanism for local communities and indigenous people, which is something that I've always been very clear about. This is also our priority. We want to have this as a focus area, and building also on our principal position that we need to guarantee that the resources go to those communities that are in need, and including indigenous communities and those that are for many reasons already vulnerable, but also somehow excluded from the overall processes of our societies. And finally, just to interact with the previous speaker on this idea of allocation, we do see value added on us giving clear guidance on allocation, and I think we're going to get to there in the list of outstanding issues. But we are very concerned on the idea of earmarking. Very, very concerned, especially if it is attached to the proposal of sub-funds. There has clear risks of underfunding one of the sub-funds or more of the sub-funds, and to the overall sustainability of the funds of the new loss and damage fund. This is not the way we will support a clear outcome of the LDF. This has nothing to do specifically with the allocation. We can have clear guidance on allocation, including for the specific needs of seeds and LDCs. I think we're not definitely not against that. We're in favor of that. We have to be bold on that as well. But earmarking precisely the way as it is framed right now, it's very concerning to my seat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mateus. So I would just say, if we used paragraph 1 of the decisions from Sharm el-Sheikh, the latter part, it talks about responding to economic and non-economic loss and damage, extreme weather events, slow onset events. So if that's the kind of framing, then we would then need to expound on it. So while we haven't heard any very specific details on non-economic losses, my sense is it would be captured in the general paragraph, and then we have to decide how next to expand on that and what's the best way of doing that if there is still opposition to sub-funds or sub-windows or whatever it is. So thank you. Next is Angela Falaba-Adao.
Thank you very much, Richard. Let me highlight that I can along with your proposal in terms of the scope. I am totally agree with you that we need to work on the basis of agreed language. So Sharm el-Sheikh decision should be the starting point for the scope. In terms of the structure, if it is a window or if there is sub-funds, we support loss and damage fund having windows and not sub-funds, as was mentioned by most of developing countries. Sub-funds allow would allow for earmarking, and it was something that was raised by Mateus and other colleagues and during the TC3. And we see with concern earmarking of contributions for loss and damage fund to address specific types of loss and damage and or in a specific ways, as well as other issues relating to structure, governance, and management of the subfunds. So we cannot consider that subfunds are the main way to deal with the structure. We think that windows under the loss and damage fund must not be used to limit eligibility to the receive support from the fund, and all developing countries must remain eligible to receive support. I would like to support the comments made by Mateus in terms of non-economic losses. I understand that it's going to be included in terms of the scope, but when we develop the modalities and in the terms of reference, we would like to see some kind of guidance to the board to consider non-economic losses as part of the programmatic approaches or triggers or the criteria that we decide or that the board is going to develop. In terms of the board, let me highlight that the board shall develop and apply an allocation system for the determination of the level of resources to be allocated, and it could be through a programmatic support and as well as a trigger-based support. And we think that minimum guidance must be provided to the board in the terms of reference when they develop the criteria. So we can ask the board to do that, but we as TC members, we need to provide some guidance instead of leave it open to them to develop out of the blue without any kind of orientation and guidance in the development of the allocation system and the determination of the level of resources to be allocated. I also want to support the comments made by Mateus in the terms of that is important too, when we talk about the access modalities, we should or we must consider indigenous peoples and local communities to get access, and small grants, for instance, could be one of the options that perhaps could be considered, and we think that is important to involve them as part of that. And finally, just to highlight that I hope that at some point we can discuss the capitalization of the fund, because we are discussing the structure, and I understand that we are having a structured discussion, but when we talk about the windows, funds and everything, somehow we need to be sure that it's going to be a capitalization of the fund and ensure that all of the windows will have a minimum resources for delivery, the support that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. So our reading of the decision is that resource mobilization is someone else's problem, but I mean, thank you for giving it back to us. So if I remember correctly, there is a paragraph in the co-chair's convergence, what we see as convergence about developing a resource mobilization strategy, and we know that this is a huge priority for the COP27, the COP28 incoming presidency. So let's see how we proceed on that. I think always in the back of our minds, we do have to be cautious about the expectations of what we're creating and the resource, the capacity constraints for resources that all developed countries have, all countries have. So next on my list is, well, let me just read out the long list. It's Adao, David, Heike, Jaime, Christina, Avi, Hadja, Lawrence, and Samaya. So Adao, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Co-chair, since we have a very long list of speakers, I will be very brief. Let me just support the key views expressed by my colleague from developing countries that they expressed before me. So in terms of my point will be firstly going for the proposal you made to have a compilation issues related to the scope itself. I think since previous TC meetings, we have very clear ideas about the scope, so it will be useful for for us to come up with compiled language around the scope itself. I think that's very important. So my point will be, let's say the economic and non-economic issues are quite broad. So in terms of better understanding around these issues, we may provide some strong language recommended to the board to at least come up with very clear technical issues to address those economic and non-economic losses and damage. And also issue related to slow onset events different from adaptation issues.
Paragraphs, but I'm just trying to use the paragraph from Sham, which is very general, as you say, and then we have another paragraph that requests the board to develop specific results areas, and we then start to list them, and then we would sort of we could use the listing that's sort of the lists of the names of the sub-fund titles, not calling them sub-funds, and then add others, and then it's clear that we're saying to the board, and then you could have another paragraph that says to the board to develop a clear results framework to measure impact, etc., etc. That starts to get to, in a very simplified manner, I think some of the issues that Debbie was talking about. So I'm not making a proposal, I'm just telling you, I think we could explore that again if there's still continued opposition to sub-funds and the detail of sub-funds, but I'll talk to you afterwards. Next on my list is David, followed by Heike.
Thanks, Richard. So just to start where you finished with respect to what you're proposing in terms of paragraphs that relate to this set of issues. I'm happy to look at those general paragraphs. What you're articulating has elements in it that I think are reasonable. The main point, and this is the one that Georg got at, and you came back to provide the assurance. This isn't the sum total of what we are doing here. I don't see this as an exercise in hamstringing or handcuffing, as you described it, a future board. Quite the opposite. I think what certainly I'm trying to contribute to is an effort to give that future board the desired degree of clarity so that they can avoid some of the pitfalls that boards in other institutions have suffered from. So that's just my sort of introductory comment. On the issues with respect to structure, I want to align myself entirely with Debbie's intervention. We see sub-funds and the value therein in exactly the same terms. We really do see the utility in that modality as really compelling for the reasons that Debbie articulated, including how we might come at maximising the contributions that can potentially flow into this future institution. So, and just in every way we think about the challenges that the fund will face, the sub-funds help us unlock some of those challenges, including the way we might want to have differentiated access modalities depending on what these different elements of the fund is seeking to do. So, so please put us down on the list of those that are strongly in support of sub-funds. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I do also want to support Angela's point, which was with respect to access for Indigenous peoples and local communities. Absolutely, that's something that is top of mind for us, and something that we want to make sure we're very clear on with respect to the way we're setting this up going forward. I'll stop there, given the shortness of time and the number of issues we need to get through. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, David. That's useful. Okay. Next on my list is Heike, followed by Jaime.
Thank you, Co-Chair. My initial remark is that I will not comment on eligibility and vulnerability like some have, because it will come later, but not to be misunderstood. So on the topic here of scope, I agree with David. I agree very much with what is also in the clean text, and you laid out and other colleagues on the country programs based on country plans, like also Debbie reiterated. response plans programmatic approach, also very important for us. And then my last remark, this is a new fund coming in. It's about to develop a profile, focus, as I said, and sub-funds from my position is a clear way of providing this kind of focus, structure, and a profile that helps us really to identify how to move forward in a targeted way. Over.
Okay, thank you very much, Heike. Jaime.
Thank you very much. Very much in line with what Heike said, indeed we have priority gaps, vulnerable countries, and we need guidance early on, but also the board, I mean, quite open to give the board the right to then restructure it in time where they see that this structure is not being functional anymore. But I think in the early stages, this gives clarity and direction to have a clear structure for priority gaps and vulnerable countries. Yeah, what Debbie said is also just to maximize funding. If people know where the money might go to and what the structures are and what the topics are that they can finance, it could initially be quite helpful. I do hear about the earmarking, that's a challenge, so we need to think and discuss this, but I think in the early stage it can be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, my list as follows goes: Christina, Avinash, Haja, Laurence, Samaya, JC, Jean-Christophe, sorry, and Ali. So, Christina, please go ahead.
Thanks, Richard. To the first point on scope, I think I maybe need just asking for a little bit more clarity when you said there would be one paragraph on scope that you and Uti would work on and insert. I guess my specific question is I read the paragraph 1 under section 1, objectives and purpose in Annex 2 as that language that you're referring to. I think when you were responding to this question of adequate emphasis to non-economic losses, and you had pointed to that language, it sounded like the language in that paragraph. And if it's not paragraph 1, is it something else? And like David said, happy to look at language, but it was a point of clarification on how that would be different from that first paragraph. And maybe a question to those who have raised this point about not enough focus on non-economic losses. Since we do think that this fund should focus on both economic and non-economic losses, we thought that paragraph 1 was emphasizing the importance of both. So that's on the issue of scope. On the issue of structure, I would say that the proposal that we put forward on structure is also about modalities and access. So it's a combination of multiple things. And what we were trying to do with that proposal is communicate to, as part of the governing instrument, to the board that there are different modalities needed to address a different set of issues, even though all of the issues are connected. Obviously, you don't distinguish slow onset events, for example, from extreme events. But the responses do require different modalities in our view. And we thought that by articulating how those modalities would work through these sub-funds, that would give clarity to the board as it takes on the work after our work is done. We also wanted to clarify in that description ways in which the fund would facilitate access and allow for programmatic approaches and minimize steps required to access funding. Coming out of TC3, we had heard feedback in TC3 that the idea of plans, because some of our sub-fund proposals included the submission by a country of plans. And we heard that that could be, in terms of that modality or that sort of disbursement trigger, for lack of a better word, could be a barrier to access. So one of our thoughts coming out of the Dominican Republic was, can we make clear in the governing instrument that the plan itself should not be a barrier to access? And if a country already has a plan related to these issues, or it can be a composite of different plans or strategies that can be put together, sort of like a functional equivalency for a plan, that could then go forward as what the country puts forward as its plan. I wanted to share, because this gets at the access modalities, and it gets at the direct access question that we were discussing earlier today, because it's come up in some of the bilaterals and side conversations. In our view, there's the connection between this plan and the ability for direct access. Our proposal was the country submits this plan, which could be a composite of existing things put together. And then the board would then consider and approve that plan. It would determine who its implementers are for various components of that plan. And that could be national entities, it could be national systems, it can be subnational, it could be other partners. And what we are trying to get at in spelling out these modalities in this description is to give that additional assurance that it is up to the countries to determine that. The other piece, in terms of the concerns we heard with respect to, what happens if one sub-fund is more funded than another. And in our thinking post-DR, we were thinking about language that can be inserted in the governing instrument to make clear that contributors can choose to contribute to a specific sub-fund, but they can also choose to contribute to the fund as a whole, with the board making on an annual basis an assessment of where the demands are and if there is a need to rebalance to be able to do that. And perhaps there is some sort of guardrails that we can put to this to address that concern. And it's something that I wanted to ask to put forward here. I think we put it in our revised proposal that was circulated to TC members, but I wanted to flag that, cognizant that not everyone's reading all the many documents that have come through. We were thinking that this structure would actually help to safeguard resources, as opposed to the opposite concern that I'm hearing, that one would have more. So the ability to safeguard resources for recovery and reconstruction, as well as for slow onset events, and for the small market subfund for those countries with small markets who would then access that fund. So it was a proposal to actually safeguard resources, and with the addition of maybe additional guardrail language that can help maybe ease the concern with respect to an imbalance between. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. So on the first one, so I think the challenge we're having is that we just jump into the section of scope and there's no preambular paragraph, right? So yes, it is in paragraph 2 of the objectives and purpose. So maybe we just move some of it to a section of scope, and then the section scope is the title, and then the scope of the fund is 2, and then it's clear, and then we go into more granular detail. So but we'll look at that, but essentially, yes, I mean, that's what the agreed language on scope is, and we don't intend to add anything more unless you ask us to add anything more. But it was just sort of structure of a section of the document that would then go into other things that we seemingly don't have much consensus on. So this notion of submitting plans that are now approved, I mean, this is highly challenging. It could seriously delay everything. I mean, the U.S. can submit their next NDC, and we can look to approve it. I mean, that's essentially what it is. I mean, I understand the model. It's very SIF-like. You have an investment plan, it's endorsed, and then when money is available, it goes to that. So I think there's concerns literally from developing countries on that. I don't think there's an issue of having a plan, but having a plan as a precondition to access money is something that's been quite clearly rejected in the GCF. Even the process in the GCF to have country programs has been very laborious. It hasn't really worked. for a number of reasons. Even having entity work programs from the accredited entities hasn't worked. So again, we should learn from experience of things that sounded like good ideas, but in practice didn't end up working. Developing countries already have a massive burden, a planning burden, and I'm sure you do as well, but you have more capacity. But we have TNAs, we have NAPs, we have NDCs, adaptation communications. What else do we have? We have like NatComs, BRRs, transparency reporting. I mean, all we do is write plans. So anyway, we will reflect on that as we go forward. Colleagues, also please reflect on that. Next is Avinash, followed by Hadja.
Thanks, Richard. I think they're going to have to be plans and have to be approved, but clearly we need to make sure this process is appropriate to the pressing monsoon melting glaciers. This year, Pacific cyclones, the Horn of Africa, and the whole Sahel with drought, and Libya. So the idea of trying to manage that, where every year there's a big shift in focus, and it comes back 3 years' time through sub-funds, is going to be an operational nightmare. It's not going to work. I can guarantee you it's not going to work. And so I fear this solution. I think it deals with a political problem, but it's totally inappropriate to the actual problem we're trying to solve. So how do we address the genuine concerns? And I think Christina makes a very important point about safeguards. Diane makes a very important point about small states between large states and getting drowned out perhaps from their very, in a small state like us. These issues are existential to us. They're wipeout risks. So we have to make sure that we don't get drowned out by big state issues. But I think we need a more flexible system. So I think we need to say in the text that we recognize the special needs and certain national circumstances of small states and LICs. We should recognize the non-economic losses. Matthias is quite right. We're not making enough of an attention on this. And maybe the way we have to make sure there are safeguards that these special needs are being addressed and are not being lost in what happens. But I think operationally, a structural system of sub-funds will not work.
Great. Thank you very much, Avinash. That was very useful. Next on my list is Hadja.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. I just want to highlight the importance of scope and the need to have an agreement here, and which will offer the clarity for the board to operationalize. And we also agree that the starting point is the sham language, but it could add more specificity, including on slow onset, as Matthias also mentioned. But I also think it's important to mention that we're dangerously close to passing the 1.5. And this is very important for me, and that as we cross, there's going to be more need for scale on the loss and damage. And I think we made progress on scope, but I was looking at the paragraph 14 of under the operationalization of the new funding arrangements. It is on page 2 of the TC document 4. The paragraph 14 actually includes a lot of details that I think could be included in the paragraph under the objectives and purpose, the paragraph 2 that you referred to. And I think that could add to it. And so this would include things like reconstruction and rehabilitation, including the non-economic losses, displacement costs, sea level rise, desertification, food security, and all of these things that happen after a significant loss and damage event, either from an extreme event or the cumulative effects of slow onsets. And I also believe that the scope should be the guiding criteria to design the structure of the fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadja. Yes, so we could also then move some of what's in paragraph 14 of that draft decision into the scope as an additional level of giving guidance of what could be included under the main or the sub themes or whatever it is. We'll look at that. That's a very good, useful suggestion. Thank you. Next on my list is Laurence, followed by Smaya.
Thanks, and I'll try to be brief, supporting many of the points that were made by speakers before me about the need to give guidance to the board around the scope and ensure that it reflects the priority gaps that have been highlighted in discussions in previous months. And from that understanding of priority gaps, we feel the need to give some direction to the board around structure to, as others have said, to give clarity about what the fund does, to make it attractive to other donors. And we also, I think, subscribe to the views shared by Jaime about making sure that while we agree on the structure here, we make sure that it is dynamic and we empower the board to think about how that structure needs to evolve as the needs change. And finally, I think it was Christina who spoke about the fact that the structure can address some of the questions around priority gaps, but some of it is also around modalities and you know, listening to Angela's talking about programmatic approach, which we fully support, about making sure that there is access for indigenous people, which we also fully support. In our view, this is also translated in the modalities that the fund operate, and especially in the modalities for the sub-funds. So depending on what they do, on which issue they tackle, the modalities might be better suited in one way or another to address those concerning gaps.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurence. I've got questions or clarification, but I'll leave that as fine. Somaya, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would also like to second what Mo and other colleagues stated in relation to opposition of sub-funds and the need for thinking about how we give guidance to the board in order to take care of the structure. I agree with the sentiment in general of the idea of loss and damage is context specific, and for that, yes, I agree with Hajja in that we need to broaden maybe the language from Sharm to include the issues stated by colleagues, including the non-economic losses and the issue of human mobility. I would like to underline the fact that this issue, like I stated in TC3, for Africa is a very important issue, particularly the issue of migration and internal displacement. And it is our preference to see that highlighted and included, because this is one of the issues that represent a serious concern for the whole continent. More than anywhere else, the issue of IDPs and resettlement and issues, all the issues linked to that. I fully agree on the scope will guide the structure, and for that we need to endorse that quite well. I think what Avinash was saying around the shifting focus will help us also to think about the importance of giving freedom and flexibility for the board in order to start to structure the program that would really solve all our problem. The more I hear justification for sub-funds, the more I feel worried, because from what Christina was saying, what if one fund is having more financial resources than another, and what to do in order to balance that? While it contains a lot of good ideas maybe for the board when they are structuring the funds. However, I guess this is exactly particularly one of the concerns why we feel not really comfortable of starting with sub-funds from here. And the other issue is we don't really have time to negotiate all that now, and we'll be better off sending very clear guidance, clear mandate for the board to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumaya. Very clear. Jean-Christophe, followed by Ali, and that's my list, and then we'll decide the next way forward. So, Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Richard. First, on scope, full agreement with your proposal to have a paragraph based on Sharm el-Sheikh language. Sharm el-Sheikh language calls upon us to identify priority gaps. This is where I think these priority gaps should be highlighted precisely. On structure, yes, full agreement also to have a paragraph in order to guide the board on how to structure the activities of the fund. It's obviously would depend, as I just said, about the scope, and we have to be a little bit more specific in order to really, as I said, guide the board to organize the different activities. And the structure will obviously depend on the type of activities and also the involvement of other players in addition to the fund in every of these activities. And finally, on access mechanism, I do share the point raised by Christina. Investment plan and programmatic approach are key. I take your point, Richard, that in GCF it has not played well. But honestly, the investment plan or programmatic approach are not at all at the core of the business model of the GCF. It could be developed, but it would take time, probably. Here, it's completely different. We know perfectly that the way countries are prepared to face rapid onset or slow onset is crucial in the effectiveness in the response to these events. And not only the country, but also the way the global community could support the country in order to respond to these events. So for me, it's clear that if we are not putting pressure on a well-organized preparation in order to deal with these events, well, we are going to spend more money, we are going to be less efficient, we are going to have more casualty, and so that's not an efficient way to do it. And finally, on access mechanism, I would like to support every one of us who think that there are language barriers in the way the global community sometimes develop their activities. I see that very clearly at the GCF level. So everything we can do to reduce these language barriers, be it in the communication process or in the way the secretariat of the fund to be created is working with governments and local community, it would be great.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Last on my list is Ali. Ali?
Thank you very much. Richard, on the scope, I join others in giving you mandate to come up with some language that is consistent with COP and CMA decision, and then we can take things from there. For the structure, I also like I join my developing country colleagues in opposing the idea of like sub-funds, where there is a huge risk for earmarking, but we are open to an idea of windows, or so to say, the thematic areas, which are like exhaustive list, because as Avinash has clearly mentioned, that the needs, they evolve over time, and we shouldn't be too prescriptive to the board, and this will limit its ability to deliver its function. But we are open to defining some thematic areas which cover like immediate relief and rescue for sustaining livelihoods and lives, reconstruction and rehabilitation, and slow onset in all areas. That's perfectly fine. And for allocation system, we as a developing country, we will support that the board will come up with some allocation system where they for the both like programmatic approach as well as trigger-based support, where they take into account the needs and priorities of all vulnerable developing countries, and especially SIDS, LDCs, and middle-income vulnerable countries like Pakistan. And they also take into account the best available data, and while fully recognizing that for some countries data will not be available, and those shouldn't be excluded only because the data is not available. And for as far as the access modalities are concerned, I already mentioned that we are supportive of both programmatic approach as well as the trigger-based approach. It's my personal view that the programmatic approach will work better in reconstruction and rehabilitation as well as the slow onset events, but for the immediate relief and rescue for sustaining lives and livelihoods, the trigger-based approach is much better. But then a word of caution is that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. All countries have their unique circumstances. The triggers for SIDS and LDCs are different, or must be different for from the triggers which are for Pakistan, for example. So it's like I advocate country or context-specific triggers for all the countries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali, and thank you for that last comment. I hope the developed countries were listening, that there were at least 2 comments from colleagues about the context at which loss and damage is different in the SIDS and LDC, so I hope you took note of that. So colleagues, thank you very much. That's been a rich, insightful discussion. I still think I don't think we're that far apart. I think the big difference is the language, is the semantical problem of what a sub-fund actually means within a fund, because it's just not. I think our initial inclination is when you say sub-fund, it looks like the entire structure of a board within the board, within the bank account, within the bank account, right? But I'm not seeing that necessarily that clearly. So there may be a way in which things can be redrafted to give the clearer direction on the thematic scope rather than being it a sub-fund or a sub-fund. But if I've misinterpreted that and it is a sub-fund and a sub-fund, my sense is then we're quite seriously stuck. But if there is flexibility to have a general, that this is more like a focus area, because I think the problem is for a developing country, they don't have the capacity to do plans for 10 sub-funds, right? They would do one plan and it would in a sense, seek allocations from the 10 sub-funds, and so that in itself is complicated. So I think we have a language problem here primarily, but we'll look at that. Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to hand over to Uti to go on to the next outstanding issue, and then we'll break for tea at some point and continue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Richard. So then we'll turn to the next cluster of issues, which is sources, financial inputs, and scale. So, on this again, and coming back to the note 2023/6. So here again, sort of Richard's and my understanding is that irrespective of the kind of animal that we are now creating and wherever it's located, that we all agree that the trustee, whoever it is, should be able to receive financial inputs from a wide variety of sources, including innovative sources. I think there's a sort of broad general agreement on that, so kindly refrain from commenting on that. Then on the scale, and as Richard noted, we've studied the sham mandate to the Transitional Committee very carefully. Our understanding is that the whole process of resource mobilization is someone else's problem. I mean, Richard and I will be out of this job in 4 days. So I can guarantee that we are not going to be the ones doing the resource mobilization. So again, there are views as to, I think everyone agrees that the fund will need to operate at the scale. The divergence, as we see it, is that whether there will be some language on the scale in the terms of reference of the governing instrument or the decision, or whether we're just going to be silent on that, and again, then it will be someone else's problem. Then turning to sources, and that's at least sort of in our assessment where we have the largest divergence of views. So again, the sort of the two, and we're hoping that we can come up with, or that you will come up actually, because I think we've come up with whatever we can, and now I think it's your turn. And if you don't actually come up with constructive language here this afternoon, then Richard and I will come up with something, and what sort of very just to provide assurances on that. So we have a view where there would be sort of a general statements on the Convention and Paris Agreement's obligations and principles, and reflect also the distinctions made under the Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. The other language proposal that we have at the moment is that parties in a position to do so, or willing to do so, or ready to do so, should contribute to the fund. The third option, and that's not reflected here, obviously, is that we're silent on sources. Again, that would just sort of kick the can further forward, but it might sort of at least mean that it's kicked far enough so that Richard and I will not be dealing with it. So with these introductory words, anyone wishing to take the floor on the sources, and again, we know all of your positions, so no need to, no need to say. We are welcome to stay silent on this, and this might actually be a very short discussion in that case. But what we would really like to hear is that, are there bridging proposals? Are there ideas on how we could move forward on the sources for the purposes of the governing instrument and the decision for Dubai? So the floor is open. I'm not sensing a huge appetite from, oh, yes, please, Avinash.
But only on one of the less frontline issues, this issue of scale. And the reason why the issue of scale is important, I think, is we fear that without getting people in the right ballpark, thinking about the right scale and level, we're going to end up being at a very micro level. There's no shortage of micro ideas and micro funds and micro activities. So I think that if people, I believe we should state the scale, and because that's, I think we'll set that ambition. But I think that if for some reason we end up not wanting to do that, then I think there should be a review of what is necessary. So a view of how much funding is required and the adequacy of where that is today. A regular review of that, so that we are not then ending up with a miniature ambition.
Thanks, thanks, Avi. And since I don't see anyone else wanting to take the floor, maybe I'll. Oh, Diane, sorry. It's always hiding behind a water bottle. So yes, Diane, please.
Thank you. So if you recall, I think it was TC2 or 1, where we basically said that based on what we have seen now, we're not even reached 1.5 degrees, that at minimum, our scale should be set based on the temperature increases and the projections that we see from IPCC are what we're expecting to occur. So this is not just a normal, everyday replenishment of, should be replenished according to what we see the fund could do, plus the arrangements. So we cannot forget the arrangements. So the arrangements would have our coherence with our other funds, with our arrangement with our partners that normally support us when we have an extreme weather event or slow onset event. And so I think it's important for us to package that. In that meeting, I think I said that we're hoping to create a fund that can program at least 30 billion per year, the fund plus the arrangements. From our perspective, we are realistic. We know that this fund will not be able to fund everything. But $30 billion a year is not everything. It's just a percentage of, I think in our first presentation, Chair of the TC, we saw a lot of presentation that gave us the scale of the problems that we are currently facing. That is going to be complicated by the fact that within the adaptation sphere, we are not getting enough money to adapt fast enough. So the pace of adaptation is much slower than the pace of destruction. So we have to, along with what we're doing here, pick up the pace in respect to adaptation, and this is where it was encouraging that the World Bank, at its meeting, was talking more along those lines and was calling for more money so that they can help in this area of adaptation. So I think 30 billion a year is a good target, but please, I want to be clear, we understand limitations, so we're not saying 30 billion for the fund alone, but the fund plus the arrangement should be able to mobilize between cash and materials and support for reconstruction. It should be around $30 billion per year. With respect to the issue of sources of funding, we're talking about sources, yeah. All right, so I have a concern. I know we always have this idea and talk about the sources of fund, and we have the language down packed, and we all agree. So I know that's the language we're going to end up with. We also have that language in the Green Climate Fund. And what I would like to suggest, a novel approach with this fund, is that I believe that there is a role for the CEO of the fund and the Secretariat to help to fundraise. You said definitely not the two of you, but once we have the Secretariat. And under the GCF, although we have that language, we're not getting funding from a broader, from other sources, right? So it could be, we should examine to see why that is. I know we don't have the answers now, but I have an answer I think is suggest. I mean, I think we need to have a fund where the Secretariat and the CEO is competitive. Like, you know, they have to go out and fundraise, not only just for replenishment, but beyond. And their compensation packages and their raises should be linked to performance, right? Right now with the GCF, if the CEO, if the ED and the staff don't fundraise, they still get a raise and they still get paid. And in the private sector, even the banks have to fundraise. So I was just thinking that is something that we can task them to do in terms of, and in a more meaningful way, in the area of getting funds from other sources. And also, when we're looking at asking for other funds from other sources, it doesn't have to be cash in the fund. Remember, we have the arrangements as well. And in many cases, I can tell you from our experience, we got hit by a Category 5 hurricane, 180 miles an hour wind, destroy every home, right? But what we did through, we got materials. And the people were able to build back the homes better with the materials that we got. So we got back on our feet, and it was easier to distribute materials than it was to distribute cash. And then do procurement, and then you have all of that stuff that you have to do. So I think we can task our Secretariat to fundraise, and we have performance criteria for them so that they can go out and raise materials, they can raise cash, they can raise in-kind, and things like that. And those in kind, we've seen in the GCF, we've seen in the JEF, sometimes the cash that we get from the JEF or the GCF is like 10% of the total package. So there are opportunities for them to do that. Speaking of co-financing, we want to make sure that this fund do recognize that in all of the funding, the operating entities that we have, developing countries do contribute. No, we don't actually write a check and put it into the fund. But I know for my country, as small as we are, whatever funding we get from the JEF or the GCF or the Adaptation Fund, we have to find twice as much resources to match that. And this is not on paper in kind. We have to provide cash, and we have to demonstrate that we provide cash. So we do provide, although we can't write a check and put it into the fund, whatever we get from the fund, we do provide our share, and it is considerable. It's never more than 50% we get. We have to provide much more at the time. It's like we get 30% and we provide the difference. That contribution is not, in my mind, is not properly attributed. And if we can properly attribute it, maybe it would help us all to come to a better decision and to say that we are in fact contributing to that. So to summarize, I like the text that we know we're going to come with the additional text. I won't suggest anything more. I think we cannot just leave the text lying down on a piece of paper. We have to task somebody all year round to go and fundraise. We have to look at what the money that we're putting into the fund plus the arrangements will come up to about 30 billion a year. That's not going to cover all the demand. And finally, we must have a way to recognize the contribution of developing countries to this whole process without in a more meaningful way. Thanks.
Thanks, Diane, and a number of very important issues there, and also want to really sort of thank you for raising the issue of funding arrangements as part of the whole architecture. And I believe that is something that we all should be also focusing more on. That indeed the fund is as important as it is. It's still part of the overall climate finance architecture, and we need to look at it as a whole. But the other point I wanted to also just mention, which I thought was really good, also was the role of co-financing and the role of actually sort of giving recognition to the level of funding that the affected countries themselves are already providing, and maybe that is actually something that we could further task the Standing Committee on Finance to look at and to provide. I think it's more sort of a climate finance transparency issue, and maybe there's sort of certainly not the Transitional Committee isn't the right body to look into that into more detail, but I think we have over the years created a sufficient number of constituted bodies under the convention, so I'm sure there'll be one or the other body that could actually look into that in more detail. Christina, please.
Thank you, Udi. I wanted to just raise my flag on this question about inclusion of some references on scale, and support what I heard you say, that your and Richard's point about sticking to what I understood, sticking to the mandate of what we have from Sharm. I'm a little struck by the previous conversation where we were talking about, or what I was hearing from our co-chair, that there isn't enough time to be talking about too much detail on structure and modalities. Now, structure and modalities are part of our mandate, and while I appreciate this conversation on scale and I appreciate the points that are being raised, I'd like to just prioritize, for the amount of time we have here, that we focus on our mandate. And if we're going to make time for this, let's make time for the pieces that are in our mandate and have a further discussion. I'd rather prioritize the mandate, and so would support what you were proposing initially. I think the paragraph in the clean text on resource mobilization is a good way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next, Haja, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Uti. I also just want to support my colleagues Avi and Diane as well, and the fact that the scale is actually very important and something that would differentiate this fund from the other funds that exist. Also, especially in the context of 1.5 and the magnitude of events that we're experiencing on the annual basis. So we think that it's really important to have language on scale rather than not having any text. And and I'm happy that there's some language in the proposal 2 of the document 5 that you have shared. It's line 635, and there's already some language on it, so that's good. And yeah, I just wanted to say that actually important to acknowledge that this would actually make a difference to the particularly vulnerable countries that are affected by climate change. And the scale is very important. It's also connected with the scope and structure. And so this is just to reiterate my support for my colleagues and to make the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Hadja. Next, Adao, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Uti. Yes, if we are serious to address loss and damage from extreme events and also slow onset event, I think source of fund and also scale are critically important. So I would like to support Diane and also I think Kaja with regard to the scale. But for us, we need to take reference of the existing or current needs of loss and damage. I could provide colleagues the current or last year's disaster in Pakistan. Pakistan itself requires 15.2 billion. It's only one single country. And when my country was hit by a tropical cyclone 2 years back, we lost 225 million US dollar only for infrastructure. And recovery issues and construction issues up to date, we haven't done it because of limitation of finance. So I think it's very important for us to discuss about source of fund for developing countries who are very much affected by loss and damage, affected by impact of climate change. So for us, at least 100 billion per year, it's critically important for all developing countries. We need to have a figure in place. And then who is going to contribute? I think for LDCs, we have been rapidly requesting to have the main inputs from grant base from developed countries contribution. I think that's key for us. If we also propose to have other innovative sources, I think that's open to be discussed, and that's there because it was also part of the decision at COP27. But main source for us would be contribution, public finance from developed country parties. I think that's key for us. In terms of loans and debts, some of developing countries, we are facing very difficulties in the issues related to this. LDCs, we have a limited capacity to access to the loans. So we can put some language around the text that we are discussing about in a way that can help all developing countries make sure that no one will be left behind, including from my constituency that I'm speaking on behalf of them. So in terms of how to put the figure in place, I think we need to have some scale there, and then it will be more developed by the board. But it should be guided by the Conference of Parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adao. Next, I have Mo. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I think this is covering also the other one, scale, because I heard colleagues like jumping between the scale, and so this is a kind of reflecting on both of them. So as we mentioned in the previous meetings of the Transitional Committee, it is very important that we reflect what is the scale of the fund that we are working on. And I think it was very clear from the developing countries that the fund will have the programming capacity of the 100 billion. And again, when we say that, this means that most probably the fund will not have the 100 billion in its coffers, but it will have the resources that will allow it to program the 100 billion. Second element is the issue of resources. And again, in your proposal, I didn't see the proposal that we had before on this. You have three main revenue streams. One is mainly dedicated for the Secretariat, another one which is a replenishment process, and the third one which is the additional complementary resources. Even in your proposal that was put forward and the financial inputs, it is still very generic, I think, and I think we need to work further on that. And the third element on the sources, I also mentioned before the idea of having the SDRs and callable capital. Those are important instruments that could be used to deliver the scale that we are talking about. And it will give this understanding that you don't need to have a contributions in the scale of 100 billion, but you can have the capacity as a fund to program up to 100 billion, which is different element. I think also when it relates to the issue of the other sources, in your paper, in your proposal, the reference to innovative sources and international pricing mechanisms, we said it very clear before. Who in any of those international mechanisms that are being negotiated or those that have been already decided on have agreed or have even pointed to contributions from those mechanisms to the fund? So, I mean, there is this thing that we are just deciding on their behalf while they are not really interested. So reflecting them here doesn't make that much difference. It gives might give the wrong indication that we are expecting them to contribute to this fund, while there, I mean, if you look at the documents from the IMO, if you look at the CORSIA, if you look at even the EU CBAM, they don't mention anything about contributing to the loss and damage fund. So why are we expecting them to contribute? Is this like our wishful thinking, our nice dreams? Because I haven't seen them, even many of them, contributing to the climate change, although they are applied on the basis of climate change and so on, but they have never even been used to support developing countries when it comes to climate change. So this is the important element that we need to highlight. When we put elements there, yes, I know that you're capturing submissions from the different parties, but at the same time, we need to also to be very clear, are they applicable or not? So in that, I think, and reflecting between 5 and 6, we have to be clear on the scale of the programming of this fund, and how much this fund can program, and we have heard from different colleagues on when they were discussing the idea of having sub-funds, that there is a substantial amount of scale of resources that will be programmed through this fund for either trigger-based or program-based. And the second element is that when we look at the resources, we have to secure reasonable, substantial resources coming from a process that we all agree to, and then additional elements that will come in to complement, and then innovative sources that could be used as resources. And I know the SDRs was mentioned in the Paris Summit on finance and climate. So these elements should be put forward and even pushed forward, because parties around this table, especially from developed countries, they have the ability to work with their governments to do this SDR allocation, or to do this callable resources or callable finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Albara, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and I'm really glad that we came to a realization that we certainly do not see any value of using the discussions on sources as a tool to renegotiate the convention or the Paris Agreement and their principles. Of course, we all know the articles in the convention and the Paris Agreement that clearly highlights the obligation and the voluntary nature of contributions. And we also, maybe just to comment on the proposal that were sent and circulated to us, we certainly do not recognize what is meant by in a position to do so, and we firmly do not and will not accept any attempt to shift any financial obligation. And moreover, and similar to what Ambassador Nasser has mentioned on the international pricing mechanisms, as far as we know, this is completely out of scope, and it really prejudges ongoing immature discussions in that regard, and we see absolutely no value in reflecting this. And I believe I've heard this throughout the interventions today, and I think a language that can definitely capture all the different elements of innovation, of voluntary contributions, of obligation is a language that's in the Green Climate Fund. It's a language that I believe never prevented any voluntary contribution, and it really speaks to many of the issues that were highlighted. And I will read the language for the sake of everyone in the room. The fund will receive financial inputs from developed country parties to the convention. The fund may also receive financial inputs from a variety of other sources, public and private, including alternative sources. Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify what we had in the document number 6. I mean, we weren't sort of it wasn't our proposal. It was basically our attempt to capture as to where we saw that the positions were, and with the hope that you would get together and come up with a way forward, and if indeed you were sort of the TC members were not in a position to come up with a bridging proposal, then Richard and I would reflect on how we reflect the issue of sources, financial inputs, and scale in documentation. So it was just an attempt to capture us to where we are. Ali, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I'll just highlight one point that the needs, financial needs for loss and damage in developing countries specifically, they run in billions or rather trillions of dollars, and I fully align with the fact that fund will not provide everything, but we expect fund to like catalyze and like provide significant chunk of it. That's what our expectations is. And if you talk about the scale of the damage, which is again, as Ambassador Radao also mentioned, that only in Pakistan for the floods, the reconstruction and rehabilitation, for that we need $16.3 billion. So on the face of it, when we see the developing country proposal, that $100 billion as a startup capital, then it appears that it's a too ambitious thing, and it's not. But this actually commensurate with what is needed, and in this context, if we come up with language that the countries who are in position to do so, they contribute and come up with very weak language, or either you're saying that the third proposal can be we don't come up with any language, that will not be a right signal. So I'll fully advocate and that we should come up with some amount as a reference that will be our target, and against which we can later on assess the resource mobilization by fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, and thank you also for being clear that sort of being silent on sources is not an option. It is precisely these kinds of signals that we need to get, and they will help us in terms of taking the next steps. Angela, followed by Debbie.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Let me start by talking about the scale, and just to highlight that according to the estimation and data that we have, and I have to thank the work of the Loss and Damage Collaboration, who published some kind of information in this regard. Perhaps the information is not accurate, but just to give you an example, in 2022, economic losses and damages alone cost in developing countries over than 100 billion. And I think that the data is not enough. I mean, I think we have a higher number. And the estimations that they have in their publications is that 500 billion, it's gonna be the cost by 2030, raising to $1.7 trillion of a year in 250, which is a high number. So let me say that on behalf of my seat and my group of the countries that I'm representing, the Loss and Damage Fund must start with a floor, and we think that it's important to have it, of at least of 100 billion a year, with funds scaling up over the time to meet the loss and damage needs as the climate crisis escalates. So I fully support the comments of Ambassador Radao, Ali, and others who join this idea to have a floor. And in terms of sources, I just want to mention that the fund is to receive financial contributions from developed countries, and we consider that developed countries should lead the process in terms of in terms of the funds that we required for dealing with the losses and damages, but we also consider that the fund may also receive voluntary financial contributions from other parties to the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and the fund must allow for reception of other sources of financing, such as innovative sources, philanthropy, etc. But we consider and reiterate that the developed countries should take the lead in terms of the process of the fund. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. And again, I'm sort of taking careful note in terms of also the new concepts coming up. So basically now what was put forward was that there would be a minimum floor at 100 billion before the fund can become operational. So again, would like to hear comments on how realistic and what would be the time frame for having that kind of a setup. Debbie, followed by David, please.
Thanks, Uti. So a lot's been said, so I think I can be quite brief. The UK's always raised and will continue to raise and emphasise that the fund needs to be able to receive a range of financial inputs, including from innovative sources. And just to say, I support the wording that's in the clean text that the co-chairs have provided on this. We've talked now a little bit about scale, the scale of the need. And I have to say, it feels to me as though it's wholly untenable that the scale of funds for loss and damage that we're discussing could be covered by a traditional set of contributors using the traditional channels. So we really need this fund to deliver significant volumes of finance. I think on that we all agree. For that reason, I do think it's helpful to have wording stating that we encourage parties willing to do so to contribute, or some similar type of language. I do think that's really quite important to us. Finally, I think you've got some helpful language around preparing long-term fundraising and resource mobilization strategy. I'd like to support that. And then the idea that the fund needs to raise 100 billion before it becomes operational, I think that just puts potentially a significant impediment and time frame before we see this fund becoming operational. So again, I think there's a sort of a trade-off there between speed and scale that we might need to grapple with. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Then David, please.
Thanks, Uti, and once again, Debbie's stolen some of my thunder. But just on the scale point, I appreciate and absolutely recognise colleagues who have talked about the needs and the attempts that have been made to quantify those needs. As Christina said at the outset, though, that this particular issue is beyond our mandate in my estimation, and the challenges contained for us in trying to deliver on our mandate are such that I don't see the likelihood that spending time on this particular issue is going to get us all that far. I do not support an articulation of a particular number as a target for this fund, be it as a floor in order to trigger an operationalisation of a fund, or as an aspiration. In part because the scale has to be linked to what we are seeking to do through this fund, and that hasn't yet been made sufficiently precise. Setting that issue to one side, when we talk about catalysing resources for it, though, I am mystified as to why we would close ourselves off to any potential flows, because we all recognise that the needs, be whether we seek to quantify with precision a target or otherwise, the needs are really considerable. So we need to use every tool at our disposal to maximise the resources that will flow into this institution in due course. So I do not support any attempt to restrict that in any form whatsoever, be it with respect to ruling out innovative sources, be it with respect to articulating one class of party as a contributor. I don't support that in any way, and I don't understand arguments to the contrary when it runs completely counter to the exercise that we are engaged in here. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And the last speaker, Mateusz, and then we'll provide a way forward and perhaps also some coffee. Mateusz, please.
Thank you very much, Uti. I'm going to be brief. So, on the instruments, we are fully supportive of what Ambassador Mo has just said on the fact that the fund should be designed in a way that is, capable of receiving a wide variety of resources. It should be capital agnostic, but we shouldn't be prescriptive on the sort of instruments that we are utilizing in the fund, most importantly, when they are not available and when we do not have the mandate to decide on that. And this touches on, of course, this idea of levies and other instruments that are being discussed in other fora. I think this is not the best way forward for us to go through here. On the idea of scale, which we pretty much favor, I'm not sure if the proposal that we had on the fund should be able to program at least 100 billion a year. Sorry, it's not going to go, but a matter of repeating that so many times. But 100 billion shouldn't be read as a way of constraining, giving a constraint to the operation of the fund, but actually, as others have said, the idea of the fund being able to program these resources. So this is a different perspective. Having a clear number on the scale is precisely giving, as Ali has mentioned, the signals that we do need to have in this, the outcome of the TC on the ambition we want when it comes to demobilization of resources. And I also agree in that respect to what previous colleagues mentioned, including Avi and I think Diane, on the very fact, on the very linkage between the ambition on resource mobilization of the fund and the tipping points of climate change when it comes to the projections of increase of global temperature. I think this is really important and should be a background assumption here. But just would like to reiterate also that there's another side of this scale, this proposal on scale, which says that the fund should also be ready to adapt over time, which is another element that we have been very vocal about, which is the fact that the fund should not be, the modalities, the allocation, and all of the elements that we have been discussing so far shouldn't be set on stone and actually should evolve over time as the needs and priorities of developing countries are also going to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mateusz. Jaime, followed by Jun. Jaime, you have the floor.
Sure, we've been listening attentively, and I just was looking up the total amount of development aid being present right now, and the total amount of development aid is $176 billion. So just to give you the scale of what we're asking here and where the money should come from. So, so that's just to put it in context. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jaime. Jun, please.
I'll be very brief. I fully support what David said. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've now. Richard says that let's now escape for coffee before we get any further interventions. So okay, let me just sum up. So first of all, thank you for engaging on the issue of sources and financial inputs, and again, we've listened very carefully. I hear no convergence in terms of how we're going to capture the sources, with the exception of making sure that the fund needs to be able to receive finance from all possible sources. We will reflect and we will propose something. And again, if you do want to work together and propose a landing ground language, please do that, because otherwise, you're just sort of leaving all the cards in Richard's and my hands, and then I mean that's what we're going to do. And so we're going to propose language unless indeed there's a bridging proposal coming from the TC members. So we're going to break for coffee now, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to the really exciting issues of eligibility, vulnerability, and allocation. And I'll hand it over to Richard at that point. So enjoy your coffee while you can.
Colleagues, we have
Okay, colleagues, so in the absence of members, I took an executive decision to adopt the report of the TC based on the G77. At this point, we can all clap hands and you can go home. And we look forward to the checkbook coming, David Higgins. The first... there we go. So yeah, I'm being innovative, right? So nobody was here, so nobody could object, so we agreed. That's just a warning, actually. Okay, colleagues, so now we're going to start on the next issue. Eligibility, vulnerability, and the allocation sections. So my first condition, I don't want to hear from you if you have nothing new to say. Okay? So we've captured where the positions are. We're not going to spend the next hour restating our positions because we don't have time. And Christina is now upset with me because I said we don't have time. So please only raise your hands or your flags if you have something new to add to what we've already captured, or you have a new proposal that will bridge the divides. Because we already have spent a lot of time today going back on our existing positions, which Uti and I know very well, and we know where we can maneuver with them, and we know where there's flexibility, and we know where there isn't flexibility. So what we're trying to do with this exercise, again to confirm, is to understand whether any of you are willing and able to show flexibility on your existing positions around these matters. So with that, do I have anybody that wishes to add any new proposals or show some flexibility on what has already been submitted by in the three different submissions on eligibility, vulnerability, and allocation? Okay, thank you, colleagues. So we clear. John Christophe, please go ahead.
No, something new you asked for. So, yes, I mean, we have put forward some proposal on eligibility and allocation framework, but we do not have worked out this proposal. So my proposal is just to be available to talk with others, and I know that Avinash has issued a proposal last time during a Santo Domingo meeting on eligibility criteria for some events. Well, that's something that we have not included in our submission, but be ready to work with him and others to work out this proposal.
Great, thanks, Jean-Christophe, for showing that intent to work with others around new proposals. So we would encourage you and others to try and work together to find new ways of thinking on these issues. Otherwise, we're stuck where we are. Okay, so given the fact that nobody seemingly wants to move at this moment, and you'll have to then wait to see how Uti and I reflect what is these very entrenched positions on these three matters. So now I'm going to Okay, thank you. So I will just continue on the issue of coordination and coherence, and following the new practice from co-chairs, is we're really only interested in hearing new proposals, flexibility being demonstrated, and bridges being built into this. And I guess we're now at that point where we're looking at coordination coherence in the fund, as well as coordination concurrence in the funding arrangements, and then after this we'll get to the funding arrangements as well. So we understand if you want to make linkages with both, but we will treat them as separate issues. So otherwise, what we have in front of us is the difference of opinions, who leads, who coordinates, what the structure is. But I think in general, Uti and I have captured that there is really general consensus around the board and the secretariat having a role in overall coherence and developing further recommendations in the process. So if there's nothing new, then we'll just continue to build text on that general assessment of where colleagues are. So at this point in time, I'm going to open the floor, as I said again, for new proposals and flexibility to be displayed. So I have Laurence, and then is that Debbie? Laurence.
Sorry, I hope not to disappoint you. I just wanted to make sure that I understand on the table, the difference between the first column and the second column is just a question of sequencing, right? Whether this is language at COP or later. Is that, because I see many similarities between the two boxes. One has more detail than the other, but it's more a matter of when those things are captured. Is that?
These things will need to be captured now. In the TC4, the main difference is in the box on the left. So the first one, the issue of complementarity and coherence would be given to the fund, right? And then directly to the fund, and then it will be up to the board to determine how to delegate that to the secretariat. There's a similar sentence in the option in the second channel, but that proposal was very clear that it would be given to the secretariat, right? So the difference is in the first one, you delegate to the board, we delegate to the fund, which is ideally the decision maker is the board, and then the board, we would hope in its logic, would then delegate it to the secretariat, whereas the second option just bypassed the board and gave it directly to the secretariat, which probably doesn't make sense, but maybe that's just a semantical thing. And then there's the issue of the council, and then there were specific references in other proposals around the Santiago network and the WIM. So I think we assess that there's general consensus. There's certainly not divergence on the issue of coherence and coordination. We did sense that there was a difference of opinion on who would lead. And then this is very much linked to the funding arrangement section. So maybe this is just an easier one, and we can go off and build on that consensus. But if at this stage we're interested in really hearing new proposals, I guess the flexibility is really about, ideally, everything we mandate is to the fund, which assumes the board, not to the secretariat. So, I mean, if that's acceptable, we can fix that. Is that okay? Okay, thanks, Laurence. Debbie.
Thanks, Richard. With apologies, Mr. Chair, I wanted to come in on allocations. Forgive me, maybe I missed it because we suddenly moved on. Is that still possible?
Only if it's a new issue, or are you showing flexibility?
So I was going to offer a new issue.
Sorry?
I was going to offer something new.
Then perfect. You can let's just sum up the complementarity and coherence, and I'll come back to that if that's okay. Okay, colleagues. So Gil. No? You don't have to put your flag up if it wasn't up.
It was up, but I thought you were going back to allocation, so sorry. So just to understand what you're saying here, I mean, it seems to me when I was reading this that, or your paper, that it might be, to me it seems like there is possibilities of somehow combining what you have put up in separate columns here. And so I think, but I think it's important for us that we see more of the details of how this is suggested to be fleshed out, because that is important, including at least from this seat as far as understanding, for instance, the role of the WIM XCOM in helping ensuring coherence on a more, let's say, running basis in cooperation with the fund board, for instance. So now, but it's important that we understand how this would work also, because at least our view is that we want to make sure that we're not unnecessary, to put it like that, establishing a very complex set of new institutions and bodies that are not existing today. I'm also saying that because we have a general concern about the flourishment and increasing flourishment of bodies and processes and meetings under the Convention on Paris Agreement. So anyhow, if the idea is to come back with something that we can discuss at a more detailed level than this, that's fine. Thanks.
Yes, so the intention is for us to come back with a new text where we see a possible way forward. I think everybody is in agreement that we should not attempt to proliferate committees or processes, but there may be need for something to happen to bring people together. I mean, if it's a simple mandate to the board, which is what we have in the GCF, then it's clarifying that in language for the fund to do it, and then to come back to the COP and report to the COP, because that's what will happen, and then the COP CMA, sorry, and then we'll give further guidance on it, which is the common practice, and so we understand that. So seeing that we don't have any new proposals or flexibility on things, we'll just then work on some text, understanding that people have quite important issues to raise on this one. It is an important component of the work of the fund as well as outside of the fund, and then hopefully we can have a better discussion. Hopefully Uti and I can find a path through the forest.
But I think we could consider, and it could be quite helpful to consider, given that resources will be finite, as we've said, and that we are going to need to ensure there are safeguards to get support to countries that have special circumstances, whether that be capacity constraints, size, geography, particularly around LDCs and SIDS. I think it's going to be important that we give a clear mandate to the board to develop a mechanism to put that kind of safeguarding in place. We could direct the board to develop and set a minimum percentage allocation floor for the overall fund for LDCs and SIDS. We could direct the board to develop an overall resource allocation framework based on criteria that prioritizes certain vulnerabilities, perhaps faced by LDCs and SIDS. We had an earlier discussion about sub-funds as well, which could be part of this. This is obviously, these ideas aren't mutually exclusive. And I think probably there is, in my mind, a preference for an allocation framework for the whole fund. But an overall floor could be simpler. That could be a simpler level of safeguard, and I'm conscious there will be complexity in here. There may well be disagreements in here. But as I said, we're very flexible on trying to find a solution that works for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to help us, so this would be an allocation framework to be updated every replenishment period, or what is your thinking on the time scale of this?
So we haven't talked in detail about replenishment periods, so I'm happy to sort of, but yes, something that could be updated every so often. I think the starting point is to give some direction to the board that we expect it to be done, and probably give some sort of indication about the sorts of criteria we expect the board to be looking at, and indeed if there's any particular themes, geographies, categories that we think are important. Again, I'm conscious of your previous instructions. I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but I think there's something about giving clear direction to the board of our intent on this, and yes, that it could be periodically updated. I think that would be wise. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. One more question from my side. Would this then negate the need for sub-funds, or do you see, like, is the allocation, is it either or is it both?
So I think, I'm not trying to be irritating, but it depends. So it's at the moment it's both, but it depends how we proceed, frankly, and what could be done around this.
Okay, thank you. That's very useful. We'll consider that when we go away. Thank you. Mohammed, do you want to come in on something new, something being flexible? Don't break the rules.
Break the rules, of course. I like that. But I see like a continuous reference to sub-funds. It was very clear from our side that this is a no option. So I hear colleagues repeating it. And with all due respect, just for you co-chairs, when you do things, I mean, this is from our point of view, and others have mentioned that we don't see the sub-funds approach as any approach that we can work with. Ideas on allocation floors based on criteria. I think it's important to look at the criteria. We cannot just say allocation floors based on criteria, and then we start defining vulnerability criteria through this process. So one thing that we need to avoid, that this process is not taking over mandates in other processes, and it's not defining things that are happening in other places. Third point, of course, we all need to find a way to acknowledge the special circumstances or the special needs by LDCs and SIDS. This is something that we are able to work on. We have worked on it before, be it in the GCF and other places. We work on that. Final point, in many cases, I think we are stuck into the model of the development model. So we are allocating resources for countries on programmatic approach while we are not looking at extreme weather events when they hit. So how are we going to deal with that? So that trigger impacts, allocations based on triggers, how are we going to do that? We have proposed last time the idea of having triggers or indicators, and I think this is, and then we leave it to the board to decide. This is also something that would be very helpful, and also ensures that everybody who is in need of this fund will benefit, and everyone who is in dire need to this fund will benefit and will be able to access the resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Yes, we heard very loud and clear that there was strong objections to the notion of sub-funds. I simply asked to get clarity from Debbie whether one would replace the other, and she clarified that it was not necessarily, but it could be depending on what it is that's it. So we're not reopening sub-funds. The position has been well noted that there's opposition to it. So thank you very much. Is it Heike? Again, just to confirm that we're taking new issues and flexibilities only. Thank you.
Yes, co-chair, and I will be very brief and just building up on Debbie's new point that was then commented by Mo. So talking about an allocation floor and an allocation framework based on criteria, and then Mo's comment, how we do that. Leave it to the board. I'm summarizing, maybe not fairly. So just to hint that we could combine this proposal by Debbie with what is laid out as key elements in the EU member submission for allocation criteria. So from my perspective, we have a lot of substance already on the table in a submission that could guide us or the co-chairs to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Heike. So yes, that was a response to a new issue. I would just also want to say that there is a lot of objections still to the EU proposal on vulnerability, but yes, we'll look at that, noting that context. So thank you. Okay, Dan, and then Christina. Again, new issues, flexible issues, or you're responding to a new issue?
Yes, I'm responding to the new issue and also something Mo said. So Mo, it's not enough to acknowledge LDCs and SIDS. And that is what we're saying here. If this fund, if our co-chairs go away and come back with just another acknowledgement of LDCs and SIDS, we would have failed. So in every fund that we have established, LDCs and SIDS receive maybe 2 or 3 or 4 or 5% of the allocation, de facto. So whether we put in place an allocation system, which Debbie, thank you, I agree with, and AUSIS also agree with, somebody's going to put in place an allocation system. The GCF has an allocation system per country, right? But that is done internally in the Secretariat. The JAF has an allocation system which is open and transparent. The Adaptation Fund has an allocation system which is open and transparent. The GCF has an allocation system. It's just determined by whoever it is that's in the secretariat. That's all it is. And because of that, LDCs and SIDS don't benefit as much as we could. In fact, we don't even know what's going on. When you submit a project, you don't know. This cannot be the same, a business as usual. It cannot be the business model of the Loss and Damage Fund. It cannot. So I would like to agree with the idea of the fund, the allocation system. With respect to sub-funds, you said, Co-Chair, that we can look at other language that we can work around. Every financial sector have sub-funds. Everybody. Wall Street has it, World Bank has it, the Ministry of Finance of South Africa and Egypt, and everybody has it, right? It is a really good way to help with what you manage your funds and to attract financing. So what I would say here is that we want to leave it up to the co-chair and to say that, to frame it in a way that it shall be looked into. I don't think, as you rightly said, co-chair, we don't have a lot of time to discuss the details and do clarification. And I'm sure if we did, Mohammed would understand better what the sub-fund would be. I agree with you, a sub-fund, give you a structure within sub-fund with a sub-board and sub-structures and stuff like that, which is what we do in our ministries of finance at home. But I think we should put it in there, and then we could have a conversation at the board to see how it's going to be done. But AOSIS cannot, I said here that we will not be setting red lines, but we will not leave here with just an acknowledgement of LDCs and SID. That is not enough. Can we just make that very clear? That is our non-red line, red line. Thanks.
It's a transparent red line, right? Okay, thank you very much, Dan. We heard you on that one. Christina, again, new issues, respond to new issues, flexibility.
Thank you, Richard. And I before answering, and I will, but I just want to, I've been kind of confused by, you've been raising that same point, both of you, and then I hear some people raising their same positions, and I've taken it seriously and tried to exercise discipline. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that if I have not raised, it's because I don't have necessarily a new idea or change the position.
Yes, it's very clear, Christina. Thank you very much.
Okay, so going to this particular issue, thank you so much. So the SHARM language makes clear that this fund is to support developing countries that are particularly vulnerable. And we see a number of options for accomplishing this through eligibility or allocation or a combination of both, and we're quite flexible on that. We could, for example, ask the board to develop a set of indicators that it could use to determine eligibility, or we could agree to a set of countries here at TC4. We would prefer not to define eligibility based on any broad geographical characteristics. But again, if there's mood in the room, we could be flexible. One thing I wanted to raise based on side conversations I've heard is that it's important that allocation should be based on allocation and not on income levels. Sorry, on vulnerability and not on income levels. We understand that a number of middle and high income countries are quite vulnerable and can't access concessional finance from MDBs. We see this fund as a tool to address that. Alongside those broader allocation or eligibility decisions, the board, and this is maybe proactively answering the same question you might ask me that you asked Debbie, we think the board, as I said earlier, would be allocating annually contributions to the fund to individual sub-funds in a balanced way that takes into account factors that include vulnerability, but also demand for the different sub-funds. Just finally, as Diane noted, no matter whether we agreed to an allocation system here, we will end up with an allocation system. We think that a first-come, first-served system is a horrible way for us to operate. So we need to give the board guidance to set a rational allocation system here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I doubt we'll set an allocation system here. I think what we'll probably get to is guidance to the board to do that. I think generally we would only be able to do an allocation system once we have a pot of money. Otherwise, it'd be quite hard. But thank you very much. I just want to make a comment that the first come, first serve process is was not intentional or design. In fact, if you go back to some of the documents adopted at B07, you'll actually find that, and from B05 to B07 and GCF, that it was actually meant to be a competitive process and that there were specific criteria not to have projects from SIDS and LDCs compete with other projects in adaptation. Just by default, it somehow has never been applied. Anyway, it was an unintended consequence rather than an intended consequence. So thank you very much. Mohammed?
Because it seems that we are we're using the terminology in the wrong way. We are not defining eligibility. All developing countries are particular as per because colleagues have been saying that this is criteria, eligibility. No, this is not. This is criteria, first come, first serve, and ensure that, that those who need the fund will be able to access the fund. But we are not deciding on who will be out, who will be in, because this is, I think, and I am sure that colleagues here do not mean that. This is considering some people more important than others. Some people that are impacted are more important than others. So this is not the intention. So the idea is to avoid the first come, first serve, ensure that it's not only acknowledgement, as Dan have mentioned, but also at the same time, we are responding to the loss and damage in all countries. And this is a very important element, and those are particularly vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. As I said again, none of the issues where we have outstanding matters on have been put aside, so they still stand. So yes, the eligibility for all is there. It hasn't been left behind. We're not moving on beyond that. So thank you. Albara.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And a very brief comment. I just want to highlight that neither the Transitional Committee nor the Loss and Damage Fund and its board should be really discussing eligibility criteria or trying to come up with any indicators in that regard. And just to reiterate the point, that it's very clear that eligibility would be to all developing countries with, of course, the recognition of the special circumstances of certain countries as stipulated in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for confirming that. So again, colleagues, we will go off with the new inputs. We'll reflect against the existing inputs, and hopefully there's a miracle. You wait for the white smoke coming from the co-chair's office, right? Anyway, thank you very much. So now I'm going to hand over to Uti to walk us through the last of the, the second last of the outstanding issues, which is the issue of the funding arrangements. So Uti.
Okay, thanks. So basically, the two issues that we're still sort of hoping to, two open issues that we will be covering today are the first one is on the funding arrangements, and second one is on the name of the fund. I would hope that on the latter we could actually be quite brief, because Richard and I, we will decide the name and we'll just sort of impose it on you. But so not going to entertain a long discussion on that. Joking aside, I'm sure that the incoming COP28 presidency will also want to weigh in on the name of the fund at some point. So on funding arrangements, so here, and again, I'll start by apologizing because we had hoped to be able to share a note with you, sort of the co-chair's note on the funding arrangements already last night or sometime today, given that we've both been in meetings all the time, and the Secretariat is currently cleaning it up, so it will be shared soon. So again, we do want to share with you as to where we think what could be captured on the funding arrangements. But in the absence of the note, so just a few introductory comments on sort of our understanding. And first of all, want to start off by saying that just like that we want to make sure that we deliver on all aspects of the Sharm el-Sheikh mandate. And one key aspect of that, obviously, is the fund, but also the establishment of the new funding arrangements. So again, sort of would want to hear from you on the process and the role of the parties, whether it's the COP, CMA, or all of the above, in the follow-up and further work related to the funding arrangements. Also on how we are going to tackle the recommendations on the funding arrangements, and also and I think this was already tackled in the bit that Richard shared, was sharing a while ago on the coordination and complementarity, where we discussed the coordination and complementarity mechanisms of the new funding arrangements, including the fund. I mean, we don't necessarily want to make a distinction between the, or we don't actually want to make the distinction between the coordination and complementarity of the funding arrangements and that of the fund, because it's all part of the same architecture, and they really need to be playing together. So again, just to recap of our understanding of where we are, the sort of the state of play has been captured in the table. So still working on the document 2023/6, where there's a proposal, first of all, on the different levels of coordination. So there's the fund proposal to have the fund leading the technical coordination space of the funding arrangements, and then having some kind of a high-level advisory or coordinating dialogue regarding the policy and orientation and coordination space of the funding arrangements. Also having a role for the COP and CMA structures on guidance, support, and accountability. And also there has been a proposal on establishing a high-level advisory and coordination dialogue on these arrangements. And again, these are not sort of mutually exclusive. We've just been trying to recapture of what the different proposals that we've received so far. So first of all, on these funding arrangements, strengthening the architecture for responding to loss and damage and contributing to it in a well and coordinated way. We would think, again, our approach is that a lot of this should be uncontroversial. That again here we will again entertain views and want to hear as to whether you have new ideas, or whether there are some of the proposals that had been put forward earlier, that whether some of those are no longer relevant in some respects. Again, recognizing that there will be different levels of coordination needed, so at national, operational, and political level. The issue of partnerships between the fund and the funding arrangements, that should indeed reinforce and help leverage resources. Another proposal on this coordination at high level, and perhaps there have been mentioning of meetings convened by the UN Secretary General or the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, also considering the role of some of the existing mechanisms and constituted bodies that we've already established, such as the WIM, EXCOM, and the Santiago Network, and what is their role in ensuring complementarity and coherence. I'll stop here, and again, just apologize that there is no sort of a clear, in a similar way that we have already documents on the fund, on the funding arrangements, what we have done indeed. You have the document number 5, which has got also the language of the different proposals. Again, we would not suggest that you repeat your proposals made earlier, but rather sort of provide us strategic guidance on how we should now be approaching the funding arrangements in order to ensure that there are substantive, specific recommendations also on the funding arrangements. I'll stop here and open the floor for any reactions. Avinash, please.
So at the last TC3 meeting, a couple of my colleagues asked us to think about those funding arrangements more, and because I think we expressed our discomfort with a fair amount of what we were hearing about funding arrangements. And I think what I'd like to say is twofold then. So just to clarify the discomfort, I think the reason why we're around this table and we're having a discussion is because existing funding arrangements with no alterations don't leave large gaps in this space, large gaps around eligibility, around scope, around scale, around access. But that's not to say that they couldn't be modified, changed, and with the help of the fund. So I would like us to think about funding arrangements as letting our board consider whether there are ways in which the fund can work with funding arrangements so that we can alter the eligibility and the scope and the scale so they are better aligned with the objectives of our fund and perhaps bring greater scale to what the fund is trying to do. Is that distinction clear? Yeah.
Thank you. I see at least JC nodding. Do you want to? Because again, I mean, you know, in many ways, I mean, Richard and I, we want to make ourselves irrelevant. So the more that you kind of propose to now explore solutions among yourselves, the more likely it is that Richard and I can actually have dinner. JC, please.
Yeah, very briefly, just to say that I can't agree more with what Avinash just said, actually. It's obvious that the global architecture as it is not delivering. This is why we have been tasked to identify gaps. Part of these gaps are really inside the current architecture, what we call the funding arrangements. And I do agree with you, Avinash, that it could be the role of the fund to try to improve the offer from this funding arrangement through, you know, more concessional financing, for instance, or other ways, or the tools that could be developed inside the fund in order to improve the offer from the funding arrangement. That's the basis of the EU proposal on setting partnership between the fund and the funding arrangement. So, yeah, I mean, that's, for me, the good way to tap on the resources from the current funding arrangement and to try to improve the current offer of the global architecture to respond to loss and damage.
Thank you, JC. Next, Mo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I have a proposal. The African group has provided a proposal. And I think we hear people talking about funding arrangements, and I ask them, what is the funding arrangements? I'm asking, what are they? If I hear JC, this is the global architecture. So are we convening the global architecture? And this is like a simple question. Are we convening the global architecture, or are we looking at the new funding arrangements, or a new arrangement which brings those main players on this architecture to work on loss and damage and deliver the coherent approach, the complementarity, ensure the complementarity and the coherence and so on. So my first question is, I remember going into the discussion up to COP27, it was the inside and outside. There was a discussion on what is inside the process, what is outside the process, and there was an understanding that this means major players in the outside, and they were identified, World Bank and some other major institutions. And this is where the understanding that the existing institutions who are providing support, we try to call them funding arrangements, and then this is not delivering as collectively, so we need to work on something. And this is why we created the fund. Second element, then, now we want to operationalize this coordination. Let's focus on the function, operationalize this coordination. Who is going to operationalize it? How? Because otherwise we're just saying operationalizing new funding arrangements to deliver coherence and complementarity. Yes, by who? So who is the convener? And this is a question that we have put an answer in our proposal, and it's very clear. And who are sitting, who are those arrangements? Should we consider a small fund working in sub-Saharan Africa providing support for human mobility as part of the funding arrangements? If so, then you have mostly 5,000 people sitting in these funding arrangements. You want to have a dialogue among them? That's fine. And then what? The year after. And we had a very interesting dialogue by the Secretary General, where you had most of the IFI sitting there saying something and then leaving. Is this the form or the model that we want to repeat? I mean, this is a question for colleagues. Is this the model? I don't think so. Our proposal is very clear. We created the fund who should be and would be like a main player. So it is the convener, because it should, as per our understanding, will be playing a major role in this and the loss and damage. maybe at the beginning it will need some assistance. That's why at the beginning it can work with either the UNFCCC Secretariat or the SG, but at the end of the day, it stays the core convener. Second thing, who will be sitting around the table, who will be invited, then we need to create some criteria for those who will be invited. And in the different proposals that you have, except our proposal, I haven't seen any criteria. I've seen only generic approach to what is funding arrangements. And thirdly, what are we doing through the funding arrangements? Like the SCF forum, having a report and recommendations, and that's it? Or are we having like a follow-up process to ensure that what was agreed in the discussions is being delivered? So those are three main components. In any outcome, if there is an outcome on funding arrangements, it has to respond to those elements. Otherwise, I mean, we'll be going to our constituencies and tell them we created new funding arrangements. The first question is, what is it? You said it's new and it's funding arrangements. It's different than the old funding arrangements. So what defined them? I don't have a definition. So if colleagues can help me out with that, this is questions that we asked in TC2 and TC3, and we haven't received answers. And we looked at the options that you have, and many of them is except ours, of course. The rest of them don't have answers. And this is something that I really need to, from my constituency, we need to understand what are we talking about when it's like the funding arrangement. Similar to people say the elephant in the room. Okay, so which elephant and which room? And something similar. It's like, okay, elephant in the room. Okay, that's nice. Where is it? So funding arrangements, where, how? So those are questions that colleagues, I would really ask you to respond to, because this will take us forward not only on the funding arrangement, but also understanding more on the work of the fund and the scope of the fund and deliverables of the fund. So I support my proposal, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo, for supporting your proposal. I don't think I heard anything new in addition to your proposal, though. So you're not exactly respecting the rules of the modalities that the co-chairs established for today, but that's okay. So now, next I have Heike, followed by Hajar.
Oh, I hope not to be the next one, but okay. So I'm still very thankful for our extraordinary host of this meeting, and will ignore his ignorance of the rules, but speak to his question only briefly, because if it was really a question, maybe you expect us to answer also. And I think there are maybe different elements, and I hope the one area is, are funding arrangements real, and are partners that I heard speaking to the Mosaic and funding arrangements also today around the table at TC1, TC2, Workshop 1, Workshop 2, are they experiencing not enough, sometimes not good enough support by humanitarian aid, by GCF, by World Bank, you name it. I mean, I don't want to repeat the workshop. So this is the real area of a mosaic, not sufficient, don't get me wrong, and where the fund has an important role to play. So that is I think, the reality, and not my invention of funding arrangement. Then the second relevant area for us, I feel, is the relation to the fund. So partnerships were mentioned. I highly recommend to look into it. But there can be also other areas where the fund can interact with the funding arrangements, with incentives, so on. I don't want to go there. And then there's the third element of coordination and coherence. And only if we start from the assumption that funding arrangements in the continuum of loss and damage response are real, and I don't make them up. So then there's really the question of how they can work together better. And again, I would say, of course, Mo, the new fund has an important role to play in this architecture. And if the co-chairs with their proposal can build this up, I would be very supportive. I really encourage all to have an annex on funding arrangements along those lines that I laid out and Uti as co-chair and others laid out, And I think also, colleagues, when we accept that funding arrangements are real and important, although not perfect and not enough, and the fund has a role to play, then we shouldn't let out an opportunity to improve them with concrete, relevant.
So even if you gave us all the money we asked for from the fund, we would have to go and pay and procure and get all of this expertise that we want. So it would be good, especially when you want a rapid recovery. These arrangements, we're looking forward to whatever is being developed for these arrangements so we can make contacts so that we can build relationships and networking so we can get persons to come in and help us as soon as possible after an extreme weather event. Not only extreme weather event, but the slow onset. This is specialized area like sea level rise, really specialized skills that will require that I know for sure most islands would not have. So just so that we don't have bad projects designed, it's really good if we can have an opportunity to meet different experts in this area and that can support us. Now, how do we go about it? I'm not sure. So what I would recommend to the co-chair, because we did not have a lot of time to discuss arrangements, is that we should have a general language that provide the mandate to the fund to do something very broad, which could include the formation of the council, which can convening and so on. But I also see a role for the UNFCCC, and of course we have the role of the UN. Nobody can stop them from doing anything anyway. We may as well join them and coordinate what it is that they're doing. And we have the Santiago Network that will provide a lot of information. We have the Standing Committee on Finance that can do a lot of work in this particular area. We have insurance companies that can support the work that we are doing. Many countries are working on different, if we can just craft text to see, what will be the scope of ideas that we can capture to further develop how the arrangement will look like beyond the work of the TC and task. Not another TC, but we can definitely task the COP to continue working in this particular area. And it will, like the Standing Committee, it grows over time. So I've been to IRENA meetings as well, and they have huge convening power. And they do a lot of work in January, and they have a really good exhibition of technologies that we have really benefited from that experience. And finally, I just want to say, though, that the convening power is not directly related to the scale of the fund, but the scale of the fund can definitely have an impact on the convening power. So that is something for us to think about. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Next, I have Alvara, followed by Christina.
Thank you very much, Oti, and I just want to register that I also follow the same request that you have highlighted, that if we do not have anything new, not to really make an intervention repeating our position. But I just want to highlight that what we have here in terms of options that you have presented, and maybe just very quickly to touch upon them. Here you have the option that was presented by the co-chair that speaks about that activities and support provided under the new funding arrangement should be consistent with provision principles of the convention, and also including the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Also that the funding arrangements could contribute to advancing the goal of a new additional predictable finance. And also there is a very clear indication here about the guidance from the COP CME and CMA. And maybe one final note to highlight to you is with regards to the high-level dialogues. We certainly see those dialogues to be convened by the board, and we do not by any means see any place for any other stakeholders to be conveners or calling for those dialogues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last two speakers, Christina and then Jaime. Christina, please.
Thank you, Uti. We had at TC3 suggested a way forward with respect to both the decision language as well as the funding, as well as the annex. And so in terms of new ideas, we know that others have put forward proposals since then or submissions. We would be open to additional paragraphs in the decision. And also, it wasn't clear, Uti, and if you and Richard will be putting out another paper, happy to review that and provide input once it comes out. I was also going to suggest, also willing to work with others who have interest in working with us to support you in culling down the list of recommendations, given that right now there are a lot, and I recognize that. I did want to respond to the ideas that have come out, including in submissions since TC3 and been voiced here. We would not want there to be criteria to be developed. I think that it is limiting rather than expanding the fund sources, funds, and initiatives both under and outside the convention in Paris that should be supporting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable in responding to loss and damage. So the idea of criteria sounds limiting as opposed to being expansive in terms of what we want to be mobilizing with respect to greater support. And this gets to, I think, what I heard Avi saying in terms of the other funds, initiative sources, and processes also being strengthened to address the gaps and challenges that we've identified over the course of these 10 months. On coordination, nothing new there. You know, we do think there's a role for the fund to play with respect to coordination, but have also supported the idea of a high-level advisory council, wanting to make clear in wherever this is placed in our recommendations, the functions of what that advisory group would do. And then in response to previous interventions, also just to make clear that we don't think that CBDR has a role here, whether we're talking about the fund or whether we're talking about the funding arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. So then, Jaime, no? Okay. Then Mateus, and then Mo, did you want to come back again? Okay.
Thank you very much, Uti. On the new funding arrangements, I still believe that we, as mentioned by Ambassador Mo, there are some basic questions that we need to answer first to move forward on the new funding arrangements. And we have also to acknowledge that developing countries made a very strong effort to engage with the discussions on new funding arrangements, coming with a proposal on that. I understand that there's also some concerns coming from the developed country sides on how we would measure or identify these new funding arrangements based on our contributions. But I wouldn't say, as Christina did, that the criteria idea for identification of new funding arrangements would be limiting the very range or scope of these initiatives. Actually, it would help us understand who they are and who we're talking to. And this is the foremost question that we need, including for us to take one step further and engage with the recommendations. I literally remember David asking me directly if we would be open to engage or have a clear conversation and an outcome reflected in the decision on the recommendations. And yes, we are, but again, we need to be clear on what is this field that we're getting into. So, and on that, on the recommendation, let me be, I mean, this is something that I could even agree with Christina, even though I do not do that very frequently, which is the very fact that at this stage, we have a huge, long list on the recommendations. When I brought them back home, people were asking what we were doing here in 3 meetings. So it would be also very helpful to see what are the priorities from those who are both on the new funding arrangements, coming perhaps with a short list of priorities on that so that we can provide also our feedback. But again, based on clear criteria, and I do believe that there is value added on the criteria that developing countries have presented in TC3, which includes linkages with the UNFCCC processes, linkages with the WMXCOM, which we all agree have relevant and important work on lots of aspects on addressing loss and damage, which is the core question and object of this conversation. So it would be very important for us to also move forward. We're not denying the importance of the new funding arrangements, but again, there are elements that we need to clarify. And on that note, I do believe that there's value added of us moving forward also as we did. It was proposed by the co-chairs and some other elements of the discussions, including on the scope and this dichotomy of sub-funds and windows and so on, for us to take a very streamlined approach and ask for the board to develop those criteria, to identify those initiatives, and to build on a process for enhancing and actually placing the recommendations, targeted recommendations, if we are to do so. So this is our stake on that. And again, just to reiterate, I'm not coming with much thing new, but the idea of criteria for us is very valuable, especially those that link the new funding arrangements with the UNFCCC, their provisions, and the Paris Agreement equally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And before this kind of spirals into a discussion that the co-chairs will not be able to control, and again, apologies for not being able to circulate the paper before today. It was just not possible given all of our schedules. So again, what we've done, it is really a streamlined list. And again, just like there have been on some of the other issues, you know, where red lines have been crossed, we acknowledge the proposal on the criteria that was discussed at TC3. We also acknowledge that crossed the number of red lines, and therefore we have not. That's not what we are proposing to do in the short note or to apply in the short note that you will receive. Very grateful for these volunteers to work together on an additional language. I think that would be very helpful. And indeed, this is an issue that we will be coming back to in the course of this meeting. Next, I have Angela. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And I would try to be brief, but first of all, I just want to support the whole intervention made by the Ambassador Mo. I think he reflects what I was thinking. And just to reiterate what we mentioned in the previous TC meeting, we see with concern that for us still not being clear in terms of what we mean in terms of the funding arrangements, and that's the main question that I have. As was mentioned by Mateus, I think it's important to understand who we are talking to, what we do expect in terms of the funding arrangements, and I think that the criteria is really helpful in terms of that. And the proposal that we made as G77 is a good starting point in terms of trying to deal with the funding arrangements and try to identify the initiatives that already exist. But let me highlight that when we talk about the funding arrangements, it's not only the existing ones, but also the new funding arrangements. So we're going to talk in the recommendations about the funding arrangements, so how we need to reflect in terms of how we are going to deal with the new funding arrangements, and the criteria is really important in terms of that. I'm totally agree with the comments made by Maldives in terms of this is obligation in terms of the scale that we discussed in the previous session, and I just want to clarify my intervention before, just for the record and the sake of clarity. When I mentioned the floor, and perhaps Madam Co-Chair, it was a misunderstanding in terms of what I highlighted. When I talk about the floor, I was indicated that this 100 billion is not a precondition to the fund to operate, just to be clear for that. It's just an aspirational goal that we see that is important for the fund, but it's not a precondition for the operation of the fund, just for the record of the meeting. On the other hand, I think it's important that whatever recommendation that we decide to have as TC members, we should be careful in terms of not be prescriptive. And on the other hand, this idea to have an annex with a long list of recommendations is something that we cannot accept, because we need to be careful. We don't know how it looks like. We don't know how to operate. We do not have any idea in terms of how to track progress in terms of the funding arrangements, and we need to answer the questions that we have here. So we think that perhaps short recommendations in the line on the elements that we highlight as G77 are really important. And let me finalize my intervention. That's something that is really key here. And we see, we mentioned that in the previous TC meeting, is that the WIM EXCOM could play a role in this kind of work, as well as the Santiago network. So these kind of elements could be considered as part of the recommendations, but just to be careful in terms of the detail of recommendations that we are considering here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Mo, you still wanted to come back.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then, yes, as was mentioned by Christina, funds, processes, initiatives under and outside the convention, the Paris Agreement. This is paragraph 2, but also before that, you have to highlight that these arrangements that we're talking about are mobilizing new and additional resources. So we have a very clear criteria, which we are not just picking whoever is there and putting them. Those ones who are providing new and additional resources, then you can list all those elements that you have mentioned. So this is another criteria that has to be very clear in selecting or in identifying the new funding arrangements. Second, I fully agree with Matthias and Angela on again, what are we trying to work on here? I mean, when we say generically funds, initiatives, sources, my question to whoever wants to answer it, how many did you count? How many do you know of funds and initiatives and processes and sources? How many? I'm sure someone did the count. I mean, like, we are not just mentioning it because it's part of the decision. 20, 50, 100, 200? So what are we trying to do with the council? Having another forum of 400 people sitting there and talking about climate loss and damage finance, and then having a recommendation, as we have in some of the forums that we have created, and then we all go home, or we are trying to create and operationalize this new arrangement that would be a council, that would be a dialogue, it would be something, but it has first to have a convener, and this is to be very clear, a convener that is relevant to the process that established these new funding arrangements, which is the fund, the way we see it. 2, we need to know who will be sitting on the table, because I'm not saying that others are not providing, but you need to have some criteria to have a decent number of representatives of those institutions sitting on the table so they can discuss the coherence, the complementarity, everything. So what is the perfect number? Is it 400? 500. I mean, we can go and then we count if you include the humanitarian system, if you think that they are part of the funding arrangements, if you include all the MDBs and IFIs, if you include the funds and sub-funds, if you include the initiatives, if you include them without a criteria to who will be sitting there. And this is not defining who is providing loss and damage. It's just giving some sort of benchmarks for those who will be sitting on the table to discuss. And this, we can work on this criteria to ensure that you have representatives of the different groups. But we cannot just put it like that. All who are working, who say that we're working on loss and damage will be sitting in a discussion on loss and damage. Because the next year, whoever have been sitting there, they are accountable to what they agreed to. They have to respond back, how did they implement what was agreed to. Otherwise, we are just creating a very nice forum. We call for the Secretary General to convene all of them in like a general assembly setting, and they deliver very nice statements, and then we take note of it, and we go home all happy, and people are still dying, and people are still facing loss and damage. So we need to be as serious as we have been discussing the fund. We have to be also serious when we're discussing the loss and damage funding arrangements. It doesn't make sense when we're discussing the fund. I hear colleagues here talking about criteria for eligibility, criteria and everything that limits access for countries. And then we are talking about the funding arrangements. We have to be extremely, extremely open and not even have one single line that talks about criteria. Doesn't make sense at all, really. So we need really to deliver something that delivers to the people and something that is functional. In that, I think we need to have a convener. And this is the new fund. If there is another convener, tell me how they are relevant to the process and how they are accountable to the process. Need to have criteria, not to identify who's doing private, who's providing finance, but to identify representatives of the different groups of those who have been providing finance. 3, what is the process, what are the outcomes, and then what is the follow-up process. This is the normal arrangements that we want to create. And one cross-cutting element is that new and additional. This is what the decision says. So we don't take who has been providing, but who has been providing an additional resources. I think those are very fair criteria. And this applies, as it was applied by colleagues on the fund, it also applies on the funding arrangements. If you're going in the details of the fund, then it's fair enough that we go on the same thing on the funding arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Given the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to entertain a discussion on the perfect number. I think Richard and I were very happy to have a...
Called him Richard.
No, I called you Richard. Richard and I are very happy to have a discussion with you about the perfect number over dinner. As we all know, that the perfect number is 42. Those of you who have read the same books as I have might agree with me. I still have Adao. Okay, 200 from JC, then Adao, and 200 from Heike, Adao, and I saw Georg also. Okay, right. So we start with JC. We are trying to close this discussion as soon as possible, and again, there will be a basis for further consideration from in the form of an informal note from the co-chairs, which hopefully will be helpful also for this discussion, and we will still come back to the name of the fund before we let you out of here. So now, JC, two-hander.
Yes, in the spirit of expressing flexibility, just to react to Mo's point, I'm more than ready to work on the institutional aspects, and I'm okay with you that we are not going to gather 100 people around the table just to make a picture. That's not the point. That's not the point. But let me, and that's the point made by Mateusz, that we have to have institutional links. That's true, and I'm ready to work on that. But more than that, and I heard clearly Diane saying it, this is what I said last time, what we need is bringing with the fund actors which have capacity, technical capacity, technical expertise, technical experience, and financial capacity in order to work with the fund and to improve the global response to loss and damage in vulnerable countries. So, institutional is important. It has always been, it will remain so. But what I am even more interested in bringing solutions, response, financial response, technical response on the ground, and the fund could be instrumental in bringing all these actors, the funding arrangement, to the most vulnerable countries in order to respond to loss and damage.
Thank you, JC. Heike, did you want to come in as a two-hander, and then Adao is the last speaker tonight?
Yeah, thank you very much, Uti. And two-hander as a repeated offer to help then now today the co-chairs in offering to work together with Mo, Mateusz, Angela, and others who have brought up these questions on your questions, and look together again on the long list of documents we have and submissions and papers and the recommendations that are already on our table for months, and look at them. And the offer was already there several times, and happy to do it like very focused to help the co-chairs and come up with a sensible annex that, of course, all of us are in accordance with. But to say that it's very late, we didn't have the chance, so on and so forth, I struggle to align myself with this wording. But happy to work together.
Thank you, Heike. Last word goes to Adao, please.
Thank you very much, Uzi. Of course, in previous TC meetings, we raised this issue of complementarity issue around fund and funding arrangement. So fund is core body for funding arrangement itself. So in terms of what's happening at the moment, I think we do believe that humanitarian assistance and so on so far are there, but we established funding arrangement at COP27 because of gap taking place. So our discussion could be how to address the gap. It could be some sort of communication between Convention, Paris Agreement, and then that you, some colleagues have addressed about. So at the moment, we really don't know which entity or which entities are contributing to which country. So we really don't know in terms of transparency is not taking place. So that's why we need to have some sort of transparency issues, communication issues to be taken place. I think that's very important. So in terms of some views expressed by my colleagues before me to have a coordination body within the UNFCCC, it will be also facilitated by the board for fund, and it will be also good to have some sort of high-level body for guiding the funding arrangement itself to ensure that the resource provided for us, funding provided for the loss and damage is new and additional, and it's not additional burden to developing countries, especially for LDCs and SIDS, because we really need to avoid the loans that will be also providing some additional burden for developing countries, especially from LDC sides. So we really need to have that communication issues and also reporting issues in place. So I do agree with some developing countries' views that we also need to link this to the mechanism that we established under the COP and CMA, let's say the WIM-X Com itself and so on so far. So communication reporting system will be there as well. And we also need to establish some sort of criteria for receiving the fund for developing countries with regard to addressing loss and damage. So one of the criteria will be, I mentioned before, new and additional to the existing arrangement that we received. And we also have some issues related to this criteria that the support provided is really addressing loss and damage. So there should be some mixing things between loss and damage and adaptation, but we need to ensure that the support provided could be addressing real loss and damage. So I really need to end about this issue, and then we really to be engaged to have more discussion about this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adao, and thank you everyone around the table for this very sort of lively and substantive discussion on funding arrangements. We've taken careful note of all the comments, also taking careful note of all the volunteers wishing to do further work on this, and look forward to the sort of bridging proposal or additional language on this. So now then turning to the last open issue, and I do think that we've worked actually really well because we managed to go through the entire list. So on the name of the fund, so this is the there's a specific proposal to call it Resilient Futures Fund, and then there's the other proposal which is no specific name beyond Loss and Damage Fund. Does anyone wish to provide any additional views on this, or perhaps we could, this could be one of these issues that we could just leave it to the incoming COP28 presidency to deal with. Okay, so here's the proposal. So we're not going to entertain views on this. Instead, there's going to be a box outside the room, and please, suggestion box. So please submit your suggestion by the end of the day tomorrow. Again, and not just TC members. We are opening this for all participants of this meeting. And you're welcome to make more than one proposal, but we are not committing to, and I'm sure that also the incoming COP28 presidency is not committing to a specific name. These are just a long list of suggestions that you may then consider as you wish. Okay, so this concludes our substantive work for today. You've worked really hard. I think Richard and I are as pleased as we can be at the end of day one. We're going to discuss amongst ourselves a bit in terms of how we're going to organize our day tomorrow. But just to say that formally the starting time would be at 9 a.m. tomorrow. But we are also, there will be a Q&A session for TC members and advisors from 8 to 9 with the specific questions to the World Bank for those wishing to seek clarification and have a dialogue on that.
I sent you a message.
Okay, right. So just to clarify again, and perhaps provide take a step back on what exactly it is that we're going to do tomorrow. So I understand that it's very important for constituencies to have a constituency meeting from 8 to 9 tomorrow. So we'll allow for the constituency meeting from 8 to 9 tomorrow. We will then have the Q&A session with the World Bank from 9 to 10, and also looking at the World Bank that I hope that schedule fits. So for the TC members and advisors, a Q&A session in this room from 9 to 10. Then at 10, we would reconvene in our normal TC4 setting, and Richard and I would provide a way forward in terms of how we're going to organize our work as of tomorrow. So not committing to any specific way forward on that, but the likely scenario is that we've listened very carefully, we've heard you, we know what needs to be done next, and the likely scenario is that Richard and I would work on the text on the fund, and we heard a lot of volunteers willing to engage on the funding arrangements, so we would see that work going forward in the small self-organized group, and we'll come back with more details at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So everyone have a really good evening. I understand that there's a dinner will be. Yeah, so Mo will provide some details.
Yeah, dinner 7:30 at the garden outside in front of the terrace, and there will be people from the TC from the team taking you for and pointing at. We planned it a little bit later. We thought that the discussions will heat up and will continue until 7 p.m. So if you want to discuss continue until 7, it is 7:30 the dinner thing. So, and everybody is invited, by the way. So we are not discriminating based on gender or vulnerability or any criteria. and not based on your contribution to loss and damage. You also invite everybody.
Why don't you continue that discussion over the dinner? Okay, thank you very much for that very kind invitation. Now you have a bit of free time, which I'm sure will be greatly appreciated. See you all at dinner, and then see you in this meeting room tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. The meeting is closed.